Replace it with something far better. The bill will surely undergo more changes as we continue this process through the Senate, but it's on its way to the finish line. And there's some really strong policy in this bill. It cuts taxes by $1 trillion on the American people, and government spending by hundreds of billions too. And despite the rhetoric, it keeps pre-existing condition prohibitions. No one with a pre-existing condition will be denied coverage because of the policies in this bill. And insurance companies cannot raise premiums on individuals with pre-existing conditions as long as they maintain coverage. The bill will also make sure 26-year-olds continue to stay on their parents' health care plans as they enter the workforce. Most importantly, though, the bill unshackles American families from the mandates, taxes, and penalties that are costing these families thousands of dollars each year. Though Obamacare helps some, we have to remember that Obamacare made things worse for millions of Americans, and that's where the national anger has come from. I've heard from countless Hoosiers who tell me the story of their premiums going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month with deductibles that are through the roof, $10,000 plus a month. They have to spend $30,000 out of pocket before they even get to their insurance. And for a middle-class family, that means they have no meaningful insurance at all. We can do better, and we will. That starts today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert on the record a letter from the National Rural Health Association opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert on the record a letter from the American Thoracic Society and opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert on the record a letter from the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the Jewish Federations opposed to this bill. And I ask unanimous consent to insert an article that was in the Wall Street Journal today entitled, "Employers Looking to Lower Their Costs Can Impose Lifetime Limits and Eliminate the Out-of-Pocket Cost Cap from Their Plans under the GOP legislation."
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan recognized for 1 minute.
You know, it's just been said, no one with a pre-existing condition will be denied treatment. That is a cruel falsehood. Roughly 129 million Americans today have a pre-existing condition. And here's what the AMA says to refute what was just said. The history of high-risk pools demonstrates that Americans with pre-existing conditions will be stuck in second-class health coverage if they are able to obtain coverage at all. So now we have a proposal for $8 billion. That is a deceitful fraud. And I intend, going back home, to travel the state of Michigan and elsewhere and tell the American people that those who have said that are simply not being truthful. They essentially are turning their backs on 129 million Americans. We Democrats will never turn our back on the people of the United States of America. When it comes to health care, it's a vital, vital need. I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even with, again, the muddled hysterics, there's nothing in this bill. Even if you have pre-existing coverage now, there's nothing says you lose it. Let's at least get the facts straight. But also, let's talk about families on why we're here. Despite Obama's promises, my plan was canceled at an affordable $450 a month when Obamacare was implemented. My new plan, gone up every year for 2017, will be $1,300 a month. My husband and I cannot keep up these increases. Soon it will be a choice between food and housing or health care. Virginia from Florida. With that, I yield a minute to the gentleman from Michigan.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is, how long will the opposition try to hold on to the failing Affordable Care Act? How long will they desperately try to hold on with their fingernails, screaming and thrashing at something that's failing so miserably? While just this week, it was announced 94 of 99 counties in Iowa will not have a carrier at all. While in Michigan this year, individual policy premiums went up 20%. never mind deductibles and copays. While currently 26 million Americans do not have coverage, 19.2 million either claim a waiver or pay a penalty that last year was $3 billion. Yet somehow, the other side of the aisle claims the Affordable Care Act is some form of nirvana. The American Health Care Act guarantees issuance of coverage and targets assistance to those that have health challenges. In contrast to the Affordable Care Act that just thinks we should throw money at it. What amazes me in my first few months here in Congress is that there's a problem, we'll just throw money. The opposition wants a blank check, which will not work in this country, is going to kill this country. And let me suggest to my colleague from Michigan, my neighbor, that if he wants to schedule to go around the state and talk about the benefits of this program versus the Affordable Care Act, I will go with him. We will go anywhere he'd like to go. Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement from the Children's Hospital Association in opposition to this bill. I would like to insert a statement from Families USA in opposition to this bill, and a statement from the Association of American Medical Colleges in opposition to this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Ms. Sanchez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe we're here again to vote or not on the Republican care bill. Let me remind my colleagues that we are finally here only after Republicans failed to even hold a vote on March 24th and then offered extreme multiple amendments to appease the furthest right of their party. But I have to give it to them. It takes real cojones to stand here and vote on a bill that they know provides nearly zero health care benefits for the American people. It takes real fortitude and conviction to stand up for a bill that cuts coverage for 24 million Americans, guts Medicaid, reduces the solvency of Medicare, and segregates the sickest. Truth is, Republicans lack the bravery to call this bill what it really is, a massive tax cut for the rich on the backs of working mom and dads and the sick. They lack the integrity to do the hard work that it takes to craft an actual health care bill that would build upon current law and improve the health of Americans. I implore my colleagues to come to their senses, vote against this terrible bill, and work with us to continue to improve health care in this country for all Americans. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting also for my friends across the aisle to stand up and say that Obamacare is a failure. I guess they can't. The voters for the last 7 years have. The small business owners, an American entrepreneur, 2 special needs children, ACA's expensive nightmare. Both my husband and I are small business owners and must pay individual insurance. We're the highest deductible plan offered to us, a monthly premium over $1,000, outstanding medical bills that we struggle to pay off. We have seen our premium go up 14% in expense care, lab, etc. With all exceptions to the president is offering to his corporate friends, it's like us. We are the ones who get ignored. That's the true face of Obamacare. With that, I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remark.
Without objection.
Let me say how proud I am to see you in the chair on this historic day. You're doing a fine job. Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Representatives, mandates seldom work. Markets do work. My friends on the Democratic side of the aisle haven't pointed out that 19 million Americans have chosen to pay the tax penalty to the IRS rather than be forced into one of these Obamacare plans. They talk about all the people that have gotten coverage. Most of them got coverage when the bill that's now called Obamacare expanded Medicaid to healthy adults and paid 100% of the cost to cover those individuals at a cost right now of about $70 billion a year. Mandates don't work, markets do. I choose less government mandate, more personal freedom. Vote for the rule, vote for the bill. Let's restore markets and freedom to health care in America.
Reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Yesterday, Kate called my office worried for her son, who is 1 year old and was born with muscular dystrophy. He will need care for the rest of his life. Without the ban on pre-existing conditions, the cost of insurance for her son will be astronomical. She is paralyzed with fear about how she's going to be able to care for him for the rest of his life. Because under Trump Care, the health care bill written for Donald Trump and not the American people, insurance companies would be able to charge Kate's son more because he has a pre-existing condition. Imagine that. Her son's health care would be out of reach, his precious life endangered. That's unimaginably cruel, especially when we have a system in place right now that gets Kate's son the treatment he deserves. That's why I'm opposing this bill today. I cannot support a measure that we know will cost sick people more money, will force families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, will force 24 million people off their insurance, and guts essential health benefits. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this horrific bill today.
Gentlelady yields back her time. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe probably the reason they won't vote for it is they don't understand it, because pre-existing conditions are covered. If you have coverage now, nothing in our bill, no matter what would come from the state or anyone else, would lose the pre-existing conditions. There's multiple, but I guess it's just easier to talk your talking points and have your poster and go from there. With that, I speak 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
I, too, am a person with pre-existing conditions, and I believe it's not just something that I should do. It is a responsibility for me to be the staunchest advocate for people out there that have pre-existing conditions, and that is why I'm such an ardent supporter of this bill. I think every American and every person out there with pre-existing conditions should be asking themselves, how is it that they have coverage if every single insurance provider has pulled out of the market? If there's no entity to go out there and provide insurance, how is it that pre-existing conditions could possibly be covered? And I've had the question constantly, how is it so difficult for Republicans to get this bill passed, to get this through the floor? And the answer is this, and this is again the question that every American should be asking themselves. Who is it that's going out there and saying that pre-existing conditions won't be covered? It is the exact same group of people that went out there and lied to the face of every single American, telling them that if they liked their plan, they would keep their plan. If they liked their doctor, they would keep their doctor. That the average American family was going to save $2,500 or more on health insurance. That was a bold-faced lie, and it was orchestrated by architects who specifically went out with the intention to prey on the American people. That is who's going out there selling these lies against my party. And I resent that completely, because we have come up with a plan, with a strategy to go out there and save health care for the American people, and I couldn't be more proud of that.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
And maybe the gentleman hasn't been listening to all the organizations and healthcare advocates that who have come out strongly opposed to the Republican bill that I have read into the record, who know a lot more about healthcare than anybody in this House, who spend their lives protecting people and protecting people's health care rights. They are all in strong opposition to the Republican bill because you take away the protections for pre-existing conditions. Plain and simple. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
We began this debate listening to my friend from Texas talk about how he was humbled to be here today supporting the Republican bill. Well, frankly, I think he should be embarrassed. Embarrassed that my Republican colleagues are afraid to have a full, open, lengthy debate about these impacts. We're taking a consequential piece of legislation and we're jamming it through without a CBO score, so they don't know the impacts and we don't have the confidence. We do know, however, my friend from Massachusetts has read into the record item after item in the medical association, disease advocacy groups, the Association of Retired People. It's an honor roll of people who know about health care, who fought to preserve and protect and enhance, and they have no answer to refute this litany of experts who are independent, who are professional, who care. That is something that I think they should be ashamed of. They have had 7 years chipping away at the Affordable Care Act to try and make it worse. It still
Gentleman's time
is
has
supported
expired.
by people who know.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And their approach
The
should
gentleman
be rejected.
from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. House be in order. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American Public Health Association in strong opposition to the Republican bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
The Republican health care bill is reckless and heartless. It increases the cost of premiums and deductibles. It imposes an age tax on older Americans. It unravels protections for patients with pre-existing conditions. It eliminates maternity care, substance abuse treatment, prescription drug coverage, and it does away with lifetime limits and annual caps. President Trump's claim that people with pre-existing conditions will be covered, that is false, and it is a betrayal. And it will have threatening consequences for millions of Americans. It will cost lives. If this passes today, the American people should be in the street to call out the immorality of this legislation. They should decry this offense against humanity and this offense against the American people. And I call on the American people, do not let them get away with it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin. Who's that?
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Republicans' latest plan to dismantle the Affordable Care Act. After Republicans failed to earn the votes to pass their American Health Care Act in March, I thought that we could finally move forward to find bipartisan solutions to improving health care in America. Instead, Republicans have revived their partisan goal of ACA repeal by adding provisions that have made a bad bill even worse. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, the bill before us today will make Americans' health care worse in this country. This legislation will cause 24 million people to lose coverage while drastically increasing health care costs on everyday families. It eliminates federal safeguards to prevent insurers from charging older Americans higher premiums. It cuts essential health benefits like maternity care and prescription drugs. Further, it removes crucial patient protections that prevent discrimination against people with pre-existing conditions, leaving our most vulnerable populations with a false promise of sufficient coverage through these failed high-risk pools. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened that so many Republicans appear willing to place hollow partisan victories above the health of their constituents. I oppose the Republican AHCA in the strongest possible terms and urge all of my colleagues to put the health of Americans first.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, our friends across the aisle put partisan interest above the health of the American people, and we're seeing the results of that today. In fact, a small business owner from Missouri says, I recall the days before the ACA when we'd receive a 2-inch notebook that contained multiple quotes from different health insurance companies. Now our options are listed on a single legal-sized sheet of paper. We only received 3 quotes for 2017, and just 2 of them were adequate for our region. In 2013, our insurance costs were $180,000 for 92 lives with $2,000 deductible. In 2016, we paid $252,000 for just 61 lives who faced $5,000 deductibles. Our options are dwindling, our costs are skyrocketing, our employees are ultimately suffering because of the ACA. Again, a defense of the defenseless or a positive solution for America. That is what we're offering. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a half a minute to the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Analysis of health insurance coverage for the past 30 years, analyses of data from the New England Journal of Medicine show that for every 455 people who are insured, one life will be saved. With the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, it is estimated that 43,956 people a year will die. Long live the Republican Party. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Reserve.
Well, the gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a half a minute to the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh.
The gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump was elected by rural America. This bill betrays rural America 3 ways. Health care, 24 million plus are going to lose their health care, many of them in rural America. Second, it takes health care dollars and it turns it into a tax cut, $7 million for the wealthiest families in this, 400 families in this country. And then third, the tenet of rural America is we are in it together. And that means if you're born with a pre-existing condition, you have a pre-existing condition, we're going to be there for you. This bill turns its back on rural America, the people who stand up for one another and believe we are in it together. You're not on your own. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate it, but it is amazing the concern for rural health care now under Obamacare when much of rural America has been down to one provider. That's not a choice. With this, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to this debate and I'm hearing a lot of demagoguery and no solutions. No solutions for people who have seen skyrocketing premiums. No solutions for people who have lost their health care plans. No solutions for people who have lost their doctors. No solutions for people with pre-existing conditions who are subject to the same skyrocketing premiums as everybody else. No solutions for people with pre-existing conditions who don't even have an insurer in their exchanges. I, too, have a pre-existing condition. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm in the individual market. I'm seeing the same skyrocketing premiums as everybody else. We are moving legislation today that will not only protect those with pre-existing conditions, but will work to bring down premiums. Importantly, those defending this legislation had a goal: single-payer, socialized medicine, and this legislation will stop it. Vote for this legislation, save our health care system, and have a much better result for the American people. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire of the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
I'm still waiting on a couple more, but we're ready whenever you are.
I'm not really prepared to close because we have a ton more to say, but we're out of time.
As I said, Mr. McGovern, it's your time to manage. You feel free to do it as you see fit.
Well, given the fact there were no hearings or anything else, it would have been nice to have a little bit more time. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman is recognized for the remaining time.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule that would change the rules of the House to prevent this bill or any other health care related legislation from being considered if it does not have a CBO cost estimate, or if it would deny health coverage or require higher premiums due to pre-existing conditions, impose lifetime limits on health coverage, prevent individuals under age 26 from being covered under their parents' plan, reduce the number of people receiving health care under the Affordable Care Act, increase costs to seniors by reopening the donut hole and raising prescription drug costs, require people to pay for preventive services, including cancer screenings, reduce Medicare solvency or change the Medicare guarantee, or reduce federal taxes on the 1% of the population with the highest incomes, or increase taxes on the 80% of hardworking Americans earning moderate to low incomes. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, none of us on this side are claiming that the Affordable Care Act is perfect. In fact, for 7 years, we have been prepared to work with with our Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way to make it even better, to cover more people, to find ways to lower costs. But for 7 years, my Republicans colleagues had no interest in doing that. All they wanted to do is repeal the bill, repeal the bill, repeal the bill, and offer no alternative. Now we see their alternative, and it's an awful alternative. It is a disaster. It is an alternative that came not out of a deliberative process, but out of some back room somewhere. People haven't even read this bill. They don't even know what it does because we're not even waiting for a CBO score. This is a pathetic process that everybody should be ashamed of. And let me just say, to claim or to imply that the Republican plan covers people with pre-existing conditions, it is a lie. It is a lie. And let's be honest about it. This does not cover people with pre-existing conditions. And to come on the floor and say it does to try to fool people, well, you may get away with it in the short term. You may get a headline. But I'll tell you, people will figure out soon enough when they're denied health care coverage, when they see their costs rise and rise and rise. To have a health care bill that throws 24 million Americans off of health insurance, you should be ashamed. You know, to have a health care bill that cuts Medicaid by $880 billion so you give a tax cut to the wealthiest people in this country, you should be ashamed. And I spent a good deal of my time reading letters from organizations like the National Farmers Union, the AARP, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, Paralyzed Veterans of America, March of Dimes, the American Medical Association, on and on and on. Organizations that have dedicated their lives to help people in this country that know something about this subject. And when it comes down to who do I trust, them or you, on whether or not your bill covers people with pre-existing conditions, there's no contest. I trust them. They see what you're trying to do. They understand that this bill is a fraud. It is unconscionable to not only me and to people on our side, but to people who are watching this debate, Democrats and Republicans and independents alike, that we would be spending time debating a health care bill that will make life worse for people in this country. You know, any kind of health care bill that came to this floor ought to be about expanding coverage and lowering costs. We want to work with you on that. And instead, you come to a bill that's going to rip health care away from tens of millions of people. How can you do this? How can you do this to the American people? How can you do this to your constituents? This is a terrible, terrible bill. You should vote no on it, or better yet, pull it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. House will be in order. House will be in order. The House will be in order. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from Georgia has 1 minute and 3/4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield.
The gentleman is recognized.
I tell you, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen for the last few minutes, I'd probably get up and cheer too, because now you look at it this way. You know what they want to claim is a disaster or recognize as a disaster? They didn't recognize 7 years ago. They chose to cram it down the Americans' throat, and for 7 years the American people have said, no, stop it. We don't want a health care system from government that takes freedom away from us, that removes it from us. We've been presented with a list of letters on saying folks who are against this bill. Well, it's just a quick reminder to those, Mr. Speaker, who may be wanting to remember some of these same folks were the same folks who said Obamacare was great, who gave letters of support. I guess they're trying to cover up for 7 years of their first mistake. When we understand this, let's go to some experts in the system. I'll just clarify them as experts, Mr. Speaker. President Bill Clinton calling Obamacare last year the craziest thing in the world. You know, he summed it up pretty well. Because what summed up here is they forgot the American people. Republicans have decided that we're going to put the American people back in control. We're not going to continue to help and hear from Pam in Nebraska, who for self-employed lost their insurance 4 times under Obamacare, twice because of the Nebraska failed startup. If we want to talk about misleading the American people, it started 7 years ago and it ends today. It ends today. The American people deserve better. They've been thrown under the bus for 7 years. They deserve an insurance market that is open, that is accessible, that does cover pre-existing conditions. If you want the deception, follow the other side. You want the truth, follow this side. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
If I had to defend the last 7 and offer nothing into the faces of these, yeah, I would have been hysterical on the floor this morning too. And that's exactly what we've seen. So for those who may be, it's time to vote yes on the rule, yes on this bill, and start giving back to America the liberty and freedom for a health care system that is the best in the world and has been attacked for 7 years. Again, that ends today. And with that, I yield back and move the previous question.
House will be in order. The question is on order, and the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 8 and Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adopting the resolution if ordered and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. This is a 15-minute vote.
Honored they gave me a shirt. Teams 26 is in honor of the 26 children the 20 children and 6 teachers who were killed at Sandy Hook School. Every year, this bicycle ride starts in this area, in the Washington area, and bikes up to Newtown. It's a constant reminder and inspiration. The question that people asked at the time, well, if they're going to kill 20 little children in first grade, that must have a reaction in Congress. Of course, it did not. 20 children, 6 of their brave teachers and supervisors. So, again, we'll never forget, we'll never stop our work on this subject. And even today, a day where the focus is on the Republican attempts to take health care away, we will keep the focus on just give us a vote. We think that there is bipartisan support for background checks in the Congress. We have bipartisan support that we know of. We just want them to give us a vote. I keep reminding my colleagues, if this is about their political survival means nothing compared to the survival of 20 children in first grade in Newtown and their teachers. Today, as you know, with only hours' notice and no CBO to score, Republicans are maliciously, again, attempting to destroy health care and coverage for the American people. This is really almost, I would say, a welcome debate. I would hope that they realize that this is really bad for the country, but I do say that it is good in one respect. It's going to provide a great civics lesson for America. Let's face it, as important as we think we are when we're in Congress, most people don't even know who their congressperson is in many places. And now they'll find out. They will find out that their congressperson voted to take away their health care. They will find out that their congressperson forced families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket costs. They will find out that their congressperson said it's okay to take health care away from 24 million people, and this could mean you. They will find out that their congressperson voted to gut key protections. Trump Care destroys protections for pre-existing conditions. Yes, it does. But not only that, it got essential health benefits such as maternity care, prenatal, health, prescription drug, and emergency coverage. The list goes on and on. And they will find out that they're between 50 and 64, that their congressperson voted to make them pay a premium 5 times higher than others pay for health coverage, no matter how healthy they are. And they will find out that in addition to that crushing age tax, that it steals from Medicare. You know, most Americans will say, don't mess with my Medicare. They're messing with the Medicare. So that's what they are doing today. And all of this, for what purpose? All of this to give a $600 billion transfer of money from working families to the richest corporations and people in our country. That's why they're timing it this way, in time to get that money to give a tax cut. It's really stunning. And that's why I'm so pleased that so many organizations have made their voices heard on this. I just want to spend half a moment, really, on this bill. The first bill, 56-17, the American people disapproved of it. So they couldn't pass it. So what did they do? Make matters worse. They went further to the left. So while they eventually got a CBO report on their first bill, when a CBO report comes out on this, it's going to be even worse because the bill goes in the wrong direction. And in terms of the fraudulent representation that they're making, that this is about pre-existing conditions protect, they are, it's so untrue. Let me just quote some people. Now, Republicans, again, are fraudulently claiming the Upton Amendment covers Americans with pre-existing conditions. It does not. Robert Grabois, a healthcare expert at the Conservative Mercatus Center, said
The amendment at hand focuses on high-risk pools, but the $8 billion amount is a pittance. Spread over 5 years, it's a fifth of a pittance. You have the President of the United States saying it's more money than we need. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. And then Karen Politz, the healthcare expert at the Kaiser Family Foundation, she said it would cover the cost for only 1% of those in the individual market. 1%. They're big on 1%, whether it's money for the 1% or health care for the 1%, the 1%, where we'd like that to be 100%. Under Trump care, Americans with pre-existing conditions will be pushed off their insurance, segregated into high-risk pools, and they will face soaring costs, worse coverage, and restricted care. It's serious, and it's very frightening. This disastrous bill has been condemned by almost everyone. They have no support. And let me just read you a list of some. And I think you have, or whether you have it there or electronically, but among the list, American Medical Association, American Cancer Society, American Diabetes Association, the American Heart Association, American Lung Association, American Society of Clinical Oncology, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, AIDS United, the Children's Hospital Association, AARP, the March of Dimes. The list goes on and on and on. But Trump care was never about strengthening the health care of the American people. It was all about a tax break for the wealthiest people in our country. As I said, the CBO score for the original Trump care bill was devastating enough. Forcing a vote without an updated CBO score shows that the Republicans are terrified. They're terrified of the facts of what that CBO report would say. They're afraid of the truth of what it means to American people, and people are understanding what this means to them. And they're afraid that American people will realize that they're destroying health care just because they're going to have a tax break to the high end. The biggest transfer of wealth, one of the biggest transfers of wealth in our history, Robin Hood in reverse, from middle class and those who aspire to it, to the wealthiest. Republicans are in a lose-lose situation. They lose if they don't bring it up and win, and it doesn't win. They really lose if they pass it, because then you can clearly say this is not an intention, this is a decision that they have made and acted upon, voted upon, and it is not, they are deluding themselves into thinking that they can hide the truth or hide from their constituents when they take their votes. So we welcome them to this great civics class. As you can see, since the election, there's been a heightened interest in what goes on in public policy and how it affects people in their personal lives. We look forward to having that debate. Any questions? Yes, ma'am?
You wrote in a Dear Colleague letter last night
yes.
encouraging members of the Democratic Party to be on the floor
yes.
to vote. Are you encouraging any sort of disruptions of some sort or something like that?
No. Any disruption would only give them more time to try to get their votes, which they may or may not have, but no. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. A lot of members that I've spoken to, Republican members this week, have said these are people who were kind of on the fence, that they're trusting the Senate to promise to fix things once it gets to the Senate. Yes, on that. I was wondering, do you think there's any chance this bill can be improved in the Senate?
Well, let me just say that they have this vote tattooed on them. This is a scar they will carry. So it's their vote. It's not the Senate vote. It's their vote they are taking. So that is really a poor choice, cowardly choice, I might add. Why would they vote for it if they don't think it's worthy of support because the Senate will change it? From what I hear the Republican senators saying, that they don't have any interest in passing this bill as is. You know. And by the way, whatever happens down the road, the members of the House Republican caucus will be forever identified with the worst aspects of the bill they passed. Yes, sir.
I'm wondering what lessons you might have learned from the omnibus negotiations that might apply to the fiscal 18 spending bills that are coming up, particularly with regards to dealing with the Republican Congress and the Republican White House.
There's only one lesson that matters. You have to know how to count dollars and count votes. The Republicans were aware of the fact that what did they get, 131 votes on the omnibus yesterday. You need 218. They knew they needed Democratic votes to pass the bill. And you also need to be sensitive to what the Senate may do in order to take up a bill. So it is, it's something I think they probably learned, and some of them have it on ease with. 101 of them voted against the bill to keep government open. Now, that's part of their history. They're part of their history that 101 people would vote against the bill that's main purpose was to keep government open as it meets the needs of the American people. I remind you that in 2013, some of the people who were in the administration, then Congressman Mulvaney, then Congressman Price, voted to shut down government. In fact, Mulvaney was one of the ringleaders. And when the bill came up to open up government 17 days later, the vote was actually 16 days later to open up on the 17th day, 144 Republicans voted to keep government shut down. So if there's any lesson, I mean, I'm never surprised at anything here, so you have to know that. But what's important to note as you observe this is that there's a recognition of a strong number of Republicans who have a very easy comfort level in shutting government down. So that just empowers us. Yes.
Do you think today's vote is going to cost Republicans a majority?
This isn't about politics. This is about the American people. It's about a pillar of economic and health success, a health security for America's families, Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act. For them to, in a very cavalier way, was really a stupid bill. It is a bill of deconstruction of government. It's not a bill of saying we have a better way to do this. They're saying we don't want to do this. So that will be up to the American people. But as I say, the American people have a heightened awareness of what's going on here. You've seen them march. You've seen them go to town meetings. You've seen them go to the airports. You've seen many things. And they are paying attention. And you know what they're learning? Who their congressperson is. And that isn't always something to be taken for granted. Sometimes people say to me, when Barbara Boxer and I both represented the districts that we do that are part of, Barbara, Senator, represented as a congresswoman part of San Francisco, people would come up to me and say, you never send me anything. I'm so disappointed. You never send me things. I never hear from you. I said, well, do you live in my district? And they say, yes, I live in your district. And then they say, and I hear from Barbara Boxer all the time. So they're going to know whose district they're in. We have a little habit of whoever's here first.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. And then you.
Just going back to health care, it's obvious that a lot of Americans are not too excited with this Republican bill. We've seen that in polling. But a lot of Americans still want to see changes to the health care system in America.
Of course.
Do you feel like the move for Democrats now is to make single payer a plank in the 2018 platform?
No, I don't. I think I was carrying around single-payer signs probably before you were born, so I understand that aspiration. But when we passed our bill, while we didn't get public option, which if I were jamming the bill, as I'm accused of doing, we would have had. We won it in the House. We couldn't get it in the Senate. We mitigated for many of the provisions that were there. So I say to people, if you want that, do it in your states. States are laboratories. It can work out. It is the least expensive, less administrative way to go about this, but it is the comfort level with a broader base of the American people is not there yet. Doesn't mean it couldn't be. States are a good place to start. But I'm not here today to write the Democratic platform for 3.5 years from now. But I thank you for your question, as I say, as one who was in the streets with single payer over 30 years ago. Okay, then you. Okay.
Sequestration spending levels are set to return in fiscal 2018 if we
Yes.
don't see another bipartisan budget agreement.
Yeah.
Can you give us an indication of when those talks might begin, who might lead those talks for Democrats, and what the key positions for Democrats will be?
Well, you know, again, we're in the appropriation process for 2018. You know, this was just to finish off 2017. And I have always said, as an appropriator myself, left to their own devices, the appropriators can find common ground, respectful of people. We grant people their position, and then you negotiate, get the votes. That's those within the the different groups within the appropriations bills, the different subcommittees of appropriation. That is ongoing, and I was concerned about the president's statement is what this country needs is a good shutdown. What? Do you have any idea what the consequences are of a shutdown, and why glorify it? But it is a sentiment shared by many people in the Congress. So it's ongoing. Again, as I said to you all along, if you were here, in the course of the consideration for what we just passed yesterday, I always had confidence in the appropriators. It's a place where you try to act, work in the most bipartisan way. Yes, sir. Okay.
Madam Leader, I wonder how you view the process here. Back when the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act was moving through Congress, you were shepherding it through Congress as Speaker. The mantra was read the bill. Republicans excoriated you for backroom deals, what they considered backroom deals, for rushing the bill to the floor in their estimation.
Yeah.
Last night the bill was made public at about 8 o'clock. Today there's a vote. Do you feel vindicated, or what's your take on this?
Well, first let me say that I do not stipulate to the set of facts you presented as, you're right, that's what the Republicans said. They were wrong, it isn't what happened. For 1 year, we worked on the bill, hundreds of hours of hearings and markups, all public, considering hundreds of amendments, some Democratic, some Republican. Some we accepted on both sides, and some we modified, and some we rejected of Democrats and Republican amendments. The process for us was to build consensus in our caucus and to try to accommodate what some of the Republicans were putting forth. The bill that we ended up with is a Republican initiative. The idea of an individual mandate. That's Romney Care. That's what Heritage. What's the founded one of those things? One of the conservative think tanks. That was their idea. The individual mandate. No free riders. That's the words of Romney. So when the president had his first meeting, I think it was in March of 2009, bipartisan way, all the stakeholders there, from providers, insurers, pharmaceuticals, Democrats, Republicans, House, Senate, from that time was 1 year before we brought a bill to the floor. And part of it was, not because the Republicans were saying it, but because it's the way we do things. We had a very intense drilling down on every word in the bill so that members knew what it was that was proposed, what it was that was settled on, so that they knew what they were voting for. And that was historic. It was the reading of the bill and then the Q&A about what the ramifications were of that. You can ask John Larson. He was chair of the caucus at the time. Many, many, many hours. So, I thank you for your question. It gets me another time to kind of set the record straight if anybody wants to know that. It was completely different. And we could never, our party is a consensus-building party. We could never have passed a bill that I said, tomorrow morning you're going to vote on this. That's just not the Democratic Party. It might be the Republican Party. So, but you point out the hypocrisy of what they are doing. Hours. From last night to today, a matter of hours, not even a full day, they're putting forth a bill. Some of the members, one of the members is quoted and saying, read the bill? No. Some of my staff have read part of it. Others have read others of it. No, I don't think any members have read the whole bill. That's what staff is for. That was one of the Republican members. So this is, I always find with the Republicans, including the President of the United States, that their modus operandi is to project. We're going to say about you what it's probably likely we would do ourselves. And that's what they did. They put forth a bill, no CBO report, where they were demanding one for us, and we were demanding it ourselves. So it was like, yeah, of course we'll have a CBO report. We can't ask our members to vote for something that they don't know what it is. And so, yeah, no, let's be gentle and say it's totally inconsistent and, shall we say, a softening of their a sottovoce, as we would say in Italian, of their loud voices, that they had to have a CBO report, and you had to have 3 days' notice, and you would always have transparency, and everyone would read the bill. But you know what? That's incidental. What is important is that the consequence of it. The American people will not know at the time of this vote what the cost it is in terms of coverage and in terms of their out-of-pocket, their the tax on them, what it does to Medicare, that it does not cover pre-existing conditions, no matter how many times they say it. And that, and so we have to stay focused on that, on the substance of it, not the process. But the process affects what the public knows, and transparency is a big thing. And now the public knows who their congressperson is and what he or she did in their interest or in the interest of providing a tax break for the wealthiest people in our country. I think the speaker's coming in off 2 minutes, right? So anyway, yes, sir, one more, yes.
Quickly, in the middle of this debate, a lot of the insurance companies have pulled out of Obamacare. And
Some have.
Virginia just today, Iowa this week. Do you see those decisions as coincidental? A lot of Republicans are pointing to those decisions as the reason that they're flipping their votes this week.
Well, you know, let me just say this. The Republicans in Congress are a yes for transfer of wealth from the middle class to the top, to the wealthiest corporations and people in our country. Everything else is an excuse. Well, I was a no until I found out that they were going to cover 1% of the people on pre-existing conditions. Oh, really? That's a reason to change? That's a reason to stay a no. So there's a lot of, shall we say, kabuki here. But the kabuki doesn't kind of play back home, and we're going to make sure that people are aware of the inconsistency of it all. One of the first companies to pull out Humana, they had 157,000 policyholders. 157,000. Press made it look like the sun, the moon, and the stars. Part of the unease of some of the insurance companies now relates to the fact that there's uncertainty as whether the president will cover the cost that are there. And hopefully he will do the responsible thing because it's only going to cost the taxpayer more if he doesn't. I don't think they were totally aware of that. When I said to them, it's going to cost the taxpayer more. And they said, no, we're going to save money because we're not covering. I said, no, you're going to lose money because you have to increase the subsidies.
But you don't think it's political calculation on behalf of the companies themselves?
So you'd have to ask them, but I think they would like to stay in, but they have to have a little more certainty. One of the reasons when we talk about single payer and we talk about the bill, this was a market-oriented bill. You have to have some certainty in the marketplace for people to stay. If you don't want that, you go to single payer or public option. But the fact is, this is a private sector initiative with an individual mandate, and it works, unless you as the majority in the White House decide that you're going to place uncertainty as to whether the funds will continue to flow, and whether you're going to stop funding navigators to reach out to people to sign up, to do the outreach, to increase the pool, which always makes the pool healthier and the cost lower, some of those kinds of things. Okay? Well, it's going to be an interesting day. Ms.
Do you have any conversations with the Republican colleagues over the last couple hours that lead you to hold out hope that there might not be enough votes to pass this bill? Or is it a done deal in your opinion?
Hope that they don't want to tattoo themselves with a bill that will forever be held against them? No. There are people who have said to me, why do you keep stopping this, trying to stop this bill? Let them pass it. Now, I don't like that because we're first and foremost looking out for the American people. But as has been indicated, there's very little chance that this bill will be passed by the Senate. So they're making a very bad move. I'm easy either way. Well, if they do it, it gives us a chance to say, okay, public, this is what they have done. This isn't what we said they would do or you thought they might. This is what they have done. And so that's important. And it's important for our country, for our democracy, for people to understand what Martin Luther King, and I'll end with this. Martin Luther King said, the ballot, the ballot, the ballot, legislation, 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 your life, your life, your life. People have to see that elections have ramifications in their lives. And this is probably one of the most personal manifestations of that connection between the ballot and their lives. But Martin Luther King also said, of all the forms of injustice and inequality, the most shocking and unfair is the inequality in health care because people can die. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you to all who are making this possible. And thank you, of course, to our President Trump, and this incredible privilege that we have today. And finally, to just say thank you, God, for your indescribable gift, the gift of prayer, the gift of access to our Creator, to Almighty God. And I'd love to celebrate that with this prayer that Jesus taught us to pray, and invite you to join me in your heart or even with your voice if you want to at some point in this song. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you so much.
All right, and for those of you just joining us, we are awaiting President Trump's signing of an executive order, the Religious Liberty Executive Order. Stay tuned for that. We're live at the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Paula White.
Good morning. It is so good to have all of our guests, our distinguished guests, and especially our cabinet members here with us today. Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Ross, Secretary Shulkin, Secretary Carson, Secretary Price, Secretary Acosta, and Secretary Perdue. The Bible says in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and heal their land." It's within this spirit that I welcome you to the 66th Annual National Day of Prayer commemoration. Though this year, the event begins at the Rose Garden in the White House. Each year on the first Thursday of May, by an act of Congress and by an annual proclamation of the President, our nation is called together to pray. This is a very...
All right, we may go back to this when President Trump starts speaking. In the meantime, though, we're going to take you to the House floor. They continued the debate over health care.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson. 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Texas. The Senate never quits. When Obamacare was passed in 2010, the Senate Democrats refused to use Obamacare for their personal insurance. Most Americans know what's good for the goose is good for the gander. My staff, my family, and I have been on Obamacare since day one. Incredibly, the Senate is at it again. They don't want the American Health Care Act to apply to them because it's not right. They're special. And so they put in a clause to exempt Congress from the American Health Care Act so they can filibuster the health care bill. That dog didn't hunt in 2010. It ain't hunting in 2017. If it's good for the American people, our bosses, it's good for their servants, Congress, us. Urge my colleagues to be true public servants. Vote for H.R. 2192. I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Texas that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with diabetes and
Lady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
The American Health Care Act was pulled from the House floor in March because the American people realized it was a deeply flawed bill. That bill would have ripped health care coverage away from 24 million of our constituents. For those lucky enough to maintain coverage, the bill would have massively raised premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket costs. The crushing age tack of the bill would force older adults to pay astronomically high premiums. So what did the majority do in the last 6 weeks? They made the bill worse. The MacArthur Amendment lets states opt out of the essential benefits of the ACA. Not only would this jeopardize insurance availability for the 1/3 of Americans who have pre-existing conditions, it would let insurance companies deny coverage altogether for maternity, for emergency room, for mental health, and for other essential benefits. And because the MacArthur Amendment eliminates community ratings, everybody's insurance costs would skyrocket. I'm going to tell you something. My Republican colleagues are going to be really, really sorry that they rushed this bill to the floor before they got an amended CBO score. And the reason is, when we do get this, and make no mistake, we will get this, they are going to find out that many more millions of people besides the 24 million people originally who are going to lose their insurance are going to be shocked to wake up to find out if this Trump care bill passes, many millions more will lose their coverage. I urge a no vote on this poorly conceived legislation.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to recognize
Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I rise today in support of H.R. 2192 to ensure members of Congress and staff are not exempt from the American Health Care Act. Making good on our word, this legislation will be passed alongside the American Health Care Act and fixes a technical error made to comply with Senate rules. In our country, lawmakers are not above the law. Elected officials and the people we represent should have the same health care, period. As an original co-sponsor of H.R. 2192, I believe this is common sense. It's straightforward legislation, and it is necessary as a companion bill to the American Health Care Act. It's really quite simple. Congress should live by the same laws it creates. When the American Health Care Act becomes law, members of Congress and staff will have the same health care as the American people. I urge by passage of H.R. 2192 in conjunction with the American Health Care Act, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Florida that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 3,116,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Florida. And now I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Doyle.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the past 7 years, we've had 62 votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but Republicans have never once put a plan on the floor for the American people. Well, today, we all get a chance to go on record as where we stand on this bill, this shameful, cruel bill. Here are the facts. 24 million Americans are going to lose their insurance if this bill becomes law. Over $839 billion gets cut out of the Medicaid program. The essential benefit package in states wiped out. In my state, it's taking care of people with mental illness and opioid addiction. Gone. This takes $117 billion out of the Medicare Trust Fund. This is a health care bill. This is really a tax bill masquerading as a health care bill. The plan here is to take this money out of the health care system and use it for tax cuts. That's what this bill is going to do. This creates a survival of the fittest health care for America. If you are young, if you are healthy, if you are wealthy, this bill's for you. You're going to do okay. But woe if you are old, if you are sick, if you are poor. There's no coverage in this bill for you. If you have a young child with cancer, guess what? Those benefits aren't going to be paid. You're going to run out of benefits. These high-risk pools are a sham. They are not adequately funded.
Mr. Speaker, let me yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
And, Mr. Speaker, I wish to now speak to the underlying MacArthur amendment that the McSally bill is here to modify. And the MacArthur amendment specifically would allow states to waive 3 of Obamacare's costliest mandates. Let me stress that again. It would allow states, not require states, it would allow states to waive 3 of Obamacare's costliest mandates: essential health benefits, age rating, and community rating. In waiving these federal mandates, health insurers would not be allowed to discriminate by gender or pre-existing condition, and no one would be denied coverage, period. And here's how it works. A state may apply to waive essential health benefits or to increase the age rating ratio from the bill's underlying 5-to-1 ratio. They may also change the way individuals who have not maintained continuous coverage are charged for their health care plan, but only if the state has a risk-sharing program in place, like the federal Invisible Risk-Sharing Program established by the Palmer-Schweikert Amendment. In order to receive a waiver, a state must explain to the Secretary of Health and Human Services how the program will reduce average premiums for patients, increase enrollment for residents, stabilize the state's health insurance market, stabilize premiums for individuals living with pre-existing conditions, or increase the patient's health care options. It is important to note that in order for, in providing assistance to reduce premiums or other out-of-pocket costs, individuals who may be subject to an increase in their monthly premiums because they reside in a state with an approved waiver, have a pre-existing condition, are uninsured because they have not maintained continuous coverage, and they purchase health insurance in the individual market. For those individuals, there will be $138 billion to assist with premium assistance. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms.
Gentleman
Schakowsky.
from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Understand this. The Republicans planned to exempt members of Congress from the provisions of Trump Care until they got caught. So here are 5 numbers that show just how deadly and dangerous the Republican bill is. 24 million, the number of children, adults, and veterans whose health insurance will be ripped away. $880 billion, the size of the cut of Medicaid, the cuts to Medicaid, threatening health care and long-term care for 74 million people, pregnant women and children, the elderly, and the disabled. $600 billion, that's the tax cut that goes to millionaires and billionaires and corporations. 758%. That's the premium increase a 64-year-old making $26,000 a year will pay because of the Republican age tax. 17%, that's the percent of Americans who supported Trump Care before they made it worse. The Republicans' attempt to improve Trump Care is like trying to douse a dumpster fire with gasoline. This bill is a disaster, and anyone who votes for it does so at their extreme peril. The American people are watching, and they will not forget. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point out within the state of Illinois there were 8 plans in 2015. There are 5 plans in 2017 with a 57% increase in premiums. It's now my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me time to speak up. I too agree that members of Congress should be subject to the same rules and laws that the American people are. And so I support my colleague, Ms. McSally, in this legislation. But, you know, I want to speak to the bigger, broader issue here. my colleague from Pennsylvania said, what about that family with that kid that has cancer? Where was my colleague and the friends on the other side of the aisle when Obamacare resulted in millions of policy cancellations and millions of Americans losing their coverage because of the broken promises? Where was my colleagues and the Democrats when millions of Americans were forced out of work because of the job-killing policies of Obamacare? Let me tell you something. The American people remembered that, and that's what happened in 2010. We didn't hide in a back room to get what we're doing today done. We've been working on it for 6 years, and we're going to get it done today. We're going to meet the promises that we made to the American people, and starting today, Obamacare is on its way out the door.
Time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Speaker, I remind my colleague pre-existing conditions. And now I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr.
Gentleman from North
Butterfield.
Carolina is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. So you've been working on it for 6 years. My information is that you posted this bill at 8 o'clock last night. The Congressional Budget Office has not given it a score. For hardworking Americans who have pre-existing conditions, and that's what my colleagues need to understand. If you are an average 40-year-old adult with a pre-existing condition and have diabetes, your premiums will rise $400 a month, it is estimated. If you have rheumatoid arthritis, $800 a month. And heaven forbid if you have some pre-existing condition and in the Senate. This is a political stunt to save face with your right-wing base. You know it, and we know it. If this wasn't so serious, affecting the economy and the affordability of insurance, I would say just go on and do it, because you will lose your opportunity to serve in this House, and you will ultimately lose the majority. Don't do it. Forget about politics. But think about the 24 million Americans who will not be able to afford health insurance coverage. That's why the American Medical Association, AARP, Nurses Association, and all of the other stakeholder groups have pleaded with you. They have called your office. They have written you letters. They have written us letters. Don't do it. I ask you to vote no on this ill-conceived legislation. I yield
Time's
back.
expired, and the gentlemen and members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. All times. Gentleman from Texas.
And Mr. Speaker, directed to the chair, I would just make note of the fact in North Carolina there were 3 plans offered in 2015, down to 2 plans in 2017, premium increase of 82%. It is now my pleasure to recognize another member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, regardless of the myths being spun by the other side of the aisle that refuse to read 129 pages of a bill, the Affordable Care Act is anything but affordable. My constituents have been asking for relief from this collapsing law for years. They can no longer afford to pay more for less, and refusing to act is not an option. Under Obamacare, out-of-pocket expenses have skyrocketed, not just for people on exchanges, but for all patients. Premium increases are nearly 4 times larger than previously projected. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, seem content with the current flawed system which puts the government in charge of people's health and promises coverage that is going away. Let's vote to increase choice, lower costs, enhance protections, truly cover pre-existing conditions, and get Washington out of the way so that patients and their doctors are once again at the center of health care decisions. Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Michigan that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for those who are pregnant in Michigan by $13,790 per year. And now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Metsui.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are turning their backs on the American people today. There are no guarantees with this bill. This bill will raise costs for families, penalize people nearing retirement with an age tax, and rip coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. And if that wasn't bad enough, this revised Trump Care bill guts protections for people with pre-existing conditions. People like Cameron, who was diagnosed with cancer at 24 years old. Because of the Affordable Care Act, he was able to access coverage and attend graduate school. Now, of course, he has a pre-existing condition. This is personal for Cameron and millions more. Mr. Speaker, lives are on the line. I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to vote no on this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to recognize another valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Carter of Georgia, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the American Health Care Act. For the last 7 years, I've watched Obamacare crush the health care system that I worked in for more than 30 years. At home in Georgia, 96 counties have only one choice on the exchange. That's not a choice. Obamacare has failed, and the American Health Care Act is critical to resuscitate our health care system and move it in a direction where patients, families, and doctors are making decisions, not the federal government and bureaucrats sitting behind a desk in Washington. The American people need and deserve better, and that is why we must pass the American Health Care Act. This legislation guts Obamacare and rebuilds a system that will deliver the choice and control that patients need and deserve, all while ensuring that health insurers will not be allowed to discriminate by gender or pre-existing conditions, and no one will be denied coverage, period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Georgia that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,791,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Georgia. And now I yield 1.5 minutes to the vice-ranking member of our committee, Ms. Castor.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This bill will be devastating to families all across America. The Republican bill rips coverage away from millions of Americans. The last projection was 24 million. They didn't wait for the new projection, which is going to be much higher. The Republican bill hurts Medicare. It shortens the life of the Medicare Trust Fund just when we have more baby boomers retiring and calling on Medicare. It imposes a huge age tax because it makes affordable insurance much less affordable if you're about age 50 or older. And a dirty little secret here that most people have not discussed is the harm it does to the Medicaid guarantee. For over 50 years in America, we've said if you're disabled, if you have a family member with Alzheimer's, if you have a child with a complex expensive. That is one of the fundamental guarantees of Medicaid for 50 years. They take that away and go to the heart of the medical care that's provided under Medicaid as well. It's shameful. But it got worse. As we approached this day, they didn't have the votes, so they made it worse by going to the heart of the Affordable Care Act, which ended discrimination against our neighbors with a pre-existing condition. They also said essential health benefits are not going to matter. What good is an insurance policy if you buy it and you can't go to the emergency room?
Gentleman from Texas.
We've got to vote no on this bill.
From Texas.
We've got to fight back against this power play, this crass power play that transfers all of the money to the wealthiest in this country. Vote no.
Gentlelady is no longer under recognition, and the chair would ask members to respect the gavel and the time yielded. Gentleman from Texas.
And, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that in the state of Florida, there were 10 insurance plans available in the individual market in 2015, down to 5 plans in 2017, with a 24% premium increase. It is now my pleasure to recognize a very valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Collins of New York, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the past 7 years, of this body has the opportunity to do just that. We have the chance to eliminate excruciating mandates and taxes that are suffocating our economy and marketplaces. Under Obamacare, premiums have increased by over 37% since 2014, and 1/3 of counties in this country have only one insurance provider. 4.7 million Americans were kicked off the insurance coverage they wanted to maintain, despite President Obama's promise that if you like your health care plan, you can keep it. But today, we have the chance to lower premiums, increase competition amongst insurance providers, and improve access to health insurance for all Americans. And we finally have the chance to formally reject an unprecedented government overreach into health care and take the first step towards giving patients control over their own health. In Western New York, this bill will relieve county governments in New York of a $2.3 billion unfunded mandate forced onto county taxpayers by the governor of New York, and will substantially reduce the tax burdens of property owners across New York State. This one provision of the American Health Care Act will save taxpayers in the 8 counties that I represent over $470 million a year. This is a game changer for local New York governments and restores a fundamental tenet of representative democracies, that the level of government that makes the decision about spending should be responsible for raising those funds. I'm proud to stand up for Western New Yorkers whose voices have been silenced for too long. And I am proud to vote for the freedom, fiscal responsibility, and local decision-making this bill guarantees.
Gentleman's time has
I urge
expired.
all my colleagues to do the same, and I yield
Gentleman
back.
from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from New York that his vote for this bill will to yield a minute and a half to a champion from New York, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank you. I rise today in strong opposition to the American Health Care Act. This dangerous and destructive bill leaves 24 million Americans without coverage. It will cause the uninsured rate from my district in Brooklyn, New York, to skyrocket to over 12% and leaves over 400,000 Brooklynites in my district without coverage. Because of the severe cuts to Medicaid, this bill will also put people in a terrible position of having to choose between being able to eat, being able to obtain life-sustaining medication, or visiting their doctors. Which one do you, Mr. Speaker, suggest they choose? For most Americans, Medicaid benefits are not the end goal, but rather provides temporary support. And for seniors, Medicaid can mean the difference between nursing home care and dying alone. I urge my colleagues to consider the harmful and deadly real-life impact of this legislation, and I vehemently oppose it. I ask that we resist this cynical reverse Robin Hood sham, and that takes from the poor and gives to the rich. As President Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. This is a sham, and we need to vote it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair will receive a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by to compete for a World Expo Act, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Texas.
From the state of Florida, Dr. Dunn, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today once again in support of the American Health Care Act.
I do this as a doctor for the good of my patients. We are here today to repeal Obamacare, to take health care decisions away from Washington bureaucrats and give it back to the people. The American Health Care Act will create a patient-centered system that will lower the cost of health care and serve patients. This act eliminates Obamacare's taxes, subsidies, and mandates. It defunds Planned Parenthood. It puts Medicaid on a budget, and it is the largest entitlement reform in a generation. Without Washington mandates driving up costs and all this talk about pre-existing conditions, this bill provides guaranteed issuance. Let's not break our promise on repealing Obamacare. Let's be true to our word. We owe it to the people who sent us here. I support the American Health Care Act, Mr. Speaker, and I urge all members to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Florida that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with asthma in Florida by $4,090 per year. And now I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this legislation does on its surface is very clear. It makes health care more expensive. And the more you need it, the sicker or older or poorer you are, the further out of reach it will be. That's why doctors and hospitals and nurses and the mental health community and patients have spoken up and spoken out against this bill. But this bill doesn't just cut coverage and hike premiums, all for a tax cut for the wealthy. It codifies a worldview by this administration that is dead set on dividing America along the lines of the God of your prayers, who you love, where you come from, or your fate and fortune. We see it in their tax plan, in their budget cuts, in immigration policy, and now in health care. And a worldview that scapegoats the struggling and the suffering, that sees fault in illness, that rejects the most basic universal truth of the human existence, that every single one of us one day will be brought to our knees by a diagnosis we didn't expect, a phone call we can't imagine, and a loss we cannot endure. So we take care of each other, because but for the grace of God, there go I one day. And we hope that we will be shown that mercy too. It is the ultimate test of the character of this country confronting our chamber today. Not the power we give the strong, but the strength with which we embrace the weak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to the time remaining?
Gentleman from Texas has 13 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 11 1/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, again, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill guarantees access for all. And when I say access, let me be clear, it is access for all. When you have insurance companies that are pulling out, today we learned they're pulling out of Virginia, Aetna is. When you have counties across these United States that no longer have anyone who's willing to provide the Obamacare insurance, that's not access. When you have a situation where somebody comes up to you at the local county fair and says, you've got to get me out of Obamacare, it's killing me. It is killing our families' finances, because we have such a high deductible, because we have such a high copay, and my husband is very sick, and he may have a piece of paper, ladies and gentlemen, he may have a piece of paper, but it's not really health insurance when you can't really use it without having to sell off what little assets you may have, or worry about whether or not you can afford to have a roof over your head any longer. This is not working. Obamacare is not working. This bill will bring some sanity back to the system. It will take us a couple of years, but the rates of insurance will in fact come down. And this business that we keep hearing, that all these people are going to be without availability of insurance, it's just fake news. It's not true. This bill does everything that people want it to do, but it gives them choices, not mandates from the federal government, but choices about their health care. And I've been interested to hear some people saying that, well, y'all are just ramming this through because the bill wasn't posted till last night. What wasn't posted till last night was the Long-Upton Amendment, or the Upton-Long Amendment. It's 2 pages. I invite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to read it. The McSally bill is a page and a quarter. The MacArthur amendment, which has been out for over a week, is about 8 pages. They could have read it while we've been standing here debating this bill, but they don't choose to read the bill. They don't choose to learn the facts. They don't choose to tell the American people the truth. They want to scare the American people to make them believe that this is a bad bill, this is a good bill. I urge everyone to vote yes.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Virginia that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,344,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Virginia. And now I yield a minute and a half to my colleague from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been seeing this bill every step of the way over the short month we've considered it. I was there for the 26-hour meeting we had at the Energy and Commerce Committee, and we didn't have an analysis to know. We'd like to have that here. And here we are again on the floor without that analysis. Through all that time, the sad thing is that we've not heard one real argument for how this bill would make health care more affordable and accessible for families in my district in San Diego or anywhere in the country. Now, the health care system isn't perfect. There are problems with some insurance markets where they're not providing the choice they should. So let's fix them. But that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we're on the cusp of passing a bill that is opposed by doctors, nurses, hospitals, patients, seniors, and just about everybody, because it would make the problems in our healthcare system at least 24 million Americans, and that's the Congressional Budget Office. That is not fake news. That's the truth. It would leave many Americans with pre-existing conditions with premiums they can't afford or without any coverage at all. Today's votes take us one step closer to a system where families go bankrupt over an unexpected illness, and our emergency rooms are filled with mothers once again seeking basic care for their children. I refuse to accept that that's the best we can do for the American people, and I'm voting no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'm pleased to recognize a fellow physician, the chairman of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Rowe, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American Health Care Act in no way changes existing regulations that allow a veteran who's eligible for but not enrolled in the Department of Veterans Affairs health care system from using a tax credit to purchase health insurance. Language in no way changes that existing regulation or a veteran's eligibility to receive a tax credit. And by the way, it's the exact same language that was in the ACA. I will repeat that. The American Health Care Act in no way affects a veteran's ability to access tax credits. And I'm disturbed that our colleagues in the minority, Mr. Speaker, would assert that it does in an effort to score political points against this legislation. Fear-mongering has no place in this debate, and where Americans' veterans are concerned, as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, as a medical doctor, and as a veteran myself, ensuring that veterans' health care is protected is my highest priority here in this Congress, and I would not stand for language in this bill or any other bill that would compromise a veteran's ability to access care. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey. For what purpose is the gentlelady from California seek
Yes,
recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to express my opposition to this morally bankrupt bill and to insert this letter of opposition from the National Rural Health Association into the record.
Without objection, the gentlelady's request will be granted. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleague from Tennessee that here. And now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this misguided legislation to repeal the Affordable Care Act. This vote might be the single most important issue our Congress deals with. It literally means life or death for too many people in our country. What we vote on today is ultimately a reflection of our values as a nation. I believe that we have a moral responsibility to take care of the most vulnerable among us. The nuns taught me that. The Bible teaches us that. The sick, the poor, the elderly. And this dangerous bill does nothing to protect them. In fact, it will do more harm to our most vulnerable. 129 million Americans suffer from a pre-existing condition. They are our neighbors, our friends, and for some, our family. They're the people attending their town hall meetings. For me, I am a caregiver. I spend more time at the hospital and the doctors than I want to. And person after person comes up to me and tells me their story and begs me that they will not lose their insurance. Healthy Michigan let them go to the doctor for the first time. The Affordable Care Act made a guarantee that someone with a pre-existing condition would be charged more than healthy people, and that coverage would be available to all. Thank you. Please vote against this shameful bill.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of our Budget Committee, Diane Black, from the state of Tennessee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always amazed when I start hearing conversations about the Affordable Care Act and how it's working so well today. I want to talk about two situations in my home state of Tennessee. When the Affordable Care Act went into place in the state of Tennessee, we had a risk pool. The risk pool covered about 28,000 people. They were happy with their care, they were happy with their providers, and they were happy with the cost. It was patient-centered. They determined what best fit their needs. These were people with pre-existing conditions, happy with where they were. And in one day, because the federal government said, you don't meet this, and you don't meet that, and you don't meet this, they lost their insurance. They were in the marketplace. I want to tell you about two situations that are very close to me, but these only represent a number of the calls, many, many, many calls that I get in my office. One is a good friend of mine, has lupus. She went on the marketplace, and you know, for the first year, she did pretty good. Her premiums were pretty low, her deductible was reasonable, but here's what she found, is she couldn't keep her doctor. Now, can you imagine someone who has had lupus for a number of years, is controlled, and now she's told she cannot keep her doctor? She had to find other doctors, which she was not happy with because she had a relationship. They didn't use the same treatment and care that she had received before. So she's not felt very healthy. But in the meantime, every year that it's renewed, she calls me to say, my premiums have gone up, my deductibles have gone up, and now it's more than what I was paying before, where I liked what I had and I couldn't keep it. Opposite of what the president then told everyone, if you like what you have, you can keep it. The second one is someone who has myasthenia gravis, again, on that same risk pool. She lost her opportunity to get the medication that she was receiving, an IV medication. She has myasthenia gravis. And she was very controlled, able to work, living a healthy lifestyle. She lost her opportunity to have that medication because instead of that medication only being $400 a month, would you yield me one more minute?
I'd be happy to yield an additional minute.
Because of that medication being instead $400 a month, it was now $3,400 a month, which means no longer can she get her medication. So when we talk about, or the other side talks about how wonderful this system is, I implore them to come to our state and talk to the people in my state. I'm a registered nurse. I know what it's like to take care of people that have health care conditions that need to be in a risk pool. But let's do it the right way. Let's give it to our states. Let's allow this now to be used in a way that's patient-centered, the way it was working in my home state of Tennessee. And I support this bill, and I'm looking forward to the vote later on this afternoon. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Tennessee that her vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,265,000 people in her state with pre-existing conditions. And now I'd like to yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland.
Republicans are looking for a win. They want to put points on the scoreboard. But why would you want to win by taking health care coverage away from 24 million Americans? Why would you consider it a victory to raise premiums and co-payments and deductibles on millions of Americans, including millions of older Americans? And why would you view it as success to eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions? If I could vote against this bill 100 times, I would do it. If I could vote against it 1,000 times for the thousands of my constituents that will be hurt by this bill, I would. It's wrong, it's immoral, and it's inhumane. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the Vice Chairman of the Health Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee.
He's recognized for 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you, Thank you, Chairman, for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I want to talk about is talk about what's underlying in this bill and the traditional reform in Medicaid. Medicaid currently costs state and federal implode on itself. And so what we want to do, let's fix the problem before we get to the critical point where it's going to implode. And let's fix it now, and let's make it right. So what we do is allow states to have the same money they had in 2016, the exact same money, with growth be to CPI, medical, and in some categories +1. They also have growth in demographics, and some people from states where people retire to, they came to the concern and said, what if I'm from a state where somebody lives in an area, then they move to my state when they're older, and typically costs more in the Medicaid system? Well, we adjust for that. It's in the per capita allotment. As they move, they would transfer. It's not a traditional block grant unless the state chooses to do so, which these states similarly situated probably wouldn't. So we are here reforming an entitlement program the first time since the 1990s, and it's a very sound, it's a very solid way, and it's a way that preserves and protects the program, and it prevents the program from imploding on itself within a decade. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Kentucky that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 881,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Kentucky. And now I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Weiss.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is worse than a sham. This bill is worse than a sugar pill. This bill is downright ugly. It's poison. And as an emergency medicine doctor, I urge you to do no harm, and I urge everybody to do no harm. Let's be clear. A vote for this bill is a vote for 24 million people to lose their insurance. A vote for this bill is to add an age tax to those 55 years old and older. A vote for this bill is to raise out-of-pocket costs for everyone with less coverage. A vote for this bill is to take away guarantees for emergency care, medicine, mental health, maternity care. A vote for this bill is to allow private health insurance companies to drop patients who have pre-existing illness. How, you may ask? Let's say I see a patient with diabetes who doesn't have health insurance. A private health insurance company can say, no, we're not going to cover you. Why don't you go to the high-risk, high-cost state insurance pool that is way too expensive with no guarantees that they will cover what they need. Therefore, they won't be able to afford it. They won't have coverage. They're going to go into financial ruin. All of this in order to give $6 billion tax cuts to the wealthiest. I urge everybody to vote no.
Mr. Speaker, this time it is my great pleasure to recognize the chairman of the full Committee on Energy and Commerce, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Walden, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I thank our colleagues who have worked so hard on this legislation to try and rescue these failing insurance markets. We learned yesterday, I think most of people out there in the counties across America, 1 out of 3 counties, there are people who only have one option for insurance. What we're trying to do here is fix this market so you actually have insurance to cover you. We believe that going forward with this piece of legislation, not only do we give more flexibility to states to innovate, they care about the people in their states. I know my home state of Oregon does, and yet they're facing a shortfall right now that this legislation would provide over $320 million to help fill. One of their proposals is to kick 350,000 people off of Medicaid. This would help fill the gap, 320 million in the next 2 years to fill an $882 million shortfall they have. But this is a problem across the country. And what we're trying to do here is reform Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, in a way that will work going into the future, because otherwise people are going to be left with not only enormous rate increases in the premiums, but also you've seen an explosion in the cost of what they have to pay out of pocket. So there are places now, I've had people in my district say, look, I'm outside of that area where I get a subsidy, and I'm paying full price. And our premiums have gone up 50% in the last 2 years. My options have gone down from 4 or 5 to maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3, and it's getting worse, and they're threatening to pull out. And my out-of-pocket costs are now so high, I'm paying for something I can't even afford to use. We're trying to fix and rescue this market, bring people in. And you hear all these numbers on state by state. I'm not buying out once and for all so that we have an insurance market that works, but more importantly, we have a health care delivery system that people can afford and that we can get quality health care when they go to see a doctor, between them and their doctor, without a bureaucrat in between. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask unanimous consent to express my opposition to this horrible bill and insert this letter of opposition from the National Children's Hospital into the record.
Without objection, gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my chairman that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 654,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Oregon. And now,
will the gentleman yield?
I don't have any time.
Because
now I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear about where we are with Trump Care 2.0. This bill still strips 24 million Americans of health care, cuts $880 billion from Medicaid, and increases premiums for the majority of Americans. It still has an age tax if you're 50 to 64 years old, and cuts maternity care and coverage for substance abuse disorders. And it still gives $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest millionaires, billionaires, and corporations on the backs of working people who will pay more and get less. Trump Care 2.0 adds insult to injury because my Republican colleagues would like you to believe that they're going to cover pre-existing conditions, and that is just not true. American people, be clear. This will not cover pre-existing conditions, and 133 million Americans with those pre-existing conditions will suffer. Kids like James Kish, an 8-year-old in my district who has a brain tumor and literally stands to die if this bill passes. Mr. Speaker, hundreds across this country are calling our offices and weeping. We should all weep that this bill is coming to the floor.
Seconds to the gentleman.
I thank the gentleman. I have to say that the information that we're being told, even the New York Times has characterized some of it as being misleading, and it is. When you say Oregonians are going to suddenly be thrown out, that is not true on pre-existing conditions, because there is no waiver request. There is none of this even law. You're just making that stuff up. And I dispute it. It is misleading. It is wrong. It is fear-mongering, and I'm sorry it's happening on this floor.
Medicaid expansion than any Republican in the country, and this bill ends Medicaid expansion. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Pallone. Trump Care is another false promise. Actually, it's musical chairs. Millions of Americans will be left out, priced out, especially the sick, the old, the pregnant, and the mentally ill. Health insurance means life or death. In this concoction, who's eligible? How much will it cost? Who will be left out? There's no budget score from the Congressional Budget Office. Republicans aren't guaranteeing affordable coverage. Everybody knows. Even a one-word change in your insurance policy can make a gigantic difference in your coverage. Why not give Americans a chance to calculate the bill's true cost and how it will impact them? As a result of the Affordable Care Act, 1 million Ohioans now have health insurance that didn't have it before. So here we are at the end of our long voting week with a major proposal that will rip away the health insurance benefits or make them unaffordable for millions of Americans. Musical chairs is not the way to run the people's house nor the life and death affairs of a great nation. Trump Care sets up a cruel game of musical chairs. Shame, shame, shame.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to again recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Vice Chairman of the Health Subcommittee, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised that my friends on the other side are defending the Obamacare age tax, which is a tax on young people. This is how this works. I'm the right demographic for it. It's people from 26 to 34 pay more, so people from 50 and 64 pay less. So think about this. I'm 53. In 3 years, I'll be 56. My daughter will be 26. So what I'm asking her to do, what we're asking her to do if we don't repeal this, is as you're wanting to buy a house, get married, she got married, buy a house, start a family, get her family moving forward, we're going to say, but we want you to pay more for your health care so I can pay less. So that's what they're doing. They're having parents have their children pay more so they can pay less. And when all of us defend the fact that we're giving tax relief to young people, for people from 26 to 34 who can least afford the premiums that we're putting on them. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about the amount of time that remains on both sides?
Gentleman from New Jersey has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes remaining.
So at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Sicily.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is the cruelest and most immoral thing I've seen the Republican Party do to the American people. Tens of thousands of Americans will die if this bill passes. That's a fact. Republicans have been deceiving the American people for the last 8 years. They don't care about working people, and this bill proves it. They care about insurance companies and drug companies that fund their campaigns. They care about the millionaires and billionaires that get huge tax cuts in this bill. But don't try to tell me that they care about factory and construction workers that will be hurt by this bill. Don't try to tell me that they care about single moms who won't be able to put food on the table after you pass this bill. And don't try to tell me that they care about cancer survivors who are going to pay $140,000 more for health insurance. I don't know how anyone can look their constituents in the eye if they vote for this bill, and shame on you if you do. And if you vote for this bill, there will come a day when you will have to answer for your vote, when you'll have to look a friend, a family member in the eye, someone who's sick or dying, and say, I did this to you. Don't do it. Vote no. With that, you'll...
Gentleman's time has expired, and members are reminded once again to refer their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the American people today who are being dragged down by this failing disaster called Obamacare. Since I first got to Congress, I've consistently heard from people across the 7th District of South Carolina who've been negatively affected by Obamacare. We were told if you liked your plan, you could keep it. We were told your premiums would go down by $2,500 per family. We were told it would provide more choice. But what we've seen is exactly the opposite. 232,000 South Carolinians' plans were canceled. Premiums have increased by double digits every year and are up by 28% this year. There's only one insurer left in South Carolina, and they're threatening to pull out. The law is failing miserably and getting worse. This bill repeals harmful Obamacare taxes across the board that drove up health care costs and transitions health care to a more competitive, patient-centered insurance market. We are today, and the first step in moving America's health care from an unsustainable system to a sustainable one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from South Carolina that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 822,000 people with pre-existing conditions in South Carolina. And now I yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Gentlelady is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to condemn this abhorrent legislation that will rip away protections for millions of Americans. I'm a breast cancer survivor. President Trump and our Republican colleagues promised Americans like me that we would not be discriminated against based on our pre-existing conditions. Now, I'm not sure if any Republicans actually know what it's like to live every single day of your life waiting for the other shoe to drop. But with this bill, you yank that peace of mind that we have with the Affordable Care Act out from under us. This bill would allow states to segregate sick people into separate, inferior coverage and leave individuals exposed to catastrophic health costs, benefit exclusions, and waiting lists. High-risk pools spin sick people into a death spiral. Premiums go ever higher and coverage is spotty. I can only hope that my colleagues come to their senses before inevitably handing so many Americans a death sentence. Make no mistake, people will die as a result of this bill.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the
gentleman has 1 1/2 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 3/4 of a minute remaining.
I will yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to take a minute today to thank the superior team we have in the House Legislative Council. They have put in many, many man-hours and woman-hours to draft this bill that's being considered here in the House today. Specifically, I want to thank Ed Grossman, Jessica Shapiro, Michelle Vanek, and Jesse Coors for their, Jesse Cross for their devotion to the people of the United States in helping us draft this legislation. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my remaining time to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 3/4 of a minute.
Mr. Speaker, how tragic it is that before House Republicans skip town, they will steal from Medicare, pass an age tax on older Americans, say that children with autism are a pre-existing condition, and tell folks if you have diabetes, you're paying $5,600 more. This morning, I heard from many hospitals, doctors, and nurses across Illinois. They know what families need to be taken care of and to be healthy. They do not believe that stripping 24 million Americans of their health insurance is in the best interest of our national health. To my 8 Illinois colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, if you vote yes on this bill, the 8 of you own its aftermath in our state. You own the 47,000 jobs that you will kill. You own the health of the million-plus Illinoisans who will be stripped of their health insurance. Let's kill this horrific bill and work together to make health insurance affordable and accessible for all.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and hopefully for the last time, the chair reminds members to direct their remarks to the chair. That would be this chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here today recognizing the problem. United States Representative Martha McSally from Arizona has introduced a straightforward and practical bill to fix the problem. It is a simple 2-page bill that when the American Health Care Act becomes law, members of Congress, congressional staff will be treated the same way as every other citizen. That's only right. It's only proper. I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. In favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff.
Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those in support of the request for yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Who's You ready? Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1628 will now resume. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1628, a bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
Pursuant to House Resolution 308, the further amendments printed in House Report 115-109 are considered as adopted. When consideration was postponed on Tennessee, Ms. Black has 19½ minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, has 22¼ minutes remaining. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend remarks on H.R. 1628, the American Health Care Act of 2017.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of the American Health Care Act, a bill that repeals the worst parts of Obamacare and begins to repair the damage it has caused. This bill brings choice and competition back into the health care marketplace and puts health care decisions back into the hands of patients and doctors where it belongs. It's been a winding road to get to this point, but we're here today to fulfill the promise that we made to the American people. And I'll point out right now, to those who say we should have just moved on from health care reform, American families and individuals are suffering from rising costs and barriers to getting the care that they need right now. And under Obamacare, the situation is getting worse every day. In Iowa, just yesterday, one of the last remaining insurers announced that it will pull out of the Obamacare exchanges, leaving nearly all of the state's residents with no, and yes, I will say again, nearly all of the residents with no available health insurance plan for the purchase under Obamacare. And in a few of the Iowa counties, which are the remaining insurers, even that company is saying that it might stop offering plans, leaving the week. We can't wait a moment longer than necessary to provide relief for the American people by repealing and replacing Obamacare. I applaud the members of this body who stuck with us during this process and worked hard to make the bill better. I myself had concerns about the bill. And when the bill came before the Budget Committee, which I chair, I urged my members to stay in the fight and to work to improve the bill rather than to stop it in its tracks. And you know what? Our members did just that, making some recommendations that were eventually included in the various amendments. That message was heard loud and clear by all of the members of our conference, who have worked tirelessly to finalize a bill that truly reflects our vision for health care reform. Throughout this process, our commitment to undoing the damage done by Obamacare has nothing to save them from Obamacare. And it's because Obamacare is collapsing. In my state of Tennessee, families are suffering. Premiums have increased by 60%, while deductibles are so high that even if someone has an insurance card, doesn't mean they have guaranteed care. There are parts of my state in Tennessee that don't have a single insurance provider in the marketplace, and 2/3 of the counties have only one provider. That's not competition, that's called a monopoly. While no legislation is perfect, this bill makes some important changes to help American families get quality, affordable health insurance. It zeroes out the mandates, it repeals the taxes, and it repeals the subsidies. It allows people to choose health insurance plans to meet the unique needs of their family. Modernizes Medicaid, a once-in-a-lifetime entitlement reform, ending Medicaid's open-ended funding structure will play an important role in addressing our future budget deficits and our growing national debt. This is a particularly proud moment for me. I was working as a nurse in Nashville in the 1990s when Clinton administration pushed a single-payer pilot program on Tennessee called TennCare. I saw firsthand the negative impact of a government-run health care on our patient care, and I saw costs rise and the quality of care fall. It inspired me to get involved in the public service. And when in 2009 and 2010 I saw those same principles being debated and eventually implemented on the national level, I thought my experience in Tennessee could be valuable in the national debate. So in 2011, I sponsored the first piece of legislation that repealed a part of Obamacare. And today, we take the largest step yet in rescuing the American people from this damaging, government-run healthcare system. I and many other members of this body have worked hard to make sure that this bill truly reflects our visions for healthcare reform. I, for one, cannot sit idly by and let this opportunity go to waste. You know, governing is hard. But our constituents did not elect us to do what is easy. They elected us to do what is right. And I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the American Health Care Act to rescue the American people from Obamacare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that her vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with breast cancer in Tennessee by over $38,000. Mr. Speaker, lowest rate in 50 years. Those with pre-existing conditions get insurance at the standard rate. Instead of millions of people losing their insurance every year, 20 million more people have insurance. Personal bankruptcies are down 50%. Still, all we hear are complaints, press releases, and promises about something better. But CBO has debunked this proposal by pointing out that 24 million fewer people will have insurance, the costs will go up, and the insurance will cover less. So whatever you think about the Affordable Care Act, this bill makes things worse, except for millionaires who get a tax cut. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Dr. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor now to yield a minute and a half to a fellow Tennessean, a physician, and the chair of the Veterans Committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 years ago, I stood right in this well to debate the ACA, which premise was to increase access and decrease costs. We all agreed with that, but that's not exactly what happened. In my district in the state of Tennessee, over 1/3 of the counties have no place they can buy insurance, and multiple counties in my state, including the third largest, have no access. Premiums have soared over 60%. 18 of the 23 co-ops went bankrupt, including the one in my state, which required people to search for other coverage. And no matter what verbiage you hear, nothing in this bill changes how veterans are treated under the law. Nothing. The criticisms are flat out wrong. I'm a veteran, a doctor, and chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. It ain't gonna happen. In my state, and where I practiced medicine for over 30 years, listen to this, 60 to 70% of the uncollectible debt now are people with insurance. So why do I support this bill? One, it protects pre-existing conditions. Two, it puts patients ahead of special interests and restores a physician-patient relationship. Thirdly, it reforms Medicaid so that first-class people don't get second-class care, and repeals the individual mandate so that 160,000 Tennesseans don't get fined for a product they cannot afford. Mr. Speaker, this bill isn't perfect, but it's a huge improvement over Obamacare, and it's worthy of every member's support. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take health care protections away from over 1 million people in Tennessee with pre-existing conditions. And I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House is voting on a harmful bill
that puts the most vulnerable members of our community at risk. We know that millions will lose coverage, and the Affordable Care Act protects people with pre-existing conditions. This bill does not. High-risk pools don't work. My constituents are scared, and so are people across this country. Arden from Gearhart, Oregon wrote to me, distraught because she and her daughter Selah could lose coverage. Arden took the loving step of adopting a child with special needs, and now the support program they rely on is at risk of being terminated by this bill. This is a critical vote. I implore my colleagues to think about all the people like Arden and Selah in their communities. Think about the millions across this country who risk losing coverage. And I implore my colleagues to do no harm. Vote no on this harmful bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's now my honor to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the Chair of Energy and Commerce, who's worked tirelessly on this bill.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the Chair, and I'd now like to yield to my friend from Florida for purposes of a colloquy.
Gentleman.
I have heard from my governor, state officials, providers about the challenges on the ground in Florida and what they're facing. The demographic issues in Florida raise significant challenges for the state of Florida, and it's in the Medicaid program, particularly the state Medicaid program that provides cost covering the elderly and the most disadvantaged in nursing home program, as well as the rising costs associated with Florida's aging population. As the process moves forward, Florida's unique challenges must be recognized and accounted for as we relocate dollars and reallocate dollars for this important safety net program.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for not only raising this issue, but being a real partner in this legislation. I've met with your governor as well, who has been very helpful in the discussions. We believe that accounting for aging demographics of the Medicaid program and broader population is an important factor we must consider to ensure that any Medicaid reform is successfully implemented. I'm committed to working with you, the gentleman from Florida, our colleagues in the Senate, and the Trump administration to ensure Florida's unique challenges related to an aging Medicaid demographic are recognized and accounted for appropriately.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in the remaining part of my time, I'd just like to thank my colleagues for their work on this measure. Making sure that people have access to affordable health care is essential. It's something I would say we all care about. We all care about family members who have suffered from cancer or other debilitating diseases or afflictions. We're trying to find a place here that works for all Americans, where we have insurance markets that are actually available, where you can get an insurance product that works for you, that's affordable for you. We know that today in America, the insurance market and the individual market, that's a very small segment, 7% of insurance in America. That's what we're talking about here today, that market is collapsing before our eyes. In fact, in Iowa, I think they just announced 94 and 99 counties. People there won't even have an insurance product they can try to purchase on the exchange. We've met with governors, we've met with insurers, we've said, what do we need to do to intercede to get this market back to where it works? The proposals contained in our legislation are designed to do exactly that, to get back to where consumers have choices when they're required to buy insurance, to take care of their families. Those choices need to be affordable. They are not now today. My own state of Oregon, premiums have gone up 50% in the last 2 years. And meanwhile, the number of options you have to choose from has gone down and continues to go down. Now, we haven't gone as far as some states where you have either no option in most areas of the state or just one. But how far off is it when insurers are failing, people losing their opportunity to get affordable health insurance? We take care of the disabled. We take care of the elderly. In fact, we plus up to medical CPI +1 to make sure we take care of the elderly and the disabled in our Medicaid program. By the way, that is probably more than most states are spending today. So we have thought this through carefully. We care about people and their medical condition and their families because we're all in this together as Americans. And I think the bill we have before us today works. It works to take care of those most in need. It works to make sure that the people can get access to insurance. And I'll tell you what, it is a first step in a many-step process to also look at families who are dealing with opioid addiction and what we can do there. There are efforts at NIH, which we just supported yesterday, to fund medical research so that we can get to cures for those who have diseases and other afflictions. We are fully committed to improving health care not only for Americans, but around the globe through innovation and scientific discovery. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this health care bill will take away protections for over 600,000 people in Oregon with pre-existing conditions. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Consortium of Citizens with Disabilities, which states this legislation will dramatically cut Medicaid services that are vital to people with disabilities and seniors.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are 7 million veterans who are eligible for VA care but not enrolled at the VA. All of them could be denied access to the tax credits in this bill. And everyone in this chamber needs to understand how. On page 10, line 6 of Manager's Amendment number 4, it states that an individual is not eligible for tax credits if they're eligible for care as defined by U.S. Code 5000 F1A. This code specifically includes VA care. So this means that those 7 million veterans who are eligible for VA care, even if they are not enrolled, would not have access to the tax credits in this law. This is not fear-mongering. This is not hyperbole. This is the text of the bill we are voting on today. This bill jeopardizes health care for up to 7 million veterans, and everyone should oppose it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the Democratic whip, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans now control all of our government. Whatever happens to our health care system will be their responsibility, including what has already happened since January with the destabilizing of our insurance markets and health plans, announcing rate hikes due to uncertainty. They will be held accountable for what happens. Today, Americans will have an opportunity to see exactly where their representatives stand. This vote is a simple one. It votes to kick 24 million Americans off of their health insurance coverage. I don't say that, CBO says that, which is perhaps why we don't have a CBO report on the amendment. It includes 7 million people who are covered through their employers. It is a vote to make coverage unaffordable for 1 in 4 Americans with pre-existing conditions and ration care through high-risk pools. It is a vote to impose an age tax on old Americans, some $1,700 to $14,600. That's quite a hike. It's a vote to force Americans to pay more for less, to raise premiums 24 to 29% on average over each of the next 2 years. CBO says that, not me. And no matter how Republicans try to spin it, healthcare advocates from the AMA to AARP to everybody that follows have said that it ends protection for those with pre-existing conditions. It ends protections for those with pre-existing conditions. It ends protections for those with pre-existing conditions, and it takes away essential health benefits like doctor visits, emergency room visits, and prescription drugs. So this, Mr. Speaker, will be a very instructive vote. It will show the American people if Republicans stand with those who don't want to lose their coverage, some 55% now and 75% saying fix it, don't repeal it, or if they stand with a president who wants to claim a victory but doesn't even seem to know what his own Trump care bill says. I recommend, as a political strategist who's concerned about 2018, that you once again withdraw this bill. Instead, we ought to work together to make sure that the Affordable Care Act works for all Americans and deliver on the promise that President Trump made from that rostrum when he said that he wanted insurance for everybody. Not kick 24 million off, for everybody. Not make seniors pay more, for everybody. Not to put Medicaid at risk, for everybody. It's far less expensive and far better. I urge my colleagues, come to your senses, defeat this bill.
Gentlelady from Tennessee. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the other side that if they read the bill, they will see under Section 137 it says, no limiting access to coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions. Nothing in this act shall be construed as permitting health insurance insurers to limit access to health coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions. It is now my honor. I do not have time to yield. It is now my honor to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Texas recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank Chairwoman Black for her leadership on this effort, as well as Chairman Walden, the Energy and Commerce Committee, for incredible work. And as chairman and on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee, who worked alongside you, I'm honored to speak in support of the American Health Care Act because it guarantees coverage for those with pre-existing illnesses. It guarantees coverage for those with pre-existing illnesses. In fact, this bill takes decisive action to repeal all the bad parts, all the damage done by Obamacare, and begin a thoughtful step-by-step process to deliver a patient-centered healthcare system, not a Washington-centered healthcare system, the American people. While Obamacare has helped some, far more have been hurt by this law, and more Obamacare failures are piling up every day. Just yesterday, Aetna announced that it will exit Virginia's individual health market next year. And it's not just the state's Obamacare exchanges they are leaving behind. Aetna will not offer any plans next year in the individual market in Virginia. Same thing is happening in Iowa. And Democrats, my friends on the Democratic aisle, have done nothing to stop this, nothing. But today, because of this bill, thousands of people will have hope for a new plan to provide the health care coverage they need. Millions of Americans throughout the country are facing just terrible options. People of Texas have been hit particularly hard. Between last year and this year, 9 health care insurers have exited Obamacare exchanges in the Lone Star State. No other state saw more insurers leave. For my families, the failures of this law have come to mean some incredibly tough choices they've had to accept under Obamacare. You can't access affordable coverage that's tailored to what they need. They've had to learn how to get by as their monthly health premiums just skyrocket each and every year, bigger than their mortgage payments. They've had to choose between paying out of pocket for the care they need or not getting care at all. And under Obamacare, the ability to receive treatment from a doctor you know and who knows you has become a luxury that too many can't afford. Today, with the American Health Care Act, the Republicans propose we have an opportunity to provide immediate relief from this failing law. More than that, we can provide Americans with real choices in health care, not the painful decision they forced to live with under Obamacare. Under the Ways and Means Committee area, this starts by repealing the law's crushing taxes and mandates, and that's where Ways and Means takes action. Under Obamacare, the individual employer mandate penalties allow Washington to strong-arm you, to strong-arm Americans in Obamacare plans you do not want and cannot afford. Not anymore. Under the Republican plan, we repeal the individual employer mandate tax penalties so Americans have the freedom to make the health care choices that are right for them. Under Obamacare, over $1 trillion of taxes were imposed on the American people. Under the Republican plan, those taxes are gone. Those taxes that burden American small businesses and families. And under our plan, we provide increased health savings accounts so Americans can save easier for the out-of-pocket costs that hit them
under any health care. And then we create a personal individual tax credit so Americans can buy plans that are right for them, not what's right for government. Health care premiums, they can choose a plan that can go with them from job to job, state to state, home to start a business or a family, and even into those pre-retirement years. Today is about taking on a collapsing Obamacare and replacing for the American people health care that they want, they can use, and that they can afford, driven not by what Washington wants, but driven by what American families need in their health care. I urge this support.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take away protections of over 4.5 million people with pre-existing conditions in Texas who might have access to coverage, but if they have diabetes, their rates could go up $5,000. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. After his latest failed attempt to roll back the ACA, Speaker Ryan declared to the American people, Obamacare is the law of the land. And less than 50 days later, Paul Ryan shamefully is going against his word, trying to ram Trump care down our throats. It's an embarrassment that we're wasting taxpayer dollars to again consider Trump care, or as I call it, Trump don't care, a reckless plan that does nothing to make health care better. Trump care gives the rich and big corporations a $600 billion tax break. It forces families to pay higher premiums and deductions, placing health care out of their reach. Trump care forces seniors to pay higher costs, and it changes Medicare as we know it. It strips essential health benefits and protections for people with pre-existing conditions. What a pitiful display of partisan politics. Trump care is so bad, Republicans have exempted themselves from it. They don't want Trump care. The medical industry doesn't want Trump care. Democrats don't want Trump care. Why don't House Republicans listen? The people don't want it, and I won't support it.
Tennessee. Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Common Sense Kids Action that explains that the bill jeopardizes the health care and well-being of America's kids and will alarm any parent who understands the importance of health insurance for their children and family.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from SEIU which states this legislation will leave millions without health insurance and decimate the Medicaid program.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
The House majority has once again made clear that under Republican rule, the system is rigged. The fix is in. The deck is stacked against hard-working Americans. And Exhibit A is your reckless Republican health care plan. Under Trump care, 24 million Americans will lose access to health insurance. Under Trump care, a draconian age tax will be imposed on people between 50 and 64. Under Trump care, costs will go up, premiums will go up, co-pays will go up, deductibles will go up. Under Trump care, tens of millions of Americans who are living with pre-existing conditions will be screwed. House Republicans are out to destroy the American health care system as we know it. But you will be held accountable for the cruel and unusual punishment that you have decided to inflict on the American people. Vote no against this draconian piece of legislation.
Apparently, for not the last time, the chair would remind members to direct their remarks to this chair. Understood? Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article in Consumer Reports dated May 2nd, 2017, entitled How the Affordable Care Act Drove Down Personal Bankruptcy.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you.
A month ago, I was ready to speak right here on the floor when this bill was abruptly removed. Apparently, it wasn't bad enough that day, wasn't harmful enough. But now it's back worse than ever. So bad, it might actually pass. I don't have a lot of time to explain, but let me tell you two groups that are really going to say thank you. It's the billionaires and it's the undertakers. This bill will make health care more unaffordable and preventable deaths. Meanwhile, it gives $800 billion to the wealthy, to the billionaires. Trump Care brings us higher costs, less coverage, guts the benefits, crushing age tax, and steals from Medicare. And in my district alone, 43,000 people will lose coverage. 9,000 of those are children. Elderly, the Medicaid will be lost close to 2,000. There's a reason they're trying to jam this down our throat. There's no CBO score because they don't want to hear new score. Speaker, let me make it plain. Let's put this bill in a coffin, not Americans. Let's kill and bury this bill. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Tennessee. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my honor to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, our whip.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairwoman of the Budget Committee for yielding. And I rise in strong support of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that finally provides relief to the American people across this country from the failures of Obamacare. And just how bad is it failing? You don't have to look any further than what happened in Iowa yesterday, where literally they're going to have, in 94 out of 99 counties, nobody to write insurance for people that are in the Obamacare exchanges. So what do the people, Mr. Speaker, that are opposed to this bill say to those millions of people in Iowa who are about to have no place to go to get health care? What are the people that oppose this bill, Mr. Speaker, going to say to the millions of people with pre-existing conditions across the country who are being faced with double-digit increases in their health insurance every year? And, oh, by the way, premiums and deductibles as high as over $10,000, which are creaming those folks that are struggling under the weight of this bill. So what we're replacing it with, Mr. Speaker, are reforms that actually lower premiums, that actually put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, so that elitists up here in Washington won't tell you what you have to buy. You actually get to make that choice yourself. And you get to focus on plans that are good for your family at lower costs so that you can be in charge. And, oh, by the way, reforming the Medicaid system, one of the most broken forms of health care, so that states actually have the ability to innovate and help low-income families. This bill is important, Mr. Speaker, to rescue the American people from a law that has failed dismally. Let's end the skyrocketing premium increases. Let's lower costs and put patients back in charge of their health care decisions. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill can take away protections for over 800,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Louisiana. For example, those with breast cancer could see their premiums go up by over $34,000. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Delaware for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from AARP which makes clear health care will be sabotaged under this bill and health care costs for older Americans will, quote, dramatically increase, end quote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Delaware.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I know in these polarized times, we often forget that we are connected, and we are all connected to each other. A sick, uninsured employee affects the bottom line of a small business. Uncompensated care in the emergency room, we all pay the bill. When a child from an uninsured family goes to school with an undiagnosed virus, not only does it impact his or her ability to learn, it impacts other kids and puts them at risk. We are all connected. As Martin Luther King so powerfully said, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. Mr. Speaker, it's time we start rowing together. Unfortunately, this bill fails to recognize this. It still fails. that we're connected, and that instead of bringing us together, this simply divides us by providing less coverage, imposing an age tax, forcing people to pay more, and stripping key protections. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1628. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Christian Morthy.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Unanimous consent first.
Mr. Speaker, could I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Medical Association that states, quote, not only would the AHCA eliminate health insurance coverage for millions of Americans, the legislation would, in many cases, eliminate the ban against charging those with underlying medical conditions vastly more for their coverage.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The country will not remember what we say here today, but it will never forget what we do today, especially if we make the wrong choice and adopt this bill. The 159 million Americans whose employer-sponsored health care could be cut would never forget. Neither would the 24 million Americans who would lose their coverage or the 52 million people with pre-existing conditions who would struggle to find health insurance again. If this bill passes, Mr. Speaker, no cancer survivor denied coverage will forget. No survivor of sexual assault charged more for her ordeal will forget. And no parent struggling to afford emergency surgery for a newborn child could ever forget. They would not have that choice. But today, we have one. We can choose to vote no and prevent millions of Americans from losing their health care. We can choose the right path rooted in morality, decency, and reason. I implore you, vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from ASME which states this bill will cause millions to lose their health coverage and return to the days when even inadequate coverage was unaffordable.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this bill. We all should. Protecting ACA is a top issue for my constituents. Constituents like Leslie Gautier, who without the protections of the ACA would not have gotten the treatment for leukemia that she was diagnosed just at the age of 22. Leslie is now in remission thanks to Obamacare. For Leslie, the ACA protections like essential health benefits were a matter of life and death. This Republican bill would destroy those patient protections. Under the ACA in my district, 5% drop in uninsured rates, subsidized based on income and region and not on age. Medicaid expansion covering 156,000 people will be lost. The president promised not to cut Medicaid. This bill guts it by $880 billion. This bill is a gut punch to America. Pregnant women seeking health care, kicked to the curb. Patients with pre-existing conditions, kicked to the curb. Senior citizens who will have to pay more for less, kicked to the curb. Over 24 million people, including 6.5 million Latinos, kicked to the curb. We demand Republicans stop kicking to the curb Americans. Stop this bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the Service Employees International Union's letter voicing strong opposition to the deadly American Health Care Act for their 2 million members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
Mr. Speaker,
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Association of American Medical Colleges, which states the treatment of essential health benefits and health status underwriting dilutes protections from many Americans and would leave individuals with pre-existing condition facing higher premiums and reduce access to vital care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I rise to caution those Republicans who have been allowed themselves to be persuaded by this president into supporting this terrible bill, which would leave millions of Americans without health care and raise the cost of care for millions more. You are going to pay a terrible price for not protecting your constituents. Trump Care will cause 24 million Americans to lose their health coverage and slash Medicaid by $880 billion. For older Americans, premiums, deductibles, and copayments will skyrocket. Those between the ages of 50 and 64 will be forced to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for the same coverage. This crushing age tax will fall on some of the most vulnerable members of our society, elderly people on fixed incomes who often have serious health issues. Meanwhile, hidden in this bill is an outrageous tax breaks for billionaires. Trump Care gives $600 billion in tax cuts to large corporations and wealthy people, including $2.8 billion to the 400 richest families in America. The MacArthur Amendment made this bill even worse by cutting protections for people with pre-existing conditions.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank Mr. Scott. Members of the House, I've been here for 5 decades, and I can't recall a time when we've debated something so obviously harmful to seniors and working people in this country. This bill strips health care from 24 million people. It requires seniors to pay sometimes 100% or more of their income in premiums. This legislation drastically and dramatically cuts Medicaid, directly contradicting President Trump's claim not to. In Michigan, fully half of all children rely on Medicaid. In my district alone, 56,000 people will lose coverage, including 16,000 children and 3,200 seniors. Let's be clear, if we pass this bill, people will die.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Health care is a right and not a privilege.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of unanimous consent request, I yield to the gentleman from Minnesota, the highest-ranking enlisted soldier ever elected to Congress, Mr. Waltz.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Paralyzed Veterans of America urging rejection of the latest version of the American Health Care Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's many reasons that people may come to this and come to the conclusion this is not the piece of legislation for them. I would argue most egregious amongst this is the manner in which it was done. There was clearly an error made on the 7 million veterans you heard about. I do not question a single member's commitment in here to caring for veterans. You did not do it on purpose. You did it because you had to meet the arcane rules of the Senate. So you stripped it out, and you will, by all intents and purposes, fix it in the Senate. For you, I would say good luck with that. But for the members who are sitting here, why would we not debate this? Why would we not fix it? Why would we not go through regular order so all of us would ensure there is not a loophole that would deny coverage to 7 million veterans? This is too important to rush. It's too important to make errors like this. It's darn sure too important to count on the Senate to fix it, and it was our responsibility. So here we sat with 30 seconds amongst 15 of us to make points that are important to the American public. I urge my colleagues, reject this, come back and do it right, and provide the health care our veterans deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. In case anyone has forgotten, address your remarks to the chair. Lady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Hanabusa.
Gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Save Medicaid in Schools, a coalition of dozens of organizations. This letter states that this bill jeopardizes health care for the nation's most vulnerable children, students with disabilities, and students in poverty.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Hawaii.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1168, the Trump Care Act. I am fortunate to have been born and raised in Hawaii, where we are taught to never forget our seniors, our kupuna. AARP, with a national membership of 38 million and over 150,000 in Hawaii, remains steadfastly opposed to Trump Care. The amendment proposed today makes the bill worse, and for our kupuna in Hawaii and nationally, they will have no relief from the age tax. This chart shows how much more at age 64 a person will pay in premiums, almost $6,800 in Hawaii, where we have one of the best health cares. And 55-year-old will see a premium increase of almost $3,600 a year. Why? What did the seniors do that Trump Care wants to penalize them and pay such a premium when they're moving towards retirement? Trump Care is out to get those 50 to 64 with this terrible age tax. Vote against H.R. 1168. These numbers will not be different in your districts. Yield back.
Lady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, could you advise us how much time is remaining on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 5.5 minutes remaining. The gentlelady from Tennessee has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Bustos.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from the United Steelworkers, the AFL-CIO, and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters in opposition to this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not how Washington is supposed to work. We're supposed to improve the lives of hardworking people. Instead, this reckless and dangerous Trump Care bill would undermine both the health and the economic security of millions of Americans. People like Emily Carlson. She's a small business owner and mother of 2 from rural Abingdon, Illinois. She lives with MS, a lifelong and very expensive pre-existing condition. Before health care reform, Emily and her husband Kevin, a farmer, often had to sit around the table at night, go over their bills, and decide between sickness or debt from 1 month to the next. If this bill passes, that's a choice they're going to have to face once again. For families like the Carlsons, Trump Care means higher costs, fewer choices, and worse coverage. Trump Care is a bad deal for Americans, but it's devastating for rural Americans. Right now, there are nearly 700 rural hospitals at risk of closure. This bill will pull the plug on far too many of them, killing thousands of jobs and ripping the economic heart out of small towns across our nation. It's time to put hardworking families first, do the right thing, and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Shea Porter.
They want me to submit those letters.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record a letter from the American Cancer Society which states cancer patients and survivors need affordable, accessible insurance coverage with no pre-existing condition exclusions or annual and lifetime caps, and that high-risk pools have failed to meet these basic needs.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Hampshire.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this cruel bill on behalf of my constituents, especially those it would hurt the most, people with pre-existing conditions, older Americans, veterans, and lower-income people. If this bill passes, we'll go back to the days when people with pre-existing conditions could be denied coverage or charged more, when insurers could decide whether or not to cover basic care like hospitalization, and when sick babies might hit their insurer's lifetime coverage limit before they could even walk. Under this bill, older Americans will pay more. In fact, Americans aged 50 to 64 would pay premiums 5 times higher than others. Veterans will lose access to tax credits that make private coverage affordable, and lower-income people will be hurt. Taking away Medicaid expansion would put affordable coverage out of reach for millions and set us back in the fight against the heroin, fentanyl, and opioid crisis. Instead of this cruel bill, let's come together to improve health care, not take health insurance away from millions just to give tax credits to the wealthiest. We're better than that. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to myself.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
The American Health Care Act has gone through many fits and starts over the last few months. This bill begins to fulfill our promise to the American people by reducing costs for American families. It eliminates Obamacare's burdens on small businesses and families and protects those with pre-existing conditions. We must continue to work to build on this. With that, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, our Majority Leader, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. But more importantly, I thank Congresswoman Diane Black for more than 4 decades as a nurse, for caring for the sick. I know her passion for the unborn, and for her work on this legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, Americans are a practical people. We know that we can have fair health care that helps those who need it without trapping everyone in a government-run system dreamed up by Washington's central planners. Now, contrary to our freedom, Obamacare forced the American people to purchase insurance. Contrary to our well-being, Obamacare imposed taxes we cannot bear. Contrary to what is responsible and right, Obamacare made Medicaid unsustainable for the people most in need. And contrary to common sense, Obamacare regulations continue to drive up the cost of insurance beyond what people can afford. You want to know how Obamacare is working? Just read this week's papers. Now, let me take you all the way back to yesterday. This is the headline. Medica, the last insurer selling individual policies in most of Iowa, is unlikely to exist. So now, 94 of the 99 counties will have no insurer in Iowa. 94 of the 94 counties in Iowa will have no insurer. Here's another headline from yesterday. Aetna will exit Obamacare markets in Virginia in 2018. Humana left the Obamacare exchanges. Blue Cross left Nebraska. United Healthcare left all but a handful of markets this year. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have roughly 3,000 counties in all of America. 1/3, 1,022, only have one provider. Soon, more counties will have none. So, you know what doesn't cover pre-existing conditions? A health care system that doesn't have coverage. No options mean no coverage. That's the road Obamacare is leading us down. And doing nothing leaves too many Americans out in the cold. And Mr. Speaker, we will not stand for that. We tried the Obamacare way. It is failing remarkably. And the American people are demanding a change. Now we have the chance to do something great. We can have care without control, stability without centralization, and support without mandates. We have the chance to listen to the American people and repeal and replace Obamacare. The American Health Care Act will repeal the individual and employer mandates. It will repeal Obamacare taxes. It will repeal Obamacare rules. It will repeal Obamacare subsidies. And it will do what is right by stopping taxpayer funding for abortion providers and by refocusing Medicaid on those who most need it. And we replace all of that with the system that protects those with pre-existing conditions. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot about this bill, and this bill is not 2,000 pages. It's less than 130. But, Mr. Speaker, I've heard things on this floor that are not true. So let me state it one more time. We will replace it with a system that protects with pre-existing conditions and then reduce premiums through the tried and true process of fair competition. And as the price of insurance decreases, we give those who still can't quite afford it a step up through tax credits and expand health savings accounts. This is fundamental and structural reform. Now, Mr. Speaker, since I've had the honor to stand on this floor and serve in this House, this body has done many good things. We have stood time and again for what was best for our country. Struggling against other branches for so long, many times that required us to dig in our heels and stop something terrible. It's good to stop bad things from happening, but it's great to make good things happen. Finally, after years of waiting, we have the chance to do something good today. This bill is not perfect. No bill could be. The question is not why can't it be made perfect. The question is, do we retreat or do we act? Do we take this great leap to repeal and replace Obamacare, extend a hand to our fellow citizens most in need, and break free from Washington control? Or do we continue to wait for the day that is already here in the hope for a better day that may never come? We are not set here to wait. We are called to action. This is our opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to read another day of headlines of more people going without insurance. Without insurance is without pre-existing conditions, without coverage. Today we'll do something good. That's why today we will act. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take away protections for pre-existing conditions for almost 6 million people in California who would have access to coverage, but those with diabetes could see their premiums go up by $5,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Christ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a terrible bill. I ask for revise and extend my remarks briefly. This bill will cut 24 million Americans out of health insurance. This bill will gut Planned Parenthood in the first year, affecting women across the country. And it will cut $850 billion out of Medicaid.
Is the gentleman from Virginia yielding for the purposes of debate?
It is unconscionable.
For purpose of
Thank you,
unanimous
Mr.
consent
Speaker.
request.
Gentleman's time is being timed. Gentleman from Virginia. Without objection. Gentleman from Virginia.
Could the Speaker advise how much time is left?
Gentleman has 3 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of the American Hospital Association against the bill. And I just want to say this bill can have a very simple slogan: American people are going to pay more and get less. That's what this bill does.
From Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise for unanimous consent to make one point. It is most shameful. It's
making a unanimous consent request.
Yes, I am. The unanimous consent is
consent request
to take $882 billion out of Medicaid.
The gentleman is not making a unanimous consent request.
And give it to the wealthy is the wrong thing to do.
Gentleman is not recognized. Gentleman from Virginia.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Could you advise again how much time remains?
Gentleman has 3 1/4 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 1/4 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 1/4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' pay more for less health care plan. I often repeat the 1966 observation of Martin Luther King, Jr., that of all the inequalities that exist, the injustice in health care is the most egregious and inhumane. On the day it was passed, I observed that the Affordable Care Act is the Civil Rights Act of the 21st century. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would be inhumane and put egregious forms of discrimination back into our health care delivery system. My Republican colleagues and President Trump have promised more coverage and less cost for everyone. However, this plan would allow all states to eliminate essential health benefits such as maternity and newborn coverage, prescription drugs, hospitalization, emergency coverage, and mental health services. It would also allow states to tax older Americans 5 times more than younger Americans. Republicans are reneging on their promise to protect Americans with pre-existing conditions. Without essential health benefit standards, protections for those with pre-existing conditions would exist in name only. Repeal of the essential health benefits would drive a race to the bottom, with insurers dropping coverage for everything from chemotherapy to high-cost drugs. It would precipitate a proliferation of junk policies that have historically plagued unsuspecting low-income communities for years. People with pre-existing conditions who have their cost services would not be able to find coverage they need at any price, much less affordable. We took a giant step away from this with the ACA, but this Republican bill takes us back to that era where people with pre-existing conditions are left in the cold. Adding money to a state slush fund is not a solution. Repealing the ACA will once again institutionalize inhumanity and egregiousness. Are you back?
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our closing statement, I'd like to yield the balance of the time to the Democratic leader, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him, Congressman Scott. I thank Frank Pallone, John Yarmouth, Richie Neal, our ranking members who've done such excellent work on this debate on the values of our country. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, Mr. Clyburn, began his remarks quoting Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and I want to join him. I think those words bear repeating. Over 50 years ago, Dr. King said, of all of the forms of inequality, injustice in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane because it often results in physical death. We come to the floor with the moral force of Dr. Martin Luther King's words in our hearts. Affordable health care is a civil right, a fundamental right for every person in our country, not just the privileged few. And so in the spirit of Mr. Clyburn and Dr. King, let us be prayerful about how we go forward on this very personal issue about the well-being of every person in our country. Speaker Ryan once called this bill an act of mercy. An act of mercy. There is no mercy here. Indeed, inequality and inhumanity is exactly what Trump Care has in store for the American people. But when he said it's an act of mercy, here's what others said. From the beginning, Trump Care was a moral monstrosity that will devastate seniors, children, and hardworking Americans. That was from me. But don't take it from me. Sister Simone Campbell said, this is not the faithful way forward and must be rejected. The Catholic Health Association wrote, "We strongly encourage the full House to reject this replacement bill." And the United Methodist Church said, opposing Trump care, this is what they said: "People will die because of efforts like this to roll back health care." Lutheran Services in America said, "Trump care will jeopardize the health care and long-term services and support of millions of Americans." The Episcopal Church said Trump care falls woefully short of our spiritual calling to care for the least of these, as well as the noble values upon which our great nation was founded. End of quote. And all that was said before the Republicans decided to destroy the protections of Americans with pre-existing conditions. I grant our Republican friends their position. I respect them and their constituents who sent them here. But I reject the wrong priorities in Trump care. Tax cuts for the rich at the expense of health insurance for tens of millions of working families across America. Trump care very clearly spotlights the differences in priorities between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has stepped forward in the long-standing Republican belief that Medicare should wither on the vine, that Medicaid should be shrunken, and that Social Security should be privatized. If you believe in the health and well-being of the American people, you must reject this bill before us now. It is what Trump care. Here's what it means for the American people. You know, much has been said about policy here today and over time. Much has been said about politics. What are the politics of this? What's really important is what this means to the American people. And they know. They are listening. They know what it means to them. And it means, Trump care does, it forces families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket costs. Higher cost, less coverage. Trump care will take away health care from more than 24 million hardworking Americans. A crushing age tax. Trump care forces Americans aged 50 to 64 to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for health coverage, no matter how healthy they are. Steals from Medicare. Trump care shortens the life of Medicare Trust Fund and ransacks funds that seniors depend on to get long-term care they need. That's why it's consistent with their wither on the vine for Medicare philosophy. And then, if that were not bad enough, and they couldn't pass their bill because it was that bad, they moved further away from the American people by gutting key protections. Trump care eviscerates essential health benefits such as maternity care, prescription drugs, emergency coverage, prenatal care, and guts protections for Americans with pre-existing medical conditions. As bad as Trump care was the first time around, you know, it was dead. It died. It died right here on the floor. Now it's come back to life, like a zombie, even more scary than before. And it is even worse. If Republicans have their way, Americans with pre-existing conditions will be pushed off their insurance and segregated into high-risk pools where they will face soaring costs, worse coverage, and restricted care. Trump care means huge premium increases. It's a frightening future for families who need affordable, dependable care the most. Now on the floor, the Republicans have recklessly, and some would say fraudulently, claimed that Trump care covers Americans with pre-existing conditions. It does not. It does not. As Robert Grabois at the conservative Mercatus Center said about the Upton Amendment, the $8 billion amount is a pittance. Spread over 5 years, it is a fifth of a pittance. As the Karen Polis from the Kauser Family Foundation said, the Upton Amendment would cover the cost for only 1% of the individual market. Others have given it up to 5%, 1 to 5%. Does that mean covering? No. Forcing a vote without a CBO score shows that the Republicans are afraid of the facts. They're afraid of learning the full consequences of their plan to push Americans with pre-existing conditions into the cold, or as my colleague from New York said, off the sidewalk. If Republicans thought they were really protecting people, they wouldn't be afraid of the facts. But they're also afraid of the truth, and the truth that would come forth if we knew the facts. And they're afraid that the American people will find out that this is not a health care bill. This is a tax bill disguised as a health bill. This is a bill that is one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the middle class to the richest people and corporations in America. It's a tax bill, not a health care bill. That's why they have to do it now, so they can get on with their tax bill. But the suffering Trump care will inflict on the sick is all too clear. That is why this disastrous bill has been condemned by the American Medical Association, the American Cancer Society, the American Diabetes Society, the American Diabetes Association, American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, American Society of Clinical Oncology, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, AIDS United, the Children's Hospital Association, AARP, the March of Dimes. The list goes on and on. On and on. The American Cancer Society. Well, instead of reading all of these pages, I will submit them without objection for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Trump care, families, seniors, vulnerable children, Americans with disabilities, people struggling to overcome addiction, and the sick will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed. Nearly 2 million jobs will be destroyed across America. 7 million veterans will lose access to tax credits for health care. And all of this to give a massive tax cut to the richest in America. Trump care is a billionaire's tax cut, again, disguised as a health care bill. It's Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest, again, transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. Today, we honor the visions of our founders, who risked everything. They risked everything, their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor, to advance the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The life, a healthier life, the freedom to pursue your happiness, the freedom from being job-locked or policy-locked because of what the Republicans want to do today. Today, we fight to preserve affordable health care as the right of every American, again, not the privileged few. Today, we fight for children like Zoe Madison Lynn. Zoe was born with a congenital heart defect in May of 2010. She faced her first of 3 heart surgeries at 15 hours. By 6 months old, Zoe was halfway to her lifetime limit her insurer had placed on her. She faced a grim future, not only using up her lifetime limit by preschool, but by carrying a pre-existing condition that will require attention and care for the rest of her life. Under the Affordable Care Act, Zoe is protected, but Trump care puts her future in danger. I wish that our members who vote for this bill had I hope you make time to sit down with the parents of a newborn or with a heart condition or a young woman who just learned she had breast cancer, the family of loved ones struggling with a disease or a chronic condition, any of the tens of millions of Americans who are rightfully terrified of what Trump care will mean in their lives. Mr. Speaker, we have with this bill a wonderful opportunity. This is one of the best civics lessons we can engage in. Because of what happened following the election, the American people are engaged. They are paying attention. I'm not saying in a political way, I'm saying in a personal way. A former speaker said all politics is local. In the case of health care, all politics is personal. All politics is personal when it comes to health care. And so this civics lesson will teach the American people a number of things. As special as we think we are when we come to the floor here, most Americans don't know who their member of Congress is. But they will now when they find out that you voted to take away their health care and the rest. They will know when you put an age tax on them or undermine Medicare and Medicaid and the rest. Oh yeah, they're paying attention because it's really personal with them and their families. So I think we have to get ready for that. Our members, our colleagues who have the mantle of being a moderate, you vote for this bill, You have walked the plank from moderate to radical. And you're walking the plank for what? A bill that will not be accepted by the United States Senate. Why are you doing this? Do you believe in what is in this bill? Some of you have said, well, they'll fix it in the Senate. But you have every provision of this bill tattooed on your forehead. You will glow in the dark on this one. You will glow in the dark. You will glow in the dark. So don't walk the plank, especially unnecessarily. Our responsibility to the sick and the hurt is biblical. It's fundamental to who we are. As Pope Francis said, health is not a consumer good, but a universal right. So access to health services cannot be a privilege. Today, let us declare once again the affordable health care must be the right of every American, not the privileged few. So I ask you, my colleagues, does Trump care lower health costs? No. Does Trump care provide better health care? No. Does Trump care protect seniors and families? No. Is Trump care good for our veterans? No. Is there any caring in Trump care at all? No. For the sake of our values, to honor our responsibilities to our founders, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, to our veterans who protect us, and to our children whose aspirations are our guide, I urge my colleague to vote no on this disastrous Trump care bill and yield back the ballot.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really is my privilege now to yield 1 minute to the distinguished man from Wisconsin, the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I haven't said anything yet. That's right. First off, there are a few people I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank the committee chairs. I'd like to thank Chairman Walden, Chairman Brady, Chairwoman Black, Chairman Sessions. I want to thank the members of those committees, Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, Budget and Rules. I want to thank all the members who made constructive contributions throughout this entire deliberative, bottom-up organic process. I want to thank the President of the United States for his steadfast leadership. In his address, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
In his address in this chamber, he called on Congress to act. And today we take the next step to repeal and replace Obamacare. I want to thank Vice President Pence, Secretary Price, Director Mulvaney, and all of their teams. My colleagues, there is a fundamental and urgent choice at the heart of this debate. We can continue with the status quo under Obamacare. And we know what that looks like. It means even higher premiums, even fewer choices, even more insurance companies pulling out, even more uncertainty and even more chaos. Look at what has happened in Iowa this week. As is the case in so many areas in this country, Iowa is down to one insurer. That, of course, is not a choice. But now that one insurer is saying that it will have to pull out of 94 of 99 counties in Iowa. This is happening right now. So tens of thousands of Iowans will go from having one option to no options. That is not a choice. This is a crisis. And it is happening right now. What protection is Obamacare if there is no health care plan to purchase in your state? This is the direction Obamacare is rapidly heading. So we can continue with this status quo, or we can put this collapsing law behind us, end this failed experiment. Let's make it easier for people to afford their health insurance. Let's give people more choices and more control over their care. Let's make insurance companies come in and compete for your business. Let's return power from Washington to the states. Let's help get people peace of mind. Let's put the patient, not the bureaucrats, at the center of the system. This bill does all of those things. This bill delivers on the promises that we have made to the American people. You know, a lot of us have been waiting 7 years to cast this vote. Many of us are here because we pledged to cast this very vote, to repeal and replace Obamacare, to rescue people from this collapsing law. Are we going to meet this test? Are we going to be men and women of our word? Are we going to keep the promises that we made? Or are we going to falter? No. After all of this, after seeing what is happening in Iowa and around the country, after seeing this law collapsing while we witness it across the country, knowing all this turmoil that is coming, we will not falter, we will replace, and today is the day that we're going to do this. Today, this House has the opportunity to do more than just fulfill a promise. We have the opportunity to raise our gaze and set a bold course for our country. We have the opportunity to show that we've got the resolve to tackle the big challenges in this country before they tackle us, to stop the drift of arrogant, big government policies in our lives, and to begin a new era of reform based on liberty and self-determination, giving people choices, letting them control their own destinies. That is the day that is before us right here. So let us pass this bill to take the next step to put Obamacare behind us. Let us pass this bill to build a better health care system for American families. Let us pass this bill to leave this country better than we found it, because that is why we are here. That is what is at stake today. And that is why I am going to be so proud to cast my vote for this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. House will be in order. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
Question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Virginia.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having a resident recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The question on passage of H.R. 2192, the question on passage of H.R. 1628, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1644. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. The unfinished business is a vote on passage of H.R. 2192, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2192, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff.
Question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we are watching live coverage of the House floor, the highly anticipated vote on the Obamacare replacement bill happening soon. I am going to be wrapping up my coverage for the morning, but Mike Pace will be joining you with more coverage right here on News Now.
All right, folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome. The Obamacare replacement bill vote is coming up shortly. This one is H.R. 2192 to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff. And folks, what you are watching right now is the exemption for Congress from the health bill, and it's going to pass almost unanimously here. This bill was proposed to be passed in tandem with the American Health Care Act, the bill that would replace the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, in order to meet the requirements of the budget reconciliation process so that the AHCA is not subject to the Senate filibuster. The AHCA exempt members of Congress from some changes to the health care law. The bill, H.R. 2192, removes those exemptions so that members of Congress face the same health care options as other Americans. So what you are seeing, folks, is this first vote, which is a provision to strip members of Congress and their staff of an exemption from the changes that they are about to make to the U.S. healthcare system. This is that 15-minute vote that is going to be ending very shortly. The second vote will actually be the healthcare repeal bill itself. That will be a 5-minute vote. The third vote will be on a North Korea Sanctions Act and will be a 5-minute vote. It is unrelated to the healthcare law. 216 votes will be needed to pass all three. Moments ago, House Speaker Paul Ryan spoke on the floor in favor of the bill, making the closing statement that Republican case for the bill. Voting is expected to begin right after this current vote. that we are watching right now. He said, "We can continue with the status quo or we can put this collapsing law behind us," Mr. Ryan said, adding that the GOP repeal bill will allow more choice, put patients at the center of the healthcare experience, and reduce costs. And President Trump just moments ago tweeting that he is watching the vote here. And that big vote will be coming up in just a little bit.
On this vote, the ayes are 227, the nays are
Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 429, the nays are 0. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 1628, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1628, a bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
Question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a minimum 5-minute vote.
All right, everybody, you are watching live right now as the House is voting. They will need 216 votes to pass the House here. You can see right now, 162 for Republicans. And keep in mind, everybody, as you're watching these numbers come in live, remember that the Republicans can only afford to have 22 no votes. As you can see here, they need 5 more. Everyone, 5 more. They got 214 right now.
The ayes are 217, the nays are 213. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from California, Mr. Royce, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1644 as amended, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1644, a bill to enhance sanctions with respect to transactions related to North Korea and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended?
All right, everybody, you are watching live right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, as it did just narrowly pass their 217. They needed 216 to pass the House there for the health care bill. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. The bill did pass 217 to 212 with 2 people not voting. The next vote here is the third and final vote. This is a vote on North Korea Sanctions Act and will be a 5-minute vote. It's unrelated to the health care law. And we are learning that at 3:30 Eastern, we will be hearing from President Trump. That is coming up in a little more than an hour here, folks. 3:30 Eastern, we will be hearing from President Trump on this big passage that just went through the House there with the health care vote. So now with the House okaying the GOP bill erasing much of Obama's health care law, answering campaign pledge, and now sending the measure to the Senate. Once again, folks, that bill did pass 217 to 213. It was very close, but the Republicans kept enough members on board to pass. Now it is on to the Senate. Stay right here with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do have live video here as House members are going to be going on a bus now to make their way to the White House after the health care vote just passed the House there, 217 to 213. They needed 216. They just got it. Now they'll be taking on a bus to the White House. As a reminder, everyone, 3:30 Eastern, we are going to be hearing from President Trump on this bill being passed through the House. And from media reports, the Democrats on the floor were singing "Na na na na, hey hey, kiss him goodbye," a classic sports chant at the Republicans, implying that Republicans are imperiling themselves and their seats politically by voting for this bill. And relieved Republicans have pushed their prized health care bill through the House. A mostly party line 217 to 213 vote advances a bill that addresses their longtime pledge to erase the 2010 Obama health care law. Today's vote sends the measure to the Senate. Many senators consider the House bill too harsh, and it's expected to undergo substantial changes. The House measure collapsed back in March due to opposition by conservative and moderate GOP lawmakers. House leaders abandoned another attempt to pass the bill last week after support was lacking. Leaders finally rounded up enough support after adding money aimed at helping seriously ill patients afford their medical costs. Democrats said the bill would kick millions off coverage. They predicted Republicans would pay the price in next year's elections.
Yeah, you know what? You call me back, that's fine. The sheep are coming down the stairs. All right, that's not what I was doing. I get try to get Tony afterwards, right? Okay. All right. Well, they're coming down the steps. Okay, all right.
Folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see members of Congress. They're leaving the Capitol. They are going on buses, and they are headed to the White House. We are expecting them to make a press conference available at the White House with President Trump in 1 hour, 3:30 Eastern. 3:30 Eastern. And there you can see there are already protesters right outside the Capitol there. You can see the one sign there that says shame on it as the members of Congress now leave to go to the White House for that press conference in 1 hour at the Rose Garden. 20 Republicans voted no on this health care vote. 20 Republicans voted no. They were Biggs, Kaufman, Comstock, Costello, Dent, Donovan, Fitzpatrick, Hurd, Jones, Joyce, Katko, Lance, Massey, Meehan, Smith, and Turner. You can see there as there are protesters there now. right outside the Capitol. We are expecting President Trump in less than an hour at the White House. And once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see members of the media there. The buses are waiting. The Republicans that voted for the repeal of Obamacare. We will be hearing from President Trump in less than an hour here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Also, just happening now, the House overwhelmingly backs new sanctions on North Korea, targeting its shipping industry and use of slave labor. That just coming down right now. But the major story of the day is this health care passing the House. It is now on its way to the Senate. The bill passing 217 to 213. They needed 216 to pass the House. President Trump to speak shortly. Once again, that bill did pass 217 to 213. 20 Republicans voted no, while no Democrats voted yes. Close, but the Republicans kept enough members on board to pass.
Shame on you!
And House Republicans today narrowly approved a sweeping health care bill aimed at fulfilling their campaign promise to upend Obamacare after bringing out the legislative defibrillators to resuscitate a package that had flatlined on the floor just 6 weeks earlier. The revised American Health Care Act passed on a 217 to 213 vote. It heads next to the Senate, where it faces an uncertain fate. A lot of us have been waiting 7 years to cast this vote, House Speaker Paul Ryan said earlier today. Capping a fiery debate moments before the vote, Ryan appealed to colleagues to move beyond Obamacare, which he called a collapsing law and failed experiment, citing the situation in Iowa where the last statewide insurer is threatening to leave. Ryan said, "This is a crisis. What protection is Obamacare if there is no health care plan to purchase in your state?" Health Secretary Tom Price told Fox News, America's Newsroom, earlier today that he expects the Senate to ensure the best possible bill emerges and rejected criticism that the GOP plan to replace the Affordable Care Act would lead to reduced coverage. "What we want to do is have a seamless system, not pull the rug out from anybody," Price said, claiming the proposal would ensure people with pre-existing conditions remained covered. And after the original bill was pulled from the floor in March amid conservative resistance, GOP leaders won over some of those lawmakers by including waivers that states could claim pertaining to Obamacare's coverage requirements, including for those with pre-existing conditions. Earlier this week, moderates in turn objected that constituents with pre-existing conditions could effectively be denied coverage by insurers, charging them exorbitant premiums. In a final tweak, leaders added billions more to help people with pre-existing conditions afford coverage. Critics say it's still not enough, but the changes helped attract just enough support from conservative and centrist Republicans to pass. GOP leaders announced overnight that they had the votes, setting in motion today's action. All right, folks, now we are going to be hearing from House Democrats right now about this issue.
And told at the time she had only 8 months to live, she had insurance. But 2 months later, we read the fine print, we were notified that all of her insurance had run out. So we spent the next 6 months of her life spending all of her life savings trying to keep her comfortable. Wow. This is repeated too often in our society. And what we did with the Affordable Care Act was step away from those kinds of experiences for the American families in America. And what we will see in the very near future, if this were to become law, is a return to those kinds of junk policies. In fact, what my mother had was just a cut above a junk policy. When people find out as soon as they get sick, go for the second treatment, that they have used up their benefits, sometimes annual, sometimes for a lifetime. To return to that kind of situation for the American people is egregious and inhumane, and I think King got it right 50 years ago. We got it wrong today. And with that, I'd like to yield to our Vice Chair of the Caucus, Vice Chair Sanchez.
So today is a dark day for the American people and for my colleagues that stand up here that put up a good fight. And I just want to remind people what is at stake and what we've lost today. I received a letter, an email letter from a constituent that I think perfectly highlights the serious challenges that Americans would face under Trump care. I have a constituent named Brandy from Lakewood, California. She's a 36-year-old pediatric nurse practitioner who works with children in Los Angeles and Orange County. She works with children who are in hospice. And I'm going to quote from her letter, quote, "I was also diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 11 months old, asthma at age 2, skin cancer at age 13, rheumatoid arthritis at age 19. What may surprise most people is that I'm also fit, a triathlete, and a 6-time marathoner. I speak to children about accomplishing their dreams and surpassing expectations. That being said, if the current draft of healthcare reform is passed, I will become just a number. I will be a number who will be discriminated against by the pharmaceutical and insurance industry. I will become a number who will have to sacrifice food and mortgage in order to pay medical bills. I will most likely become too ill to continue my hospice career, and very few people have my training. This would lead to kids dying of diseases, not getting the care that they need and that they deserve." It's heartbreaking to read her letter because she personally understands what's at stake. And now that House Republicans have voted to pass Trump care, it's going to be clear to every American who broke the healthcare system. Whether they voted for it or not, Republicans own Trump care now. The millions of Americans who will see their premiums increase will know who to blame. Americans can direct their calls to Republicans when they lose their health care coverage. The American people can thank Donald Trump and the Republicans when they hit their lifetime cap when they suffer a serious illness or an injury. Democrats will not allow Republicans to run and hide from this vote. We will make sure they know it is Republicans who are responsible for their higher costs and their shoddy insurance coverage. And my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight to save as many Americans as we can from the effects of this terrible bill. And with that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Ben Ray Lujan from New Mexico.
Thank you, Linda. Well, you just saw Republicans do something that the American people thought would never happen. But we had worked together to make sure that we were taking this fight to our brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors across the country. to reject the notion that we would see the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. But what Republicans did today was increase your premiums, increase your deductibles, increase your out-of-pocket costs. If you're 50 to 64 years of age, they thought you should get hit with something called an age tax. And if that's not bad enough, 24 million people could lose their coverage. And then Republicans had the audacity, as our vice chair reminded us, that in this notion of this game with high-risk pools, annual and lifetime caps were just brought back by Republicans with their vote today. And the protections that the American people could count on, where pre-existing conditions were a thing of the past, if you had cancer or diabetes or you got hurt on the work site, Republicans brought back pre-existing conditions today. So we have to make sure that we take this fight to the American people. We have to work hand in hand, day after day, to make sure that the country knows what Republicans did to them today. Trust me, Republicans will bear the burden of this vote today. With that, I yield back to our distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Frank Pallone.
Thank you, Ben Ray. I just want to debunk this myth that the Republicans keep preaching on the floor, that somehow this is repeal and replace. This is not replace. There is no replacement. Whatever the issue is, I mean, we made it possible, or we make it possible under the ACA, because I still believe it will, the Senate is not going to actually act on this or do anything that ultimately would repeal the ACA. But the bottom line is, we made it possible for people who were at a certain income to get Medicaid through the expansion of Medicaid. And we made it possible for people on the individual market to get a major subsidy depending upon their income. And that's how we expanded the number of people that have health insurance. And what this Republican bill does is it takes away the pay-fors, if you will, the way that we paid for these subsidies, the way we paid for the Medicaid expansion. So the notion that somehow this is a real replacement that's going to guarantee people health insurance is totally false, because the money isn't there anymore. There's not money for the subsidy. There's not money for the Medicaid expansion. The Medicaid expansion essentially will not exist. And the same thing, look, if in the old days, you might have been able to get some kind of junk insurance policy because you didn't have a guaranteed benefit package. They were selling a $50 policy per month in North Carolina that didn't have hospitalization, for example. And we wanted to make sure that people got good health insurance, that they had hospitalization, they had behavioral health care, they had maternity care, the essential benefit package. And we did that, and that's what the Affordable Care Act does. But they're saying, oh, we're going to get rid of the essential benefit packages, or states are going to be able to raise premiums because there'll be no more community rating. They can, charge you whatever you want. Bottom line is, this takes us back to the days when people could not afford health insurance and they had a lousy benefit package. And that's where the Republicans are taking you with this repeal. And we're not going to stand for it. And we're going to explain to the public that that's what this is all about. The good old days before the ACA were not the good old days. Things improved because of the ACA. And we're not going to let them go back to those days when people suffered and didn't have health insurance and didn't have good benefits. And we're going to work to make sure that the Senate doesn't pass this bill and that ultimately the Affordable Care Act remains in place. Thank you. Thanks to all my colleagues.
Thank you. This is a sad day for those who need health care, and I think it's important to remind people what progress has been made since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. Costs have gone up at the slowest rate in 50 years. Those with pre-existing conditions can get insurance at the standard rate. Instead of millions of people losing their insurance every year, 20 million more people have insurance. We have consumer protections, like no caps on benefits, prevention and cancer screenings, no co-pays and deductibles. Young people up to 26 can stay on their parents' policies. We're closing the donut hole. We've invested in community health centers. We're investing in education for doctors and other professionals. And we have essential benefits, including mental health and prescriptive drugs. That's progress, but all we hear from the other side are complaints, promises, and press releases. Unfortunately for them, the congressional Budget Office reviewed the last version and found that notwithstanding all of their promises and complaints, their bill would result in 24 million fewer people having insurance. Those that get insurance will pay more, and the policies would cover less. They didn't make that mistake again by having the Congressional Budget Office review this version, but there's nothing in it that makes anything better. It just makes many of the things worse. One of the kind of confusing issues in the debate was surrounded pre-existing conditions. We have said that people lose their protection. They said they're protected. Let me tell you, what's in the bill says you cannot technically deny people coverage notwithstanding a pre-existing condition, but you can charge them virtually whatever you want. The estimates are your premiums will go up $10, $20, and maybe $30,000 a year. They can price it so that you can't get it. Under the present law, you get insurance notwithstanding a pre-existing condition at the standard rate, and you lose that benefit under their law. And with that, yield back to the distinguished leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I thank our ranking members. I think what you have seen here, listening to our leadership and two of our ranking members, Mr. Scott and Mr. Pallone, and I would compliment also Richie Neal, our ranking on Energy, Ways and Means, and Mr. Yarmouth from Budget for their superior knowledge on this subject as well. When you know the facts and you care about people, you can't possibly vote for the bill that they voted for today. So what do? Either they don't know, or they don't care, or both. Some of our members think they really don't care, so that's why they don't want to know the facts. But this is very central debate for us, for our country, because it's about the health and well-being of our country, a measure of the strength of America. Not just our military might, which is important, the healthy education, the well-being of the American people. It's about our strength. It's also about an allocation of our resources. So right now, the Republicans are in the Rose Garden having a beer party to celebrate one of the biggest transfers of wealth from working families to the richest people in our country, and that is what they have been about. The trickle-down crowd is now having a beer party in the Rose Garden. But we will continue to take the case to the American people. And by the way, they're taking the case to us. They know how this affects them. So this is, again, everything is an opportunity. Two people there, and it could be any two of their 216, whatever it was, but two people there have made a difference in the lives of the American people, and we will hold them accountable. Any questions? Yes, sir.
This bill now goes to the Senate, and based on, you said this morning that this bill can't pass as it stands.
I quoted the senators as saying that it wasn't going to.
Based on what you've heard in the math over there, what changes are you anticipating, and if they're made, can they pass when they return to the House?
Well, I really can't speak to what, in other words, they just passed it here, and so we'll see what the Senate does. But again, this thing is intrinsically bad. And when our distinguished Mr. Scott talked about, for example, pre-existing conditions and the astronomical cost of allowing for pre-existing conditions, that's what existed before the Affordable Care Act. And that's why people didn't have it, because it was too expensive. It was endlessly expensive. And you know what else? Who decides what's a pre-existing condition? They were deciding that if you were a woman subjected to domestic violence, you had a pre-existing medical condition and you had to pay more. So it's about who decides what that is, and that had been eliminated under the Affordable Care Act. Being a woman was no longer a pre-existing condition. And then the question of, sure, you can have coverage for pre-existing condition. You could never afford it. You could never afford it because it would be endless, especially as time went by and your condition worsened. As you heard Congresswoman Sanchez say about that person, she had a pre-existing condition and another one and another one. May I say thank you for that. And Joe Crowley, who was with us, had to get a train, so he could not be with us to respond to that. Stenny, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to make a comment. I don't think the Senate's going to pass this bill in its present form.
They may add amendments, I don't know, we'll see. But I wanted to add something to what we've said. Whether it passes the Senate or not, since January, they have been undermining the confidence in the marketplace. They've undermining the confidence of insurers, undermining the confidence of patients, undermining the confidence of providers. When you have confidence undermined, it drives prices up. I talked to an insurer in Maryland, I won't mention the insurer, who assessed that when Mulvaney said we may or may not pay, the White House has said they were going to pay. Talked both to the leader and myself and said we're going to pay for the cost subsidy on deductibles. And the marketplace was threatened, and it had an impact. When they continued to offer this bill, every time they offered this bill, in whatever form it was, it undermined the confidence of the market. And when you undermine the confidence of the market, you decrease availability and increase cost. And very frankly, one of the things I fear is you're going to see in the next few days some very negative announcements by companies who have no confidence in the market because of the actions the Republicans have taken over the last 4 months.
I just want to add that nobody is with them. If you look in the record and some of what we talked about this morning, every organization, every delivery of service, delivery of insurance, faith-based group, nobody is with them. American Cancer Society, you named the diagnosis, they're not with them. The AMA, they're not with them. The March of Dimes, they're not with them. So they have no one with them. So you would think they might say, what judgment did I make that nobody has a respect for what I am doing? I just want to say, I'm pleased that we're here with Congressman Green of Texas, Congresswoman Barbara Lee just walked out, a member of our leadership of California, then Don McKeechin of Virginia, a freshman member, Brenda Lawrence from Michigan, and some other members had been with us. I want to recognize them as being here. But what would be a wonderful thing to see is if the Senate said, okay, let's take the Affordable Care Act and let us see what we can do working together. Because as Steny said, since March, since January, they've been undermining it. But for a long time, in the majority, they refused to implement some of the provisions of the Affordable Care Act with funding for that would head off some of the concerns that have arisen. So they, just by contrast, when they did Medicare Part D, which we all opposed, but it passed, they had the majority, it passed, we immediately enabled it to be implemented. Our offices were resources to the community, the seniors who were taking advantage of it, even though we thought it was not a good bill because it gave away the store to the pharmaceutical industry and increased the deficit by so much. But nonetheless, it was the law we implemented. They come in and they're saying we don't want to fund navigators to do outreach so that people can take advantage of this, undermining the good health of the American people. But you know what? They've been whining for 7 years about the Affordable Care Act. Now let them defend what they did today. We welcome that discussion. Any other comments? Thank you.
Just a quick question. You touched on it briefly, but would you mind responding to the members going to the White House now? And I know the president tweeted about, a victorious moment at the.
Remember I said about the Republican members either not knowing or not caring about it. Whatever they don't know is only matched by the President of the United States. Some of his statements about the Affordable Care Act, you're like, what are you talking about? Do you have a staff that can at least have you make an informed statement? Even if it's negative, you don't like it, but know what you're talking about. As recently as today, or yesterday, but reported today about the pre-existing medical condition. Oh, the $8 billion, that's more money than we need. No, it's a pittance, according to the Republican, the conservative think tank, it's a pittance, and over 5 years, it's a fifth of a pittance. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, it will cover 1% of those in the individual market, and somebody else said, well, it could maybe be 5%, 100,000 people. So the president You know, it's really sad because it shows we grant people their position, but at least know what you're talking about so that we can respect the debate back and forth. But when you think about decisions that are made by people who do not know what they're talking about, or perhaps know and don't care about the American people, that's a problem for us. But we are, we're steamed. We're ready to go to bring on that debate and listen to the American people, because all along they have spoken out on this since the election. So.
If I can add, they're going down to celebrate something that comes way, way, way short of what the president looked the American public in the eye and said he was going to deliver. Insurance for everybody at less cost and higher quality. This bill comes nowhere close to that promise. So they are celebrating a broken promise.
And a tax break for the rich.
Leader, if I could just add something there too. So think of the signal that Republicans are sending to the American people. They just voted to increase your premiums, increase your deductibles, bring back pre-existing conditions, arguably bring back annual and lifetime caps, and they're out in the sun, in the Rose Garden, toasting champagne and cracking cold ones. That's what they just told the American people. The American people will reject that entirely. And so I'm glad you asked that question. It's an important one to capture.
Well, and I think you have to identify who is celebrating, who benefits from the bill. As City just mentioned, higher costs, fewer people insured, policies cover less, children in neonatal intensive care units that run up almost their lifetime benefit before their first birthday, they don't benefit. People 50 to 64 under Medicare will see their rates go up significantly. Those with pre-existing conditions will see their rates skyrocket. Who benefits? The tax cuts.
The tax cuts. I must say that one of the members, or more than one, but this thought came from some of the moderate members. It doesn't really matter because the Senate is not going to let this pass. But they have put their name next to some of the worst provisions in this bill. So again, if we look, we should be sadder because this passed. We are. The uncertainty it injects into people's lives. But maybe we had to hit rock bottom, and that's what's happening in the Rose Garden right now. Rock bottom. One last question.
Yes, we're reporting over at the Washington Examiner that the Senate won't take up this version of the bill. This is breaking, and they're going to write their own. Any comments based on that?
I did hear. I've heard that.
Just a real quick question. Whose idea was the singing on the floor from your side?
Oh, I think that was spontaneous. I had no idea.
No doubt it was spontaneous.
I had no idea. I don't know. They all seemed to just burst into song.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, so that was some of the House Democrat leadership team talking to the press, talking about the health care vote that passed the House just about an hour ago, and talking about how they are totally against it and wishing that it didn't go this way. Less than a half an hour, we are going to be hearing from President Trump at the White House. And right now we're taking a look at the parking lot near the White House. This is where a lot of the House GOP members made their way to the White House in buses, and you can see some of them still coming in right now with their members of their teams as well. We are going to be hearing from President Trump in just a little bit. You guys are part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
The Johnson Amendment. The burden of the Johnson Amendment, the 1954 law sponsored by Lyndon B. Johnson, who would later become president. It is a provision of the tax code that prohibits all 501c3 profit.
In the final tweak, leaders added billions more to help people with pre-existing conditions afford coverage. Critics say it's still not enough, but the changes help attract just enough support from conservative and centrist Republicans to pass. GOP leaders announced overnight that they had the votes, setting in motion today's vote. House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi, that we just heard from, said this asterisk bill has been condemned by almost everyone. Republicans say a new health bill is necessary to curb rising premium costs and stop insurers from fleeing markets across the country. Doing nothing leaves too many Americans out in the cold. House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy said, "We tried the Obamacare way. It is failing remarkably." The healthcare vote was scheduled after the White House and congressional leaders rank-and-file holdouts with pressure in recent days and claimed that they had the votes to prevail. But in the Senate, some Republicans considered the House measure too harsh. The bill would eliminate tax penalties, Obama's law, which has clamped down on people who don't buy coverage, and it erases tax increases in the Affordable Care Act on higher-earning people and the health industry. It cuts the Medicaid program for low-income people and lets states impose work requirements on Medicaid recipients. It transforms Obama's subsidies for millions buying insurance, largely based on people's incomes and premium costs, into tax credits that rise with consumers' ages. The measure would retain Obama's requirement that family policies cover grown children until age 26. And you can see there some of the administration there. Sean Spicer taking his seat as well, as Advisor Cohen there is there as well. So this is going to be starting very shortly here. President Trump will be speaking with the backdrop of the White House in the Rose Garden along with House GOP members. You can see Betsy DeVos there taking her seat. Sean Spicer taking his. There we are getting ready very shortly. Here's Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price making his way in the Rose Garden.
Ivanka, your hair's
Also, states could get federal waivers freeing insurers from the Obama coverage requirements. With waivers, insurers could charge people with pre-existing illnesses far higher rates than healthy customers, boost prices for older consumers to whatever they wish, and ignore the mandate that they cover services like pregnancy care. The bill would block federal payments to Planned Parenthood for a year, considered a triumph by many anti-abortion Republicans. The nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated in March...
Ladies and gentlemen,
and here we go.
This is your 2-minute warning.
We just have a 2-minute warning that we heard, folks. 2-minute warning. Like I was saying, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimated in March that the GOP bill would end coverage for 24 million people over a decade. That office also said the bill's subsidies would be less generous for many, especially lower earning and older people not yet 65 and qualifying for Medicare.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President and Vice President of the United States.
Speaker Ryan, Majority Leader McCarthy,
Majority Whip Scalise, Chairwoman McMorris Rogers, Chairman Brady, Chairman Walden, Chairwoman Black, Congressman MacArthur, Congressman Meadows, and all the principled members of Congress who are standing with us here today. On behalf of President Donald Trump and the First Family, welcome to the White House. And thanks to the leadership of President Donald Trump, welcome to the beginning of the end of Obamacare. It was March 2010, 7 years ago. Democrats passed a government takeover of health care. And at that time, Republicans in Congress promised the American people that law would not stand. Today, thanks to the perseverance, the determination, and the leadership of President Donald Trump and all the support of those gathered here, we've taken a historic first step to repeal and replace Obamacare and finally give the American people the kind of health care they deserve. So today, with heartfelt gratitude for all he has done to keep his word to the American people, and for all he will do to continue to make America great again, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. That's the group. Thank you. Thank you very much. This really is the group. What a great group of people. And they're not even doing it for the party. They're doing it for this country because we suffered with Obamacare. I went through 2 years of campaigning, and I'm telling you, no matter where I went, people were suffering so badly with the ravages of Obamacare. And I will say this, that as far as I'm concerned, your premiums, they're going to start to come down. We're going to get this passed through the Senate. I feel so confident. Your deductibles, when it comes to deductibles, they were so ridiculous that nobody got to use their current plan, this non-existent plan that I heard so many wonderful things about over the last 3 or 4 days after that. I mean, I don't think you're going to hear so much right now. The insurance companies are fleeing. It's been a catastrophe, and this is a great plan. I actually think it will get even better, and this is, make no mistake, this is a repeal and a replace of Obamacare. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake. And I think most importantly, yes, premiums will be coming down. Yes, deductibles will be coming down. But very importantly, it's a great plan. And ultimately, that's what it's all about. We knew that wasn't going to work. I predicted it a long time ago. I said it's failing. And now it's obvious that it's failing. It's dead. It's essentially dead. If we don't pay lots of ransom money over to the insurance companies, it would die immediately. So what we have is something very, very incredibly well-crafted. Tell you what, there is a lot of talent standing behind me, an unbelievable amount of talent. That I can tell you. I mean it. And, you know, coming from a different world and only being a politician for a short period of time, how am I doing? Am I doing okay? I'm president. Hey, I'm president. Can you believe it, right? I don't know. I thought you needed a little bit more time. They always told me more time, but we didn't. But we have an amazing group of people standing behind me. They worked so hard, and they worked so long. And what I said, let's do this. Let's go out, just short little shots for each one of us, and let's say how good this plan is. We don't have to talk about this unbelievable victory. Wasn't it unbelievable? So we don't have to say it again. But it's going to be an unbelievable victory, actually, when we get it through the Senate, and there's so much spirit there. But I said, let's go out. We have a little list of some of the people, and I think after that list goes, if they don't talk too long, our first list, we're going to let some of the other folks just come up and say whatever you want. But we want to brag about the plan, because this plan really, oh. Well, yeah, we may. But we're just going to talk a little bit about the plan, how good it is, some of the great features. I want to thank Paul Ryan. He has worked so hard. And I was joking. I said, you know, Paul, for the last week I've been hearing Paul Ryan doesn't have it. It's not working with Paul Ryan. He's going to get rid of Paul Ryan. Then today I heard Paul Ryan's a genius. He's come along. You know, the groups have all come together. We have the Tuesday group. We have so many groups. We have the Freedom Caucus. And they're all great people. We have a lot of groups, but they all came together. Really, Paul, I'd say in the last 3-4 days, especially in the last day. I see Mark and I see Kevin. I see so many people, Jim. We just have developed a bond. This has really brought the Republican Party together. As much as we've come up with a really incredible health care plan, this has brought the Republican Party together. We're going to get this finished, and then we're going, as you know, we put our tax plan in. It's a massive tax cut, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. I used to say the biggest since Ronald Reagan. Now it's bigger than that. Also, pure tax reform. So we're going to get that done next, and this really helps it. A lot of people said, how come you kept pushing health care, knowing how tough it is? Don't forget, Obamacare took 17 months. Hillary Clinton tried so hard, really valiantly, in all fairness, to get health care through. Didn't happen. We've really been doing this for 8 weeks, if you think about it. And this is a real plan. This is a great plan. And we had no support from the other party. So I just want to introduce somebody to say a few words who really has been, I think, treated very unfairly, but it no longer matters because we won, and we're going to finish it off, and we're going to go on to a lot of other things, and we are going to have a tremendous 4 years, and maybe even more importantly, we're going to have a tremendous 8 years, but we're going to start off with just a great first year. And Paul Ryan, come up and say a few words. Congratulations on a job well done.
You get thick skin in this job. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. First, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. There are too many people to name who played such an important role in helping us get to this part. But I want to thank a few people in particular. I want to thank Chairman Greg Walden, Kevin Brady, Diane Black, Pete Sessions, and the members of their committees for all the hard work they put into getting us to this point. I want to thank all the other members who contributed to making this the best bill possible. It really was a collaborative, consensus-driven effort. I also want to thank the team here at the White House. I want to thank Tom Price. I want to thank Mick Mulvaney. And I especially want to thank Reince Priebus. We could not have done this without you, gentlemen. You guys are the best. Of course, this would not have been possible if it weren't for these two gentlemen behind me. This is the fourth presidency I've served with. I have never, ever seen any kind of engagement like this. I want to thank Mike Pence, and I want to thank President Donald Trump for their personal involvement in working with our members and working to get this right, for getting this done and getting us to where we are. Thank you, gentlemen. Today was a big day, but it is just one step in this process, an important step. We still have a lot of work to do to get this signed into law. And I know that our friends over in the Senate are eager to get to work. They are. We're going to see that work through. You know why we're going to see this work through? Because the issues are just too important. The stakes are just too high. The problems facing American families are real. And the problems facing American families as a result of Obamacare are just too dire and too urgent. Just this week, we learned of another state, Iowa, where the last remaining health care plan is pulling out of 94 of their 99 counties, leaving most of their citizens with no plans on the Obama market at all. What kind of protection is Obamacare if there are no plans to choose from? And this is a trend that we are seeing all across the country. The truth is, this law has failed and it is collapsing. Premiums are skyrocketing and choices are disappearing. And it is only getting worse, spiraling out of control. And that is why we have to repeal this law and put in place a real, vibrant marketplace with competition and lower premiums for families. That's what the American Health Care Act is all about. It makes health care more affordable. It takes care of our most vulnerable. And it shifts power from Washington back to the states, and most importantly, back to you, the patient. Like I said, we've got a lot of work to do. But one thing is now clear. Republicans are committed to keeping our promise to lift the burden of Obamacare from the American people and put in place a better, more patient-centered system. It is my pleasure at this time to thank and to welcome to the stage someone who helped make this so possible, our very talented Majority Leader, Kevin McCarthy.
I remember the very first time I came down here to see the new president, President Trump. We talked about health care. You know what the president said? He said, let's not make this partisan. Don't do what you think is right for the Republican Party. Do what's right for the American country. And today, that's exactly what we did. You see, if you simply read the papers from this week, you take politics out of it, and you put people before politics, how do you look in the faces of 94 counties in Iowa out of 99? Well, not that they won't have very many choices, they'll have no choice. How do you care for pre-existing conditions when there's no care at all? Or you read the paper yesterday and you look at Aetna pulling out of Virginia, or to Tennessee next year with 16 counties with no care. Or what about those families that paid into those 23 co-ops that Obamacare created with more than $2 billion? 18 of them have collapsed. And the only answer that this American government gives them is a penalty. If you simply look at the facts, more people took the penalty or the exemption than actually signed up for Obamacare. I did not run to this office to promote a party. I ran for this office to make this country better. Yeah, and it would be easy to say no. It would be easy to watch it collapse. But I can't look at those families. I don't think that's right. And that's the exact message I got from this administration. So, Mr. President, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank the Vice President. You know, I've only been through a few presidents, but I've never seen someone so hands-on. Walk into my office yesterday morning, they say the president's calling again. I pick up the phone. I happen to be the majority leader, the former whip. I know my members well. The president gives me a list of who he thinks I would be best to talk to on the list. And he was right. And Mr. President, they all voted for the bill. Today is a start. Today is the start of a new beginning. Yes, it's about providing better health care. But I happen to have been a small business owner. I listened to my district. You know how many families no longer have a 40-hour job and now have to take 2 part-time jobs? Or how many small businesses told me that they couldn't expand anymore because they were afraid of what Obamacare would do for them? We are going to unshackle, build an economy, let people have greater choice in their health care, and protect pre-existing conditions. and I thank you for that word. I want to call up. I was this job before being majority whip. I never had to go through a bill like this. And I will tell you, being the whip really isn't one person. The deputy whip should get a lot of credit as well. Patrick McHenry. But Whip Steve Scalise never gave up, answered every question, and the team between Scalise and McHenry I'd put beyond any team we've ever had. I give you the majority whip, Steve Scalise.
Today we took the first step toward rescuing families from the failures of Obamacare. We've been seeing it play out all across the country. This isn't some hypothetical discussion. You see families struggling in every part of our country. I hear from families all the time in my district in Southeast Louisiana sharing with me stories of double-digit premium increases every single year. When we had the 27.5-hour markup before the House Energy and Commerce Committee, longest, they said, in the history of Congress, to pass this bill out of committee, we had a long and important discussion about health care policy in America and how this isn't about achieving some kind of political goal. It's about families, families who are struggling under the weight of this law that doesn't work. And so I reached out to my own constituents and I said, share with me some of the stories and how this law, Obamacare, is affecting you personally. And unfortunately, I got a lot of horror stories. You know, we've talked a lot about protecting people with pre-existing conditions in the context of this bill, and there are so many things, multiple layers in our bill that we passed today that not only protect people with pre-existing conditions, but actually focus real targeted money on lowering premiums for families with pre-existing conditions. And so during the committee hearing, might have been around 3 in the morning, I shared a story of one of those constituents, Chris from Slidell, who sent me a letter and talked about their family having pre-existing conditions. They have a family member with pre-existing conditions, and how because of the problems of Obamacare, they're paying double-digit increases. But this is the real story for families that have pre-existing conditions that are truly being hurt by Obamacare. One of the untold stories are the dramatic increases in deductibles. So there are a lot of families across the country that have over $10,000 deductibles. Now, for most people, that means they really can't even use the health care that they have in Obamacare. And so what Chris told me was, not only when we go to the doctor do we have to pay so much for our premium, but almost everything we do we're paying out of pocket because we've got such a large deductible. So basically, I'm paying a lot of money for a health care plan that doesn't work for me. Please provide relief for my family. We hear these stories over and over. And what's been so encouraging about this debate is that from the very beginning, every member of Congress that's been involved in trying to get this bill passed has been focused on 2 main things. And the first one is lowering premiums for families that are struggling. And the second is making sure that patients and doctors are the ones that make their own health care decisions. Unelected bureaucrats in Washington should not have anything to do with the health care decisions made between a patient and their doctor. And that ends with this bill. And so as we went through this process, and it took weeks, some people wanted it to take a couple of days, but we said we're going to take the time to get it right because it affects every person in this country. And every change that was made along the way made this bill better. Almost every change that was made along the way was focused on lowering premiums. Of course, you had a lot of other things we wanted to do. We reformed the Medicaid program. One of the most broken parts of health care, anybody will tell you, is Medicaid. And so we actually give governors and states the flexibility to go and be innovative and do things that'll, in a much more targeted way, help low-income families in a way that Medicare is failing them today. That's another important aspect of this bill. But we wouldn't be here today without the work and the help of the President and the Vice President of the United States directly getting involved. Because every meeting we had with members that wanted to get additional components added to the bill, President Trump said, bring him into the White House. I want to meet with him. I want to talk to him about how we can actually lower premiums. Because President Trump's focus from the beginning was the same thing. He knows Obamacare fails. but it's failing because it's hurting families. And he said, how can we lower premiums? How can we give patients more control of the health care? And ultimately, all of the meetings that we had along the way that made this bill better were focused on those objectives. And that's why it's so important that we got this first step done today. There's a lot of work left to be done, and I look forward to the Senate taking the action that they need to take, but ultimately getting a bill to President Trump's desk that he'll sign that actually rescue families from this incredibly failed law and put patients back in charge of their health care decisions and lower premiums. And the man that led the charge in starting this process in the committee was the House Energy and Commerce Committee Chairman, Greg Walden. I want to bring him up.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, it has been a pleasure and an honor to work with you hand in hand to get this bill to this point. And I want to tell you what a great team you have and what a great team I think we have in the Congress and on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and our subcommittee chair, Mike Burgess. Mike, come on out here for a second. Dr. Mike Burgess done incredible work on this as well. You've heard a lot about our goal to get this back to a patient-doctor relationship, to make insurance affordable to every American and available where they have choices and lower costs and competition in that market. It is collapsing around us state by state, county by county. Last year, there were 225 counties in America where you only had one choice on the Obamacare exchange. This year, it's 1,022, and you've heard now there are some counties where you'll have no choice. That's not affordability. That's not access. That's not patient care. That is what we're trying to reform in this legislation. You heard about Medicaid reform. I started on Medicaid reform in the 1989 session of the Oregon legislature. I helped out there. We became the majority in 90. I was majority leader in 91. We continued these reforms to achieve this same goal of trying to get people care that they needed when they didn't have it. And I continue that battle today. We reached out to governors. We reached out to insurance commissioners. We reached out to innovators in this space. Now, I think about Governor Herbert out of Utah, who told us the story of having to petition CMS, the old CMS, not Seema Verma and Tom Price's CMS, to see if he could use a modern, new, innovative technology to communicate with his Medicaid recipients who had that same technology. You and I would know that as email. 9 months later, the government here in Washington denied his request to communicate with people who had email by email. They told him no. And I said to the governor of Utah, how much would that have saved your state? He said $6 million. Now, do you want to spend it in snail mail, on postage, or do you want to spend it in health care? But the bigger question is, why do you have to come to Washington, D.C. to get that kind of permission to begin with? So what this legislation does is open up the ability for states to innovate, for doctors and patients and legislators to get together state by state and make a real difference for the people of Utah or the people of Oregon or the people of Florida. We can get this right. It is our duty. It is our obligation. This is the first step. I look forward to the partnership with the Senate and continuing with one with the White House till we get this signed into law. Thank you. Oh. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce the chairwoman of the Budget Committee, the chair who put us on this task, a nurse, an incredibly capable legislator, Diane Black.
Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Some 45 years ago, I graduated from nursing school, and when I graduated, I took an oath of honor to devote myself to those committed to my care. And it is what brought me here to Congress, because I saw almost 7 years ago what this was doing to those in my state. The people who come to me at church, that stop me in the grocery store, that stop me wherever I am at a ball field with my grandchildren to tell me with tears in their eyes, please help us. Please help us. The premiums have gone up. The deductibles are so high we cannot even get the care even if we pay our premiums. It was breaking my heart and has been breaking my heart over those last 7 years now that I've been hearing this. And so this is a great day for us. This is just the beginning. We have the opportunity now to rescue people, to give them the opportunity to truly get the kind of care that they want, they deserve, with the doctors that they choose and a price they can afford. And that's what this celebration is about. It's not about politics. It's about looking those people in the eye. The people that were thrown off of their care in our state 28,000 people lost their care in our risk program in one day, just like that. And this is a great day. It's just the beginning. There's still more to be done. I'm hopeful that the Senate is even going to make this bill better. There's so many people to thank. A lot of them are standing back here, but most of all, I want to say thank you to Mr. President and Mr. Vice President for being engaged, for giving an opportunity for our members to feel they're being heard, and at the end of the day, to get a product that's really going to work for the American people. That's what this is all about. And now it's my honor to bring to the podium my chairman of Ways and Means, Representative Brady.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I'm proud on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee, on behalf of our House Republicans, again to say thank you for your leadership. You know, I know this is just a first step, but make no mistake, this is a giant step toward a day, toward the day when Americans aren't struggling under $1 trillion of tax hikes that hurt small businesses, that land on families, that drag our economy down, that hurt patients. Under this new law, it's gone. We take a giant step toward a day when Americans aren't forced to buy health care they don't want and can't afford. And small businesses are no longer forced to offer health care their workers can't afford either. And we take a giant step today to the moment when Americans can save in their health savings plans for those big out-of-pocket costs, and they get a personal tax credit that can go with them from job to job, state to state, home to raise a family or a business, even in retirement if they want. We take that big step so Americans can choose health care they need, not the health care Washington thinks they need. So this is a giant step forward, and I'll finish with this. We know you have some big, big plans on tax reform. Bold plans. At least we've heard they're great. And I think they are. And make no mistake, today we've taken a giant step toward delivering bold tax reform that leapfrogs America into the lead around the world and simplifies this code like it's never been done before. Mr. President, we intend to deliver on that promise, too. God bless. And I'm proud to introduce my friend from North Carolina, the leader and the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, who stayed at the table, worked to bring our conference together, Mr. Mark Meadows.
There are three numbers that matter today: 217, 1, and 318. Today we had a vote in the House that 217 votes actually came together from different districts from all across the country, from Maine to California, from Michigan to Florida, and in between. And all of those 217 members came from different districts that represented a different kind of people. And it's a good day because of the number one, a president who wouldn't give up, a president who got engaged, a president who said, you know, I don't care what the mainstream media is saying, we're going to get this done and we're going to make it better for the American people. And Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, for those late night calls, I'm glad that I'll get some rest. But I want to thank you on behalf of the most critical number, and that's the 318 million Americans who now, once again, will be able to get affordable health care, to allow those decisions to be made between them and their doctor. And once again, make sure that they don't have to go begging and figuring out how to pay for their health care premium instead of their mortgage. So, Mr. President, it's a great day for America. It's a great day for this administration, but it's a truly great day for the American people. God bless. And I have the honor of introducing someone that I didn't know real well before this all happened. And I use the term gentleman in the most appropriate way. The gentleman from New Jersey, my good friend, Tom MacArthur.
Well,
Thank you, Mark, and hello, friends. I have said from the beginning of this long process that this has to be about people, not about politics. I watched my dad, who I love very much. He's in the latter stage of Alzheimer's now, but I watched him all my life working 3 jobs to pay off medical bills because he had no insurance when my mother died of cancer when I was 4. He paid those bills off when I was in college. I remember the day he called me and told me he had finally lifted that burden, and I was proud of him. I'm very thankful to have had a small part in moving a bill forward that will help every American be able to afford insurance so that nobody has to endure that. Eight years ago, we had a president who faced a really important question. How do we get more Americans insured? How do we help the most vulnerable among us? It's a really important question. And he and his party, for all their efforts, came up with the wrong answer. The answer was, let's have more government control. Let's have more government imposition. Let's trust Washington and not the states. And it's failed. Today we have a president who is facing the same question. How do we make sure that people with pre-existing conditions, the most vulnerable among us, are protected? How do we get premiums to come down for everyone else at the same time? How do we make sure that every American has a chance in this area? And I'm proud to stand with a president who has a different answer, a president who trusts the states and ultimately trusts the American people. So this is a big day. It's a first step, but it's an important step to make sure we keep our promise and we care for the American people, and I'm really proud to be part of that. And it's my, thank you. It's my honor to invite up the director of CMS, the administrator, Seema Verma.
Well, thank you, and congratulations to the President, the Vice President, the Speaker, and all the Republican leadership and all the Republicans in the House. Thank you for what you did today. You know, I've spoken to a lot of moms across the country like me, and they are so concerned about the rising cost of health care, paying for expensive premiums and high deductibles, having an insurance card that they can't use because it's still unaffordable. And what happened here today was an important step towards addressing that problem, so thank you. And for the Medicaid program, I've worked in the Medicaid program for over 20 years. The Medicaid program is our aged, our blind, pregnant moms, kids, disabled, and the poor. These are people that have no other place to go but the Medicaid program. And the status quo in the Medicaid program is not acceptable. We can do better. And the big step that was taken today is a very important stride towards making that program work better, towards giving governors the flexibility to design programs that are innovative and actually improve health outcomes. I'm so excited about this big step forward, and I think it's a great day for our country. So thank you for everybody that was involved in this.
It is really a remarkable day, and it's a day of great victory, not for politics or Washington, D.C., but for the American people. Mr. President, you understand and appreciate the importance of teams and teamwork. This is a remarkable team that is assembled here that is trying to address one of the real conundrums and challenges that this nation has, and that is how to make certain that we are able to provide the kind of quality care for every single American. But great teams don't just come together, they need great leaders. And so I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the privilege of being on your team, and thank the Vice President and you for what you've done to date to make certain that this program moves forward. And we've gotten to this point right now because the men and women behind us have acted upon principle. And it's the principle that patients and families and doctors ought to be making medical decisions and not Washington, D.C. It's the principle that our health care system ought to be accessible for everybody and affordable for everybody and of the highest quality, and empower patients through transparency and accountability and choices. That's the kind of principle that these men and women act upon. And I know that's the kind of principle that the Senate will bring to the table as they move forward and deal with this piece of legislation. And I can't wait for the day, Mr. President, where we're able to come back to the White House and we're able to gather with you as you pick up that pen and sign that piece of paper that will move us in a direction that will provide for patient-centered health care for every single American. God bless you.
So the journey continues. We will get it done. We will have great, great health care for everyone in our nation. We have an unbelievable country, an unbelievable country. But I want to thank the men and women behind me. I want to thank at least some of the men and women in front of me. And of course, I even want to thank the media. Thank you all very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, you three, come on.
Well, there you go. It's hard to say you've seen a happier President Trump since the day of the inauguration. This is a day that no doubt he has been waiting for. Back in March, the bill was actually pulled from the House floor. They didn't get to vote on it because they didn't have the votes necessary. Overnight, Speaker of the House Paul Ryan felt like he had the votes necessary, so they went ahead with today's vote, and it passed 217 to 213. Now, it is on its way to the Senate. As you can see here, many House Republicans following President Trump into the White House. Looks like they want some sort of picture to document today's huge success for House Republicans and this administration. So it looks like they are going to take some kind of photo inside the Oval Office there. It's going to be a jam-packed photo. And we'll shortly get that photo for you guys and put it out on social media as well. You can always follow us on Fox 10 Phoenix, Twitter, and our Facebook page as we do update you guys throughout the day and evening. And you can see members of the media there getting ready to go live at their respective networks. And you heard even President Trump at the very end saying that he respects even some members of the media today, which is something we don't normally get to hear too much. You can see that is the door to the Oval Office from the Rose Garden that they were just in. Looks like they are getting ready for some kind of photo opportunity. Be on the lookout for that on social media in the coming minutes there, though. But a big day for this administration as the House did pass the GOP healthcare, now on its way to the Senate floor. Also, President Trump will be flying to New York today as well. So a big, big day for President Trump. And it looks like we do have a stakeout camera in place if any more additional House Republicans want to make a statement. And stay right with us, folks, on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are going to be streaming all the way to midnight Eastern. And folks, if you're just joining us here, President Trump and House Republicans just wrapped up some statements made right outside the Rose Garden in there, and we have the stakeout camera just in case if any other House Republicans want to make a statement or anybody in the administration as well. All right, and now we can see that President Trump is now back inside the Oval Office there, and you could always tell that President Trump is in the West Wing when a Marine is outside that door, guarding the door. It is always a telltale sign that President Trump is now inside the West Wing. Also on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page, I have some of the highlights so far of the day, including the House voting to repeal Obamacare. You could see that vote happen on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page, as well as a very viral moment of when President Trump asked, "How am I doing?" And then he responded to himself saying, "I'm president." So we have that on there as well. And then the full speech from President Trump on the historic House Obamacare repeal. Also, we have the House Democrats blasting the Republicans for the Obamacare repeal. That's all right now on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. Coming up next is Samia. She'll be with you for the next 2 hours, followed by Mary Kate. I'll see you guys at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Again, you guys are looking at the stakeout camera at the White House. Really, we're just waiting for anything to happen. Again, we don't know who is going to walk outside the White House, who might speak next, but we are carrying this live stream for you live here on News Now. All right, everyone, while we wait for some action, I do want to replay some of the highlights from today. Now, moments before the House voted on this bill, Paul Ryan took to the House floor to speak his thoughts. In case you missed it earlier today, I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now. Paul Ryan, the Speaker of the House, speaking out prior to the big vote.
There are a few people I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank the committee chairs. I'd like to thank Chairman Walden, Chairman Brady, Chairwoman Black, Chairman Sessions. I want to thank the members of those committees, Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, Budget and Rules. I want to thank all the members who made constructive contributions throughout this entire deliberative, bottom-up organic process. I want to thank the President of the United States for his steadfast leadership. In his address, Mr. Speaker.
House will be in order.
In his address in this chamber, he called on Congress to act. And today, we take the next step to repeal and replace Obamacare. I want to thank Vice President Pence, Secretary Price, Director Mulvaney, and all of their teams. My colleagues, there is a fundamental and urgent choice at the heart of this debate. We can continue with the status quo under Obamacare. And we know what that looks like. It means even higher premiums, even fewer choices, even more insurance companies pulling out, even more uncertainty and even more chaos. Look at what has happened in Iowa this week. As is the case in so many areas in this country, Iowa is down to one insurer. That, of course, is not a choice. But now that one insurer is saying that it will have to pull out of 94 of 99 counties in Iowa. This is happening right now. So tens of thousands of Iowans will go from having one option to no options. That is not a choice. This is a crisis, and it is happening right now. What protection is Obamacare if there is no health care plan to purchase in your state? This is the direction Obamacare is rapidly heading. So we can continue with this status quo, or we can put this collapsing law behind us, end this failed experiment. Let's make it easier for people to afford their health insurance. Let's give people more choices and more control over their care. Let's make insurance companies come in and compete for your business. Let's return power from Washington to the states. Let's help get people peace of mind. Let's put the patient, not the bureaucrats, at the center of the system. This bill does all of those things. This bill delivers on the promises that we have made to the American people. You know, a lot of us have been waiting 7 years to cast this vote. Many of us are here because we pledged to cast this very vote, to repeal and replace Obamacare, to rescue people from this collapsing law. Are we going to meet this test? Are we going to be men and women of our word? Are we going to keep the promises that we made? Or are we going to falter? No. After all of this, after seeing what is happening in Iowa and around the country, after seeing this law collapsing while we witness it across the country, knowing all this turmoil that is coming, we will not falter, we will replace, and today is the day that we're going to do this. Today, this House has the opportunity to do more than just fulfill a promise. We have the opportunity to raise our gaze and set a bold course for our country. We have the opportunity to show that we've got the resolve to tackle the big challenges in this country before they tackle us, to stop the drift of arrogant, big government policies in our lives, and to begin a new era of reform based on liberty and self-determination, giving people choices, letting them control their own destinies. That is the day that is before us right here. So let us pass this bill to take the next step to put Obamacare behind us. Let us pass this bill to build a better healthcare system for American families. Let us pass this bill to leave this country better than we found it, because that is why we are here. That is what is at stake today. And that is why I am going to be so proud to cast my vote for this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
All right, everyone. So that was Paul Ryan speaking today. Now, before Paul Ryan spoke, before the House took their vote, Nancy Pelosi spoke out against this Obamacare replacement bill. Let's hear what the House Minority Leader had to say.
Yielding, I thank him. Congressman Scott, I thank Frank Pallone, John Yarmuth, Richie Neal, our ranking members who've done such excellent work on this debate on the values of our country. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, Mr. Clyburn began his remarks quoting Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and I want to join him. I think those words bear repeating. Over 50 years ago, Dr. King said, of all of the forms of inequality, injustice in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane because it often results in physical death. We come to the floor with the moral force of Dr. Martin Luther King's words in our hearts. Affordable health care is a civil right, a fundamental right for every person in our country, not just the privileged few. And so in the spirit of Mr. Clyburn and Dr. King, let us be prayerful about how we go forward on this very personal issue about the well-being of every person in our country. Speaker Ryan once called this bill an act of mercy. An act of mercy. There is no mercy here. Indeed, inequality and inhumanity is exactly what Trump Care has in store for the American people. But when he said it's an act of mercy, here's what others said. From the beginning, Trump Care was a moral monstrosity that will devastate seniors, children, and hardworking Americans. That was from me. But don't take it from me. Sister Simone Campbell said, this is not the faithful way forward and must be rejected. The Catholic Health Association wrote, we strongly encourage the full House to reject this replacement bill. And the United Methodist Church said, opposing Trump Care, this is what they said, people will die because of efforts like this to roll back health care. Lutheran Services in America said, Trump Care will jeopardize the health care and long-term services and support of millions of Americans. The Episcopal Church said Trump Care falls woefully short of our spiritual calling to care for the least of these, as well as the noble values upon which our great nation was founded. End of quote. And all that was said before the Republicans decided to destroy the protections of Americans with pre-existing conditions. I grant our Republican friends their position. I respect them and their constituents who sent them here. But I reject the wrong priorities in Trump Care. Tax cuts for the rich at the expense of health insurance for tens of millions of working families across America. Trump Care very clearly spotlights the differences in priorities between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has stepped forward in the long-standing Republican belief that Medicare should wither on the vine, that Medicaid should be shrunken, and that Social Security should be privatized. If you believe in the health and well-being of the American people, you must reject this bill before us now. It is what Trump Care, here's what it means for the American people. You know, much has been said about policy here today and over time. Much has been said about politics. What are the politics of this? What's really important is what this means to the American people. And they know. They are listening. They know what it means to them. And it means, Trump Care does, it forces families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket cost. Higher cost. Less coverage. Trump Care will take away health care from more than 24 million hardworking Americans. A crushing age tax. Trump Care forces Americans aged 50 to 64 to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for health coverage, no matter how healthy they are. Steals from Medicare. Steals from Medicare. Trump Care shortens the life of Medicare Trust Fund and ransacks funds that seniors depend on to get long-term care they need. That's why it's consistent with their wither on the vine for Medicare philosophy. And then, if that were not bad enough, and they couldn't pass their bill because it was that bad, they moved further away from the American people by gutting key protections. Trump Care eviscerates essential health benefits such as maternity care, prescription drugs, emergency coverage, prenatal care, and guts protections for Americans with pre-existing medical conditions. As bad as Trump Care was the first time around, you know, it was dead. It died. It died right here on the floor. Now it's come back to life, like a zombie, even more scary, than before. And it is even worse. If Republicans have their way, Americans with pre-existing conditions will be pushed off their insurance and segregated into high-risk pools where they will face soaring costs, worse coverage, and restricted care. Trump care means huge premium increases. It's a frightening future for families who need affordable, dependable care the most. Now on the floor, the Republicans have recklessly, and some would say fraudulently, claimed that Trump care covers Americans with pre-existing conditions. It does not. It does not. As Robert Grabois at the conservative Mercatus Center said about the Upton Amendment, the $8 billion amount is a pittance. Spread over 5 years, it is a fifth of a pittance. As the Karen Polis from the Kauser Family Foundation said, the Upton Amendment would cover the cost for only 1% of the individual market. Others have given it up to 5%, 1 to 5%. Does that mean covering? No. Forcing a vote without a CBO score shows that the Republicans are afraid of the facts. They're afraid of learning the full consequences of their plan to push Americans with pre-existing conditions into the cold, or as my colleague from New York said, off the sidewalk. If Republicans thought they were really protecting people, they wouldn't be afraid of the facts. But they're also afraid of the truth, and the truth that would come forth if we knew the facts. And they're afraid that the American people will find out that this is not a health care bill. This is a tax bill disguised as a health bill. This is a bill that is one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the middle class to the richest people and corporations in America. It's a tax bill, not a health care bill. That's why they have to do it now, so they can get on with their tax bill. But the suffering Trump care will inflict on the sick is all too clear. That is why this disastrous bill has been condemned by the American Medical Association, the American Cancer Society, the American Diabetes Society, the American Diabetes Association, the American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, American Society of Clinical Oncology, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, AIDS United, the Children's Hospital Association, AARP, the March of Dimes. The list goes on and on. On and on. The American Cancer Society. Well, instead of reading all of these pages, I will submit them without objection for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Trump care, families, seniors, vulnerable children, Americans with disabilities, people struggling to overcome addiction, and the sick will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed. Nearly 2 million jobs will be destroyed across America. 7 million veterans will lose access to tax credits for health care. And all of this to give a massive tax cut to the richest in America. Trump care is a billionaire's tax cut, again, disguised as a health care bill. It's Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest, again, transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. Today, we honor the visions of our founders, who risked everything. They risked everything, their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor, to advance the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The life, a healthier life, the freedom to pursue your happiness, the freedom from being job-locked or policy-locked because of what the Republicans want to do today. Today, we fight to preserve affordable health care as the right of every American, again, not the privileged few. Today, we fight for children like Zoe Madison Lynn. Zoe was born with a congenital heart defect in May of 2010. She faced her first of 3 heart surgeries at 15 hours. By 6 months old, Zoe was halfway to her lifetime limit her insurer had placed on her. She faced a grim future, not only using up her lifetime limit by preschool, but by carrying a pre-existing condition that will require attention and care for the rest of her life. Under the Affordable Care Act, Zoe is protected, but Trump care puts her future in danger. I wish that our members who vote for this bill had better, I hope you make time to sit down with the parents of a newborn or with a heart condition, or a young woman who just learned she had breast cancer, the family of loved ones struggling with a disease or a chronic condition. Any of the tens of millions of Americans who are rightfully terrified of what Trump Care will mean in their lives. Mr. Speaker, we have with this bill a wonderful opportunity. This is one of the best civics lessons we can engage in. Because of what happened following the election, the American people are engaged. They are paying attention. I'm not saying in a political way, I'm saying in a personal way. A former speaker said all politics is local. In the case of health care, all politics is personal. All politics is personal when it comes to health care. And so this civics lesson will teach the American people a number of things. As special as we think we are when we come to the floor here, most Americans don't know who their member of Congress is. But they will now when they find out that you voted to take away their health care and the rest. They will know when you put an age tax on them or undermine Medicare and Medicaid and the rest. Oh yeah, they're paying attention because it's really personal with them and their families. So I think we have to get ready for that. Our members, our colleagues who have the mantle of being a moderate, you vote for this bill, you have walked the plank from moderate to radical. And you're walking the plank for what? A bill that will not be accepted by the United States Senate. Why are you doing this? Do you believe in what is in this bill? Some of you have said, well, they'll fix it in the Senate. But you have every provision of this bill tattooed on your forehead. You will glow in the dark on this one. You will glow in the dark. You will glow in the dark. So don't walk the plank, especially unnecessarily. Our responsibility to the sick and the hurt is biblical. It's fundamental to who we are. As Pope Francis said, health is not a consumer good, but a universal right. So access to health services cannot be a privilege. Today, let us declare once again the affordable health care must be the right of every American, not the privileged few. So I ask you, my colleagues, does Trump Care lower health costs? No. Does Trump Care provide better health care? No. Does Trump Care protect seniors and families? No. Is Trump Care good for our veterans? No. Is there any caring in Trump Care at all? No. For the sake of our values, to honor our responsibilities to our founders, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, to our veterans who protect us, and to our children whose aspirations are our guide, I urge my colleague to vote no on this disastrous Trump Care bill and yield back the balance.
All right, everyone, so that was Nancy Pelosi speaking out before the House voted on the health care bill. The health care bill passing the House narrowly, getting the necessary votes needed to pass. Republicans in the House, as well as President Trump celebrating in the Rose Garden. We carry that live for you here on News Now moments ago. We're going to continue with our health care coverage here on News Now. We're now going to show you Democrats blasting the Republicans for the Obamacare repeal. Now again, Obamacare isn't officially repealed yet. This bill still needs to go through the Senate, so we will wait and see what happens. But let's go ahead and play this for you in case you missed it.
In the very near future, if this were to become law, is a return to those kinds of junk policies. In fact, what my mother had was just a cut above a junk policy. When people find out as soon as they get sick, go for the second treatment, that they have used up their benefits, sometimes annual, sometimes for a lifetime. To return to that kind of situation for the American people is egregious and inhumane, and I think King got it right 50 years ago. We got it wrong today. And with that, I'll like to yield to our Vice Chair of the caucus, Vice Chair Sanchez.
So today is a dark day for the American people and for my colleagues that stand up here that put up a good fight. And I just want to remind people what is at stake and what we've lost today. I received a letter, an email letter from a constituent that I think perfectly highlights the serious challenges that Americans would face under Trump care. I have a constituent named Brandy from Lakewood, California. She's a 36-year-old pediatric nurse practitioner who works with children in Los Angeles and Orange County. She works with children who are in hospice. And I'm going to quote from her letter, quote, "I was also diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 11 months old, asthma at age 2, skin cancer at age 13, rheumatoid arthritis at age 19. What may surprise most people is that I'm also fit, a triathlete, and a 6-time marathoner. I speak to children about accomplishing their dreams and surpassing expectations. That being said, if the current draft of healthcare reform is passed, I will become just a number. I will be a number who will be discriminated against by the pharmaceutical and insurance industry. I will become a number who will have to sacrifice food and mortgage in order to pay medical bills. I will most likely become too ill to continue my hospice career, and very few people have my training. This would lead to kids dying of diseases, not getting the care that they need and that they deserve." It's heartbreaking to read her letter because she personally understands what's at stake. And now that House Republicans have voted to pass Trump care, it's going to be clear to every American who broke the healthcare system. Whether they voted for it or not, Republicans own Trump care now. The millions of Americans who will see their premiums increase will know who to blame. Americans can direct their calls to Republicans when they lose their health care coverage. The American people can thank Donald Trump and the Republicans when they hit their lifetime cap when they suffer a serious illness or an injury. Democrats will not allow Republicans to run and hide from this vote. We will make sure they know it is Republicans who are responsible for their higher costs and their shoddy insurance coverage. And my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight to save as many Americans as we can from the effects of this terrible bill. And with that, I'd like to turn the microphone over to Ben Ray Lujan from New Mexico.
Thank you, Linda. Well, you just saw Republicans do something that the American people thought would never happen. But we had worked together to make sure that we were taking this fight to our brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors across the country. To reject the notion that we would see the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. But what Republicans did today was increase your premiums, increase your deductibles, increase your out-of-pocket costs. If you're 50 to 64 years of age, they thought you should get hit with something called an age tax. And if that's not bad enough, 24 million people could lose their coverage. And then Republicans had the audacity, as our vice chair reminded us, that in this notion of this game with high-risk pools, annual and lifetime caps were just brought back by Republicans with their vote today. And the protections that the American people could count on, where pre-existing conditions were a thing of the past, if you had cancer or diabetes or you got hurt on the work site, Republicans brought back pre-existing conditions today. So we have to make sure that we take this fight to the American people. We have to work hand in hand, day after day, to make sure that the country knows what Republicans did to them today. Trust me, Republicans will bear the burden of this vote today. With that, I yield back to our distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Frank Pallone.
Thank you, Ben Ray. I just want to debunk this myth that the Republicans keep preaching on the floor, that somehow this is repeal and replace. This is not replace. There is no replacement. Whatever the issue is, I mean, we made it possible, or we make it possible under the ACA, because I still believe it will, you know, the Senate is not going to actually act on this or do anything that ultimately would repeal the ACA. But the bottom line is, we made it possible for people who were at a certain income to get Medicaid through the expansion of Medicaid. And we made it possible for people on the individual market to get a major subsidy depending upon their income. And that's how we expanded the number of people that have health insurance. And what this Republican bill does is it takes away the pay-fors, if you will, the way that we paid for these subsidies, the way we paid for the Medicaid expansion. So the notion that somehow this is a real replacement that's going to guarantee people health insurance is totally false, because the money isn't there anymore. There's not money for the subsidies. There's not money for the Medicaid expansion. The Medicaid expansion essentially will not exist. And the same thing, look, if in the old days, you might have been able to get some kind of junk insurance policy because you didn't have a guaranteed benefit package. They were selling a $50 policy per month in North Carolina that didn't have hospitalization, for example. And we wanted to make sure that people got good health insurance, that they had hospitalization, they had behavioral health care, they had maternity care, the essential benefit package. And we did that, and that's what the Affordable Care Act does. But they're saying, oh, we're going to get rid of the essential benefit packages, or states are going to be able to raise premiums because there'll be no more community rating. They can, you know, charge you whatever you want. Bottom line is, this takes us back to the days when people could not afford health insurance and they had a lousy benefit package. And that's where the Republicans are taking you with this repeal. And we're not going to stand for it. And we're going to explain to the public that that's what this is all about. The good old days before the ACA were not the good old days. Things improved because of the ACA. And we're not going to let them go back to those days when people suffered and didn't have health insurance and didn't have good benefits. And we're going to work to make sure that the Senate doesn't pass this bill and that ultimately the Affordable Care Act remains in place. Thank you. Thanks to all my colleagues.
Thank you. This is a sad day for those who need health care, and I think it's important to remind people what progress has been made since the passage of the Affordable Care Act. Costs have gone up at the slowest rate in 50 years. Those with pre-existing conditions can get insurance at the standard rate. Instead of millions of people losing their insurance every year, 20 million more people have insurance. We have consumer protections, like no caps on benefits, prevention and cancer screenings, no co-pays and deductibles. Young people up to 26 can stay on their parents' policies. We're closing the donut hole. We've invested in community health centers. We're investing in education for doctors and other professionals. And we have essential benefits, including mental health and prescriptive drugs. That's progress, but all we hear from the other side are complaints, promises, and press releases. Unfortunately for them, the Congressional Budget Office reviewed the last version and found that notwithstanding all of their promises and complaints, their bill would result in 24 million fewer people having insurance. Those that get insurance will pay more and the policies would cover less. They didn't make that mistake again by having the Congressional Budget Office review this version, but there's nothing in it that makes anything better. It just makes many of the things worse. One of the kind of confusing issues in the debate was surrounded pre-existing conditions. We have said that people lose their protection. They said they're protected. Let me tell you, what's in the bill says you cannot technically deny people coverage notwithstanding a pre-existing condition, but you can charge them virtually whatever you want. The estimates are your premiums will go up $10, $20, and maybe $30,000 a year. They can price it so that you can't get it. Under the present law, you get insurance notwithstanding a pre-existing condition at the standard rate, and you lose that benefit under their law. And with that, yield back to
Thank
the
you.
distinguished leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I thank our ranking members. I think what you have seen here, listening to our leadership and two of our ranking members, Mr. Scott and Mr. Pallone, and I would compliment also Richie Neal, our ranking on energy, Ways and Means, and Mr. Yarmouth from Budget for their superior knowledge on this subject as well. When you know the facts and you care about people, you can't possibly vote for the bill that they voted for today. So what do? Either they don't know, or they don't care, or both. Some of our members think they really don't care, so that's why they don't want to know the facts. But this is a very central debate for us, for our country, because it's about the health and well-being of our country, a measure of the strength of America. Not just our military might, which is important, the healthy education, the well-being of the American people. It's about our strength. It's also about an allocation of our resources. So right now, the Republicans are in the Rose Garden having a beer party to celebrate one of the biggest transfers of wealth from working families to the richest people in our country, and that is what they have been about. The trickle-down crowd is now having a beer party in the Rose Garden. But we will continue to take the case to the American people. And by the way, they're taking the case to us. They know how this affects them. So this is, again, everything is an opportunity. Two people there, and it could be any two of their 216, whatever it was, but two people there have made a difference in the lives of the American people, and we will hold them accountable. Any questions? Yes, sir.
This bill now goes to the Senate, and based on, you said this morning that this bill can't pass as it stands.
I quoted the senators as saying that it wasn't going to.
Based on what you've heard in the math over there, what changes are you anticipating, and if they're made, can they pass when they return to the House?
Well, I really can't speak to what, in other words, they just passed it here, and so we'll see what the Senate does. But again, this thing is intrinsically bad. And when our distinguished Mr. Scott talked about, for example, pre-existing conditions and astronomical cost of allowing for pre-existing conditions, that's what existed before the Affordable Care Act. And that's why people didn't have it, because it was too expensive. It was endlessly expensive. And you know what else? Who decides what's a pre-existing condition? They were deciding that if you were a woman subjected to domestic violence, you had a pre-existing medical condition and you had to pay more. So it's about who decides what that is, and that had been eliminated under the Affordable Care Act. Being a woman was no longer a pre-existing condition. And then the question of, sure, you can have coverage for pre-existing condition. You could never afford it. You could never afford it because it would be endless, especially as time went by and your condition worsened. As you heard Congresswoman Sanchez say about that person, she had a pre-existing condition and another one and another one. May I say thank you for that. And Joe Crowley, who was with us, had to get a train, so he could not be with us to respond to that. Stenny, did you want to speak to
I just wanted to make a comment. I don't think the Senate's going to pass this bill in its present form. They may add amendments, I don't know, we'll see. But I wanted to add something to what we've said. Whether it passes the Senate or not, since January, they have been undermining the confidence in the marketplace. They've undermining the confidence of insurers, undermining the confidence of patients, undermining the confidence of providers. When you have confidence undermined, it drives prices up. I talked to an insurer in Maryland, I won't mention the insurer, who assessed that when Mulvaney said we may or may not pay, the White House has said they were going to pay. Talked both to the leader and myself and said we're going to pay for the cost subsidy on deductibles. And the marketplace was threatened, and it had an impact. When they continued to offer this bill, every time they offered this bill, in whatever form it was, it undermined the confidence of the market. And when you undermine the confidence of the market, you decrease availability and increase cost. And very frankly, one of the things I fear is you're going to see in the next few days some very negative announcements by companies who have no confidence in the market because of the actions the Republicans have taken over the last 4 months.
I just want to add that nobody is with them. If you look in the record and some of what we talked about this morning, every organization, every delivery of service, delivery of insurance, faith-based group, nobody is with them. American Cancer Society, you name the diagnosis, they're not with them. The AMA, they're not with them. The March of Dimes, they're not with them. So they have no one with them. So you would think they might say, what judgment did I make that nobody has a respect for what I am doing? I just want to say that I'm pleased that we're here with Congressman Green of Texas, Congresswoman Barbara Lee just walked out, a member of our leadership of California, then Don McEachin of Virginia, a freshman member, Brenda Lawrence from Michigan, and some other members had been with us. I want to recognize them as being here. But what would be a wonderful thing to see is if the Senate said, okay, let's take the Affordable Care Act and let us see what we can do working together. Because as Stenny said, since March, since January, they've been undermining it. But for a long time, in the majority, they refused to implement some of the provisions of the Affordable Care Act with funding for that would head off some of the concerns that have arisen. So they, just by contrast, when they did Medicare Part D, which we all opposed, but it passed, they had the majority, it passed. We immediately enabled it to be implemented. Our offices were resources to the community, the seniors who were taking advantage of it, even though we thought it was not a good bill because it gave away the store to the pharmaceutical industry and increased the deficit by so much. But nonetheless, it was the law we implemented. They come in and they're saying we don't want to fund navigators to do outreach so that people can take advantage of this, undermining the good health of the American people. But you know what? They've been whining for 7 years about the Affordable Care Act. Now let them defend what they did today. We welcome that discussion. Any other comments? Thank you.
Just a quick question. You touched on it briefly, but would you mind responding to the members going to the White House now? And I know the president tweeted about, a victorious moment at the.
Remember I said about the Republican members either not knowing or not caring about it. Whatever they don't know is only matched by the President of the United States. Some of his statements about the Affordable Care Act, you're like, what are you talking about? Do you have a staff that can at least have you make an informed statement? Even if it's negative, you don't like it, but know what you're talking about. As recently as today, or yesterday, but reported today about the pre-existing medical condition. Oh, the $8 billion, that's more money than we need. No, it's a pittance, according to the Republican, the conservative think tank, it's a pittance, and over 5 years, it's a fifth of a pittance. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, it will cover 1% of those in the individual market, and somebody else said, well, it could maybe be 5%, 100,000 people. So the president, it's really sad because it shows we grant people their position, but at least know what you're talking about so that we can respect the debate back and forth. But when you think about decisions that are made by people who do not know what they're talking about, or perhaps know and don't care about the American people, that's a problem for us. But we are, we're steamed. We're ready to go to bring on that debate and listen to the American people, because all along they have spoken out on this since the election.
If I can add, they're going down.
All right, everyone. Again, we are waiting. This is the stakeout camera outside the White House following the House healthcare bill that was passed, narrowly passed in the House. Republicans celebrating, although this doesn't make the Obamacare repeal official. This is just step one. The healthcare bill now has to go to the Senate. Many people speculating that the Senate will not vote on this bill. They'll be making many revisions, editing things around. The question is, will there really be a full repeal and replacement of Obamacare? We will have to wait and see. We are going to switch gears now. I know we've been on this topic throughout the morning, and we've been following the House floor since I started this morning at 7. So we are going to switch gears now. This morning, President Trump actually had quite a busy day. He signed an executive order on free speech and religious liberty. He also hosted a national day of prayer event at the White House. I'm going to play that for you guys in case you didn't catch it on TV. We haven't played it yet here on News Now, so I thought I would share it with you.
Good morning. It is so good to have all of our guests, our distinguished guests, and especially our cabinet members here with us today. Secretary Mnuchin, Secretary Ross, Secretary Shulkin, Secretary Carson, Secretary Price, Secretary Acosta, and Secretary Perdue. The Bible says in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and heal their land." It's within this spirit that I welcome you to the 66th Annual National Day of Prayer commemoration. Though this year, the event begins at the Rose Garden in the White House. Each year on the first Thursday of May, by an act of Congress and by an annual proclamation of the President, our nation is called together to pray. This is a very sacred day for us. Though rarely has it been honored as it will be this morning, in your presence and in the presence of the President and the Vice President of the United States. Even rarer still, will prayers actually be prayed here on the lawn of the White House. For this special event, we have many distinguished guests in our presence, including, as you just heard, 5-time Grammy Award-winning and 50-time Dove Award-winning artist Stephen Curtis Chapman, whose music has already blessed Prestonwood Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas. His Eminence Cardinal Dolan Worrell, Archbishop of Washington, D.C., and Rabbi Marvin Heyer, the founder and dean of the Simon Wiesenthal Center in Los Angeles, California.
Would you pray with me? We do humble ourselves before you, our great God. We thank you for your amazing grace that brought us into your family and brought us here together today. For your love that restores and renews us and this nation in times like these. How we thank you for your provision and protection in our lives and upon our nation. We pray for President Trump and his family. We pray for Vice President Pence and his family and members of cabinet. We pray that you would give them wisdom and strength and guidance as they make decisions that lead the way to restoring America and renewing our hopes in you. We do know, O God, that our ultimate hope is in you and you alone. You are our life, and you are our only hope. We pray for one another, that we would be strong in our own faith and our commitment and our courage to obey you. And we remember on this day those who suffer and those who hurt, especially those today we remember who are persecuted for their faith. And we pray that you would comfort them and bless them. We ask you, O God, that every life, all of us, O God, would do our part where we live and how we serve in expressing your love to people. Now unto him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we can ask or think or hope. To him be glory in the church throughout all ages, forever and ever. And we pray this in the dear name of Jesus. Amen.
In the prologue of St. John's Gospel, we read, "The light shines in the darkness that did not overcome it." Let us pray, good and gracious God. You have revealed your glory, a light to all nations. Grant us to persevere in works of your mercy, conduct ourselves always in the way of salvation, always free to walk in your light. Father of all creation, you made us in your image and set us over the works of your hands. Once you chose a people and gave them a destiny. And when you brought them out of bondage to freedom, they carried with them the promise that all people would be blessed and all would be free. It happened to our fathers who came to this land, into a place of promise and hope. It happens to us still in our time, as you lead all people to the blessed vision of peace, walking in the freedom of your light. Just as we have been called out of darkness into Christ's marvelous light, let us turn to him in humble but fervent petition, seeking the grace to root out from our hearts all traces of anything that holds us back from walking in the full freedom of the children of God, walking together arm and arm, walking together in the fullness of peace, in the fullness of freedom, mindful of those who do not experience the same freedom we do. God, our loving Creator, from your provident hand, we have received our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You have called us as your people and given us the right and the duty to worship you in spirit and in truth. We ask you now on this National Day of Prayer, bless us. Bless us in our vigilance for the gift of religious liberty. Give us the strength of mind and heart to always stand for our freedoms, the freedoms of people everywhere in the world, whenever they are threatened, and give us courage to make our voices heard on behalf of all of those people today who suffer persecution simply because of their faith. And make us always voices in defense of the freedom of conscience of all people. We ask you now, Father, Father of light, wisdom, justice, to whom authority is rightly administered, laws are enacted, and judgments decreed, assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of the United States, Donald Trump, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness, be eminently useful to your people over whom he presides, by encouraging due respect for virtue and morality, and by a faithful execution of the laws of mercy and justice. Grant all of this, we pray, Heavenly Father, that for our sake, for the sake of our children and their children, and all who come after us, that this great land may always be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And this we pray in the name of Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Eternal God, the God of our ancestors
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Bless our President, Donald Trump, and Vice President Pence, and the members of the Cabinet, and all the men and women and children of this great country of ours. On this National Day of Prayer, let us take note of the first exchange between man and God recorded in Genesis. And they heard the sound of the Almighty manifesting itself in the garden. And God called out to Adam, "Where are you?" And Adam replied, "I heard the sound in the garden, and I was afraid." Yes, says the psalmist, there is much to be afraid, because the heavens belong to God, but the earth and responsibility for what happens here belongs to man, reminding us that men and women created in the image of God did not arrive on this planet as hitchhikers with no commitment to a past and no stake in a future, imploring us never to treat the law as our enemy and immorality as a friend. Shield us from those who worship self-interest as their deity while regarding communal responsibility as a burden. While everyone has the right to own his dreams, no one's dreams should include a license to hate. Teach us, O Heavenly Father, the truth expressed in the Torah, that tall is he who still bends down to the meek, and that a man too big to respect his past is a man too small to inherit the future. That every man created in the image of God should know that for every achievement there is a price, for every goal there is an opponent, for every triumph a sacrifice, but that the cause of freedom and human dignity renders defenseless the opponent, small the price, and worthy of every human being's sacrifice. Amen.
Now it is my privilege to introduce to you one of our nation's most committed advocates for religious freedom and a longtime friend to many of us here today, the Vice President of the United States.
Good morning. It is the National Day of Prayer, and on behalf of the President of the United States and the First Family, welcome to the White House. To Pastor Paula White, Pastor Jack Graham, Cardinal Wuerl, Rabbi Heyer, and to all our distinguished guests, the President and I are honored by your presence and grateful for your prayers. From the founding of this nation, Americans have claimed that ancient promise that if his people, who are called by his name, will humble themselves and pray and seek his face, that he will hear from heaven and heal their land. In 1775, the Second Continental Congress established a day of fasting and prayer. President Abraham Lincoln similarly urged Americans to pray so that, in his words, the united cry of the nation will be heard on high and answered with blessing. In 1952, President Harry Truman and the Congress formally established this National Day of Prayer as a time set aside each year for the American people to turn to God in prayer and meditation. Every president has issued a proclamation in honor of this day ever since, but not every president has done so in the Rose Garden at the White House. Today, our president will continue that great tradition to proclaim the importance of prayer to the American people and to reaffirm the vital role that institutions and people of faith play in our national life. Our president is a believer. He loves his family and he loves this country with an unshakable faith in God and the American people. So with gratitude for that faith and for the actions that he takes today and every day, it is now my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to all of you the President of the United States of America, President Donald Trump.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to Vice President Mike Pence. I am very fortunate to have Mike with me. He's a man of very deep faith, I can tell you that. Great character and conviction, and Mike, thank you very much for making this journey with me and with all of us, believe me. It's been great to have you. I also want to thank Pastor Jack Graham, Cardinal Donald Wuerl, and Rabbi Marvin Heyer for leading us so beautifully in prayer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to mention, as you know, Cardinal Donato and all of the other great faith leaders that we have. I see Franklin Graham. So many are here, so many great friends, so many great supporters, and we very much appreciate it because we're a nation of believers. Faith is deeply embedded into the history of our country, the spirit of our founding, and the soul of our nation. It is a beautiful thing to see these three faith leaders from three very different faith traditions come together to lift up our nation in prayer. And it's great to do it at the White House, isn't it? Isn't that great? Because not only are we a nation of faith, but we're a nation of tolerance. As we look at the violence around the world, and believe me, it's violent. I get to see it perhaps better than anybody. We realize how truly blessed we are to live in a nation that honors the freedom of worship. Today, my administration is leading by example as we take historic steps to protect religious liberty in the United States of America. We will not allow people of faith to be targeted, bullied, or silenced anymore. And we will never, ever stand for religious discrimination. Never, ever. Tolerance is the cornerstone of peace. And that is why I am proud to make a major and historic announcement this morning and to share with you that my first foreign trip as President of the United States will be to Saudi Arabia, then Israel, and then to a place that my cardinals love very much, Rome. These visits will take place ahead of the NATO G7 meetings and will begin with a truly historic gathering in Saudi Arabia with leaders from all across the Muslim world. Saudi Arabia is the custodian of the two holiest sites in Islam, and it is there that we will begin to construct a new foundation of cooperation and support with our Muslim allies to combat extremism, terrorism, and violence, and to embrace a more just and hopeful future for young Muslims in their countries. Our task is not to dictate to others how to live, but to build a coalition of friends and partners who share the goal of fighting terrorism and bringing safety, opportunity, and stability to the war-ravaged Middle East. We all pray that we can make a difference. We pray for peace. Just over 150 years ago, President Lincoln called for a national day of prayer today, after he feared that we were becoming a nation too proud to pray to the God that made us. Today, we recall President Lincoln's words as we sign a proclamation designating today as National Day of Prayer. That's what we want, a National Day of Prayer. And it's so great to be doing it in the Rose Garden. How beautiful is that? It was looking like you'd never get here, folks, but you got here. Thank you. Thank you very much. So true. And we remember this eternal truth. Freedom is not a gift from government. Freedom is a gift from God. It was Thomas Jefferson who said, "The God who gave us life gave us liberty." Our founding fathers believed that religious liberty was so fundamental that they enshrined it in the very First Amendment of our great and beloved Constitution. Yet for too long, the federal government has used the power of the state as a weapon against people of faith, bullying and even punishing Americans for following their religious beliefs. That's been happening. That is why I am signing today an executive order to defend the freedom of religion and speech in America, the freedoms that we've wanted, the freedoms that you fought for so long, and we are doing it in just a little while right over here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. No American should be forced to choose between the dictates of the federal government and the tenets of their faith. As I campaigned across the country, faith leaders explained that they were prevented from speaking their minds because of a 1954 rule known as the Johnson Amendment. I spoke about it a lot. Under this rule, if a pastor, priest, or imam speaks about issues of public or political importance, they are threatened with the loss of their tax-exempt status, a crippling financial punishment. Very, very unfair. But no longer. I promised to take action if I won. If I didn't win, I gave you no promise, that's for sure. If I didn't win, I guess I'd be gone, right? I'd be out enjoying my life, I think. but I wouldn't be helping you with the Johnson Amendment. And to this end, this financial threat against the faith community is over. In just a few moments, I will be signing an executive order to follow through on that pledge and to prevent the Johnson Amendment from interfering with your First Amendment rights. And you're the people I want to listen to. Other people are allowed to tell me and everybody what to do. I want to hear it from you, and so do a lot of other people. So you're now in a position where you can say what you want to say, and I know you'll only say good, and you'll say what's in your heart, and that's what we want from you. You are great, great people. You are great, great people. Thank you. Thank you. This executive order directs the IRS not to unfairly target churches and religious organizations for political speech. No one should be censoring sermons or targeting pastors. And I know one thing, it never stopped Dr. Ben Carson. He said, the heck with the Johnson Amendment, right, Ben? I've been with Ben, and he did what he wanted to do. But not everybody's going to do that, Ben. You know that, right? In America, we do not fear people speaking freely from the pulpit. We embrace it. America has a rich tradition of social change beginning in our pews and our pulpits. Perhaps there is no greater example than the historic role of the African American church as the agent for social progress, spurring our nation to greater justice and equality. We must never infringe on the noble tradition of change from the church and progress from the pew. Thank you. Thank you. Under my administration, free speech does not end at the steps of a cathedral or a synagogue or any other house of worship. We are giving our churches their voices back. We are giving them back in the highest form. With this executive order, we also make clear that the federal government will never, ever penalize any person for their protected religious beliefs. That is why I am today directing the Department of Justice to develop new rules to ensure these religious protections are afforded to all Americans. There are more than 50 religious Americans and groups sued the previous, and you've seen that, 50 sued the previous administration for violating their religious freedom. The abuses were widespread. The abuses were all over. As just one example, people were forbidden from giving or receiving religious items at a military hospital where our brave service members were being treated, and when they wanted those religious items. These were great, great people. These are great soldiers. They wanted those items. They were precluded from getting them. And we know all too well the attacks against the Little Sisters of the Poor. Incredible nuns who care for the sick, the elderly, and the forgotten. Where are they, by the way? Where are they? Could you stand, sister? Stand. Come on up here, sister. Come on up. Right? Come on up.
All right, everyone, we'll go back to this National Day of Prayer feed in a few minutes, but we do want to take you live now, Air Force One, to departing. President Trump on his way to New York City. This is a live look at the Air Force One departure. The plane taking off now. Again, Air Force One departing. President Trump heading to New York City. We'll watch this takeoff live. Again, President Trump making a return to New York City. He will be speaking at an event there, and we will be carrying that event coverage for you live. A little bit later today, he's scheduled to speak at 7:20 Eastern Time. That's 4:20 Arizona time. So about an hour and 50 minutes. The question is, will that speech get delayed? As you know, Trump had an unexpectedly busy day, held an impromptu victory speech following the House passing the GOP health care bill. The question is, did that speech add a delay in his schedule? We'll have to wait and see. But again, President Trump's speech in New York scheduled for 7:20 Eastern Time, 4:20 Arizona time. We'll be carrying that live for you here on News Now. As you can see, Air Force One has officially departed. It's on its way to New York City. There it is, Air Force One, high in the sky, on its way to New York City. All right, we can no longer see Air Force One, so I'm going to take you back to this White House event from earlier where President Trump was speaking. He also signed that executive order. Looks like you can see Air Force One. There's another quick look at Air Force One in the sky. Now, as I was saying, we're going to go back now to the White House to show you that event, President Trump signing that executive order on the National Day of Prayer there.
Congratulations, they sort of just won a lawsuit. That was pretty good. That's a good way of doing it, huh? Well, I want you to know that your long ordeal will soon be over. Okay? It's been a long, hard ordeal. We've all been watching. Some of you have been very much involved. A lot of us have been watching the news for years. And 5 years. You had good lawyers?
Excellent.
Huh? Where are your lawyers? Stand up. Come on, stand up. Good job. Do you mind if I use your lawyers for various things? I could use some good lawyers, too. Good job. Great job. With this executive order, we are ending the attacks on your religious liberty, and we are proudly reaffirming America's leadership role as a nation that protects religious freedom for everyone. Okay? Great. Over 60 years ago, the IRS went after one of the greatest leaders in history, Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr. It is a sobering reminder of the need for vigilance. The words of Reverend King and other religious leaders have awakened the conscience of millions and millions of Americans and inspired us to act in the name of peace, justice, freedom, and charity. Every president must work to protect, and we have to do this. We have no choice to do this. We have absolutely no choice to protect these hard-fought gains. They have been hard fought. They have been fought for so many years, for so many decades, for so many centuries. And this is a very special day, perhaps, for that reason. And that's why we're here today, to defend the rights of all Americans, to honor our great Constitution, and to protect the sacred liberties given to us, not by any earthly power, but by our Creator in heaven. I'd like to thank all of you great religious leaders for being with us today. We have some of our political leaders, you can have them. They know. And today's a very big day. We have a big vote coming up in a little while. And I thought it was very appropriate that it turned out to be you folks, and then I have to deal with those politicians. But they're good. I will tell you, they're good. They work very hard, and hopefully we're going to have a wonderful day and a wonderful vote, and we're going to take care of a lot of people, great people from this country with their health care needs. And we hope to be able to do that, and we have all fought very hard to be able to do that. So I want to say to everybody in attendance and everybody in our country and everybody in the world, God bless you and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, we can gather around. All right. Right here? Come on. Okay. This is National Day of Prayer. We like that, don't we? National Day of Prayer. Proclamation. Who's getting this pen, Mr. Vice President? How about in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King? Is that a good idea? This is promoting and the promotion of free speech and religious liberty. That's a big one. That's as big as it gets, right? Where's Paula? Right behind you, sir. Paula, she's worked so hard. Absolutely. 2 years she's worked so hard. Thank you very much, everybody. Fantastic to have you. We really appreciate it. Very special. These are two very special executive orders, and an honor to have everybody here, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is so
I was going to make sure she got that.
Thank you. You were remarkable last night.
All right, so as you can see, members of various religious faiths on hand at the National Day of Prayer at the White House on this day. The president signed a religious executive order on the religious liberty and free speech. That took place at the White House. Here is a live look at the White House. Happening now, another live event at the White House, this time in honor of Cinco de Mayo. Vice President Pence speaking now, a live event at the White House.
And in the history of so many Americans. But let me also say it's a particular joy to be here tonight with my much better half, my wife of 31 years, Karen Pence. Would you join me in welcoming her today? The President asked me to be here today to help all of you commemorate a day defined by courage and sacrifice in the defense of freedom. 155 years ago tomorrow, in the Battle of Puebla, the Mexican army won a historic victory of freedom against the invading French. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, the bravery and valor of the Mexican people that day has been an inspiration ever since, and their heroism has won the hearts of people not only in Mexico but across America. Cinco de Mayo has become a day to celebrate the extraordinary contributions that Mexican Americans and really all Hispanic Americans have made and continue to make in the United States of America. Today, millions of Americans can trace their heritage back to Mexico. From past generations, we celebrate their many contributions to the life of this nation. From the arts to the armed forces, from the sciences to sports, Mexican Americans have made a lasting impact on our nation and on our history books and filled those history books with names of trailblazers. I think of Ellen Ochoa, the first Hispanic woman who ascended the stars as an astronaut. I think of Richard Cavazos, the first Hispanic four-star general in the United States Army. I think of Octaviano Lorenzo, the first Hispanic to serve in the United States Senate in the 1920s. And of course, I think of my friend, Governor Susana Martinez, the first Hispanic woman to serve as governor and the governor of New Mexico. I really think today, the President and I both do, of all Hispanic Americans and Mexican Americans who every day for generations have contributed to this nation, who've raised families, who've built communities, started businesses, added their voices and talents to making America great. Economically, culturally, in our churches, our towns, and cities across this country, the truth is that Mexican Americans and Hispanic Americans as a whole make a difference in America every single day. And that really is what we celebrate in Cinco de Mayo. We think of the extraordinary number of Hispanic-owned businesses, which actually grew by more than 50% over the past decade. And nearly half of all the Latino-owned firms are owned by people of Mexican heritage. And Latina-owned small businesses are the fastest growing business sector in the United States of America. And for more than 150 years, Hispanic Americans have served with distinction in every branch of the armed forces of the United States of America. And we honor their service now and always. The regiment in the Civil War, from the Arizona's National Guard Infantry Regiment in World War II, which General Douglas MacArthur called one of the greatest fighting combat teams ever deployed for battle. Hispanics have a long and proud history of putting on the uniform to defend our freedom and our very way of life. Over 250,000 Latinos today are serving in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, and our reserves at this very moment. Folks, Mexican American and all Hispanic American communities are one of the most vibrant threads in our national fabric. Their success, your success, is America's success. And it's why Donald Trump is fighting every day to empower Hispanic Americans to contribute even more to our country's future. The President has made the Latino community a priority, and we always will. We've been participating already with the Latino Coalition, the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, in conferences and listening sessions with business owners, parents, teachers, healthcare workers. The President's made a point, as we've had listening sessions one after another at the White House, to ensure that we're hearing from the Hispanic community in America as well. Since day one, the President's taken decisive action to restore opportunity and prosperity for every American, including Hispanics, to make it possible for every American to climb the ladder of success and live the American dream. In fact, you saw the President's leadership on full display this last week. Thanks to President Donald Trump, what you saw pass in the House of Representatives today is the beginning of the end of Obamacare. Just a few short hours ago, with strong support in the U.S. House of Representatives, we took an important step to repeal and replace Obamacare and replace it, finally, with the kind of health care reform that every American deserves. But it's not just health care. President Trump's agenda also includes taxes and regulation and energy. The president is absolutely determined to ensure that as we go forward in this country, we promote policies that will create jobs and opportunity for every American, including Hispanic Americans. In fact, the president is preparing right now, after we move forward in the Congress with health care reform, this president is going to pass the largest tax cut in American history. All these issues we know are very important to the Latino community as they are to every American. Just yesterday, the president also hosted a group of students from here in Washington, D.C., including many Hispanic children, to celebrate another important step, a step for educational opportunity. The president, in this week's spending bill, a bill he'll sign tomorrow, was able to extend the educational voucher program here in our nation's capital, opening doors of opportunity for disadvantaged children. You know, the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Program really is a case study in school choice success. When the president signs this renewal into law in the spending bill this week, it will be a victory for families in Washington, D.C. You know, President Trump is really fighting every day, and will keep fighting every day with Secretary Betsy DeVos at the helm to make sure every child in America has access to a world-class education of their choice. So as I close on this eve of Cinco de Mayo, let me just say that, like all of you, I count among the greatest blessings of my life to simply call myself an American. And we're all descended from those who didn't have that blessing and strive with all of their might to obtain it. We are, as the saying goes, with a few exceptions, a nation of immigrants. And that's as true today as it was at the hour of America's birth. In his joint address to Congress, President Trump promised to, in his words, serve, protect, and defend the citizens of the United States, to strengthen the nation's security, to restore respect for our laws. Our president believes that a system based on the rule of law will benefit every American, including Hispanic Americans, through renewed safety and prosperity. And as President Trump said to Congress, real and positive immigration reform is possible. And on this eve of Cinco de Mayo, I can assure everyone here that as we move forward, we will, as the President said in his words, show great heart every step of the way. This is a deeply personal matter for those of you in this room, and it's also a deeply personal matter for me. You know, it was nearly a century ago that my great-grandmother, as the story goes in our family, handed my grandfather as a young man a one-way ticket from Ireland to America. The legend in our family is that my grandmother walked him up the hill outside that little house in Tubbercurry, Ireland. She looked across to the west of the Ox Mountains and thought of the Atlantic before them. And she said, "You have to go to America," because in his words, there's a future there for you. You know, Richard Michael Cawley, which happens to be where Michael Richard Pence got his name, stepped ashore on Ellis Island as a young man on April 11, 1923. He made his way to Chicago, where he drove a bus for 40 years. He put roots down. He built a good name, a wonderful family. He raised a precocious redhead whose blue eyes and red hair still flame to this day. She married a fast-talking salesman who took her down to southern Indiana, where I showed up. My grandfather's story, my mom's story, and my story is like the stories of so many of you here and the families that celebrate Cinco de Mayo this week. It's really the story of the American dream. My grandfather was an Irishman by birth, but he became an American by choice and was proud of it. And when he went home to be with the Lord in 1980, he left behind a family and a grandson who forever be grateful for his courage and his willingness to come. It was Inauguration Day, just seems like a few short months ago, that I thought a lot about my grandfather. I was thinking, as I prepared to take that oath of office as the 48th Vice President of the United States, what my grandfather must have thought. And I was sure of just two things. Number one, he knew me well, so I'm sure he was very surprised. And secondly, I just know, looking down from glory, that immigrant grandfather of mine knew that he was right. He was right about America. That is, this is a land of opportunity and freedom, where anybody can be anybody. You know, it's the greatest privilege of my life to serve as vice president to a president who each and every day is working his heart out to renew the American dream and the opportunity to live that dream for everyone in this country. And today, I say with confidence that the future is bright, brighter than ever before, for Hispanic Americans, Americans of every background. And with Donald Trump in the White House, and with your help and God's help, I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. So thank you for coming today, and happy Cinco de Mayo. You going to get this party started?
Well, let's get the party started. All righty. All right. The party is started. You take a few pictures of some of the folks?
Absolutely.
All righty. Great. Fantastic. All right. Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President, Mrs. Vice President, thank you so much. All of you, thank you for coming and spending Cinco de Mayo with us. Now the party has started.
Let me just say hello.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so that's the end of the Cinco de Mayo reception at the White House. As you can see, the slate is up. It's just concluded. Vice President Pence hosting a Cinco de Mayo reception at the White House. There is a live look at the White House right now. One more look at the White House. All right, everyone, I just have a few minutes here. I want to go ahead and show you guys the daily briefing coming from the UN, the daily briefing out of the United Nations.
It highlights patterns of violations as well as challenges faced and actions taken by states to protect women, girls, men, and boys from such violence. While many countries are affected by the threat, occurrence, or legacy of conflict-related sexual violence, the present report is focused on 19 countries for which credible information is available. The report notes that sexual violence is no longer treated as merely a byproduct of insecurity, but rather as a significant form of insecurity in itself. It is in the Secretary General, in the report, the Secretary General calls for victims of sexual violence to be recognized as legitimate victims of conflict and terrorism at the national level, which can entitle them to relief, reparations, and can also destigmatize survivors of these crimes. As I mentioned, the report is online, and my understanding is that it's being presented to the Council, I think, on the 15th. And also another report I wanted to flag which focuses on Nigeria. Boys and girls in northeast Nigeria continue to be brutalized as a result of Boko Haram's insurgency in the region and ensuing conflict. And that's the conclusion of the Secretary General's first report on children armed conflict in Nigeria, which documents the impact on children of the severe deterioration of the security and humanitarian situation in the country between June of 2013 and December of 2016. Virginia Gamba, the special representative for children in armed conflict, says that Boko Haram has inflicted unspeakable horrors upon the children of Nigeria's northeast and neighboring countries. During the reporting period, attacks by Boko Haram on communities and confrontations between the groups and security forces resulted in at least 3,900 children killed and 7,300 more maimed. Suicide attacks became the second leading cause of child casualties, accounting for over 1,000 deaths and 2,100 injuries during the reporting period. More details available on the report online, where the report can be found. And I want to flag travels by the Secretary General. This Saturday, on May 6th, the Secretary General will travel to Columbia, South Carolina, to speak at the commencement ceremony at the University of South Carolina. He'll address some 1,300 students, as well as receive an honorary degree from the institution. Before the Secretary General will depart back to New York from Charleston, where before flying back to the city, he will have an opportunity to visit the Boeing assembly plant at the airport. This is part of the Secretary General's efforts to step up engagement with the private sector. And he will return to New York Saturday evening. And the Secretary General has agreed with the President of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, to establish a direct partnership between the UN and the International Olympic Committee. Accordingly, it was decided to close the UN Office on Sports for Peace, Development and Peace, effective April 30th of this year. The substantive portfolio of the office will henceforth be handled by the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. The Secretary General has also requested the UN office in Geneva to oversee the closure arrangements for the Office for Sports Development and Peace. He wishes to express his appreciation to the dedicated service provided by the staff and its leaders. Thank you. And just wanted to flag some items from Stefan de Mistura, who, as you know, is in Astana. He just spoke to reporters a little earlier and told them that he thought we've been able to witness an important, promising, positive step in the right direction in the process of de-escalation of the conflict. He said the most important thing is that the initiatives in Astana today is a step in the right direction because it is pushing for concrete de-escalation in addition to the ceasefire in 4 areas. He added that de-escalation obviously must be followed by humanitarian access, which is part of the memorandum, and we have the transcript of his remarks available in my office and online. And yesterday, as you will have seen, the camp of the UN mission in Mali in Timbuktu was attacked. Preliminary reports indicate that 6 shells landed in the camp. 1 peacekeeper from Liberia was killed and 9 were wounded. 8 of them were evacuated to Bamako. Peacekeepers have reinforced the camp's protection and deployed aerial reconnaissance assets to identify the zones from which the shells were fired. The UN mission condemns the attack in the strongest terms and calls for the perpetrators to be brought to justice. We, of course, join our colleagues in the UN mission in extending our sincere condolences to the family of the peacekeeper who was killed, as well as to the Liberian people and government, and we wish a speedy recovery to those who were injured. And the UN mission in Colombia condemns the kidnapping yesterday in Guaviare of a national staff member of the UN Office on Drugs and Crime and demands the immediate release of the staff member. The High Commissioner for Human Rights, Zaid Ra'ad al-Hussein, today urged the government of South Sudan to halt any further military offensives towards Abu Raq in the West Bank of the Nile. Civilians in Abu Raq are in areas controlled by the opposition armed forces, facing a military offensive by the government.
All right, everyone, we just wanted to show you some of that UN Daily Briefing. I want to give you guys a live look at the White House now. This wraps up my time here on News Now, but Mary Kate will be joining you with more News Now in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate, taking you into the next few hours of the show here. I'm going to take you to this press conference that happened in D.C. a little bit earlier today regarding the escaped psychiatric patient in Howard County. So let's hear what officials have to say there about this update. Here we go.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us this morning so that we can share with you our good news from overnight. It has been a challenging 6 days, but we are happy to report that we have concluded our search for the prisoner who escaped in Howard County on Friday. I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Chief of Police, Gary Gardner. It's Gary Gardner, Gary L. Gardner, Chief of Police.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before I get started, I do want to recognize who is with us today behind me. As you know, Howard County officers arrested the escapee last night, David Watson. However, we were not working alone. This was a team effort from agencies at the federal, state, and local level. And I just want to introduce some of the partners who are with us today. I have with us from the Maryland State Police, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Leo. From the U.S. Marshal Service, Assistant Commander Matt Burke. The Maryland National Resources Police, Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Leatherberry. From the Anne Arundel County Police, Captain Frank Toohey. Howard County Sheriff, Phil McMahon. In addition to those agencies, we also had assistance over the 6-day period with the CSX Police, Carroll County Sheriff's Office, Maryland Department of Corrections, and Howard County Fire and Rescue. So as you can see, it was clearly a team effort of Maryland law enforcement and also from our federal partners. Last night, a Howard County Police tactical team arrested David Watson in a wooded area off Dorsey Run Road after the 6-day search. Our search expanded significantly yesterday after a 911 call was placed by a worker in a business in the 8200 block of Dorsey Run Road at about 9:30. That caller reported spotting a man on the railroad tracks behind the building in the 8200 block of Dorsey Run Road. The man was wearing a white hard hat, a safety vest, and dark colored pants. When this person spotted him, he ran back into the woods. We arrived on the scene. Immediately with our partners we reached out to, they responded promptly. Search efforts, extensive search efforts commenced at that time. We had bloodhounds, aviation support from many jurisdictions. We had tracking teams that scoured that entire area. From the search efforts, it appeared that the suspect had been traveling at least a mile and a half in a northerly direction from Perkins, in an easterly direction, and a west direction. So he had been covering an area anywhere from 1 to 2 miles in either direction from the actual site of where the escape occurred. Last night, as darkness fell, a plan was in place to strategically place officers and teams in areas that we believe the suspect had been moving back and forth. And at about 9:40 p.m. last night, tactical officers, while in the area that we had been checking earlier in the day, were able to use night vision equipment, and in about a 20-inch diameter drainage pipe located the suspect. The officers immediately took him into custody. There was a slight struggle.
Okay, you guys, we'll take you back to that press conference a little bit later, but we want to alert you to a live event right now. President Trump is just about to land in New York. Let me update this lower third real quick for you guys. And let's take you to the live shot right now. This is at JFK Airport, and this is live. You're watching live right now on Fox News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. President Trump's first visit to New York since taking office. He's expected to speak at a dinner tonight with over 700 guests, along with his wife, Melania. Thanks for watching live with us here on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. President Trump will be hosting a reception and dinner tonight honoring 7 living veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea 75 years ago, in which the United States and Australia fought side by side. Mr. Trump is expected to speak at this dinner tonight with over 700 guests. And he's expected to spend the weekend at his golf club in New Jersey. You're getting a live look of Air Force One right now. Thanks for watching with us live on Fox News Now, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live. Moving on to other topics now. But coming up a little bit later in the show, we're going to have President Trump live again, making remarks at that dinner that I just mentioned. We'll be streaming that live for you guys a little bit later in the show around 5:20. So stick with us. We'll be streaming that live as well. Taking you back now to a press conference out of Maryland where there was an escaped psychiatric patient. Police there giving this update on what exactly happened and how the patient escaped. Let's take you there.
He ran back into the woods. We arrived on the scene immediately with our partners we reached out to. They responded promptly. Search efforts, extensive search efforts, commenced at that time. We had bloodhounds, aviation support from many jurisdictions. We had tracking teams that scoured that entire area. From the search efforts, it appeared that the suspect had been traveling at least a mile and a half in a northerly direction from Perkins, in an easterly direction, and a west direction. So he had been covering an area anywhere from 1 to 2 miles in either direction from the actual site of where the escape occurred. Last night, as darkness fell, a plan was in place to strategically place officers and teams in areas that we believe the suspect had been moving back and forth. And at about 9:40 p.m. last night, tactical officers, while in the area that we had been checking earlier in the day, were able to use night vision equipment and in about a 20-inch diameter drainage pipe located the suspect. The officers immediately took him into custody. There was a slight struggle during that time in which he was taken into custody. Overall, he's in good health and was transported to the Howard County Detention Center. We have been in contact with Delaware. They are aware that he's now in custody. We have indication and have had conversations with Watson last night. I'm not going to go into all of those details other than to say that he was cooperative, and we have some preliminary information about the areas that he was traveling while he was on the run for that 6-day period. And that's how we confirmed that he was in about a 1 to 2 mile radius from Perkins, where the incident first evolved. We are working right now with authorities from Delaware, the Marshal Service, in regards to the transport of Watson back to Delaware, and those arrangements will be finalized later today. I'll take questions, but prior to that, I want to introduce our county executive for some brief comments, and then I'll take questions. Mr. Alan Kittleman.
Thank you, Chief Gardner. I just want to say briefly, on behalf of the residents of Howard County, and I'm sure I can speak about the other adjoining counties, we appreciate what our law enforcement has done to secure this person. It certainly was a time of challenge for them, and they've done a great job. I want to thank our federal, our state, and our other local partners, and of course Sheriff McMahon and Chief Gardner. What I've heard, what they've gone through over the last 6 days, they have not left any stone unturned, and they continue to go through things and trials that I can't imagine anyone else going through, but they never stopped, they kept their persevering, and they were successful. And so I appreciate all their hard work, and I just want to make sure everybody in Howard County knows we are very fortunate to have such officers in our county. And today you see this blue line in front of you. Today is also a day we'll be honoring our fallen heroes in the police department, and just reminds us that what they go through every day to make sure that we're safe. And we should always be remembering that and honoring them all the time. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we will go ahead and answer a few questions that we're able to. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Chief. Annie from Fox 5. Can you tell more about the conditions in which Watson was founded? We know that there were some packing materials found inside this tunnel. Can you talk more about some of the objects and items that were found inside and what they might have been used for?
Okay, I mean, these, I wouldn't refer to them as tunnels. They were drainage pipes, and he was in an area about 0.2 miles from Perkins in a large drain pipe about 40 inches, I believe, in diameter, where he had taken some wood fiber packing material in bags and had laid them in that pipe, and that appeared to be where he was bedding down.
Did he have any food or water or anything to survive on?
From conversations last night during the interview, he said he had been eating out of trash cans and also drinking water from puddles.
Were there any other areas, any other pipes or any other areas where you had an indication that he might have been hunkering down similar items like what was found in the pipe? You said you put teams strategically in spots where you thought he might be operating.
I will say that there were things from the bloodhound trails as well as some footprints that we have been looking at that had given us an indication that he had been going in both directions, and that's why we were in the area that we were. As far as the drainage pipes, there are a large number of drainage pipes in these areas. Some are ones that we are aware of through our Department of Public Works that we have been working with, and Fire and Rescue had helped us out with that. But in addition to that, there's also some private drainage on some of these properties that he had also apparently been going to. It appears as though from the conversations with him that he had been moving back and forth continually. He did not bed down for long periods of time. He was moving back and forth.
You said there was a brief struggle when he was arrested. Can you go into detail about that? Did he say anything? What was done? Any of that?
When we spotted him, you have to understand it's a small pipe. He was in there, and so when he saw us, we identified, we pulled him out of the pipe. It's about a little bit of a drop off there. It wasn't like it was a violent struggle. Did he resist? Is that fair to say? Did he resist at first? I think that Mild resistance, yes. It was not like there was a violent fight.
And does it appear that that was the only pipe he was using? Were there other pipes in the area that he was?
There were many other pipes in the area that he was probably using throughout that 6-day period. The one, was he bedding down every day in that one pipe? We don't know that for sure, but it appears that he had been using that.
What did he do for warmth? Like, did he have blankets? Was he stealing clothes? Did he get close to any residents' homes?
I will tell you that the clothing that he was wearing, well, let me back up. The initial report that started the search, hard hat and vest, they were not recovered when he was apprehended last night. So we are aware of a storage building nearby that he had broken into. That building has white hard hats that was described by the witness. Also, clothing in lockers were there. So we believe that he actually had taken some clothing from there as well as that hard hat, and it also used that area as well as a resting place. He did not have any restraints or shackles on him when he was arrested. I don't have that information. I really, as Sherry Llewellyn described earlier in release, from the beginning, we weren't sure if this was an impulsive, spontaneous escape attempt, and that's what we believe today. We do not believe that there's been any assistance provided to him, or this was a long-term plan. Based on our conversations, without going into details, we believe this is something that evolved during that transport.
Going back to Friday, do we know
I'm sorry?
physically how he escaped?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Physically, how did he escape? Do we know this at this point?
He removed himself from the restraints while in the van. That's all I can say at this point.
How would he be able to do something like that? There were wrist shackles as well as waist shackles, leg shackles, and he was in a transport van. I mean, in terms of the investigation, where does that stand that something like this could happen while in custody?
Sure. That is something that will be looked in. That's an administrative review, and I'd have to refer you to the Wacomico County Detention Center for that. But there will be and is going to be an internal investigation to look into those issues.
On Monday, when the search was called off, locals sort of got the idea that he was no longer in the area, maybe in southern Maryland or Delaware. How does finding him so close to the psych hospital square with the idea that he's not in the area anymore?
Well, a lot of people were speculating. You know, if you were following social media, you saw a lot of people making assumptions that he definitely had to have help on the outside, everything. I think the people who reside in that area, the people in many of the businesses, they knew that we had not left the area. We were there each and every day. We had conducted aviation support missions throughout the night using different technologies in seeking him, as well as going through business by business over the weekend and on Monday, reminding people that if they have a car that's broken into, if they have anything that's suspicious around their facility, to contact us immediately so we can follow up. What was concerning to us that no one had reported anything in the early stages of this investigation. So yesterday was a major breakthrough for us.
Did you say he's going back to Wacomico today?
No, he is not going back to Wacomico. He will be returned to Delaware, but those arrangements will be finalized later today.
There are a lot of industrial buildings. Did they help with the search at all? And what role did they play after they moved them off?
Wacomico's role was simply in the transport of this prisoner to Clifton T. Perkins. They've cooperated with us during the investigation that we've had ongoing, but as far as in the actual search, they have not been involved in that.
Chief, to confirm, yesterday was the first sighting, first tip that you guys had of Mr. Watson.
That was the first sighting and tip that led us to this expansive search yesterday, correct.
Chief, there are a lot of industrial buildings in that area. Did you guys pull any surveillance video or anything to help with the investigation?
That was part of what we were doing when we went business to business, asking each of those businesses to check their perimeter cameras, looking for any breach in fencing. There, in several of the businesses, there are many tractor trailers that are on location. We know that sometimes people leave those unsecured. as well as the potential for breaking into a trailer or storage facility like we referred to where he was actually in at one point. Those are things that we wanted to accomplish in making those checks throughout the period of the search.
Was he caught on surveillance video in that storage facility?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Can you talk more about how crucial the tip caller was? I know you all spent a lot of time, a lot of days, a lot of efforts in the search, but I think the ground search was suspended at one point, and so the tip coming in sort of revamped the search. Can you talk a little bit more about how crucial that was to the investigation?
Well, it was very crucial. But first I want to point out, while you mentioned that the ground search was suspended, the bottom line is that our focus was still on apprehending him. We shifted our focus to other things. That's why the Marshal Service was called in. They have other resources because we were looking to expand our search efforts. But we continued in that area throughout the entire 6-day period. We did not leave. We were looking and hoping for signs that he was in the area. Where he was, we didn't know. Many of the drain pipes that we looked at yesterday were looked at in day one. So as he confirmed for us last night, he had continually been moving around, primarily using the wooded area, some of the drain pipes that he would rest in, moving back and forth in a north, east, and westerly direction.
Any time of the tracking, you guys use K9?
Canines were used from several jurisdictions as well as bloodhounds.
Can you give us a better idea of where this pipe is exactly? Do you have a block number? We know Dorothy Run Road, and it's a wooded area. I mean, a heavily wooded area. Kind of describe exactly where we're talking about.
Well, if you were up on Google Earth, you would see that it's a heavily wooded area along the railroad trail there. I do have a photograph, and also I think we are providing those via the internet and social media. The actual drain pipe, just to give you an idea of where he was actually apprehended, is here. As I mentioned, it's about 20 inches in diameter. He was laying there face front when officers spotted him. The large drain pipe that he was bedding down is here, and you can see the pellet packets that he was laying on while he was resting during that period. So the actual site where he was arrested is approximately a half mile from the rear lot of Clifton T. Perkins, where he had escaped.
One more question, folks. Anybody else?
The person who made the call, gonna get the money?
The person who made that call will be receiving a reward. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. If anyone has any additional questions, you can contact my office and stay on social media for any additional updates, although we don't expect any new information later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, everybody, that is the end of that press conference. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Pulling up the next top story for you here in the show, Secretary Tom Price spoke at an event discussing improvements on health and human services. Let's hear what he had to say.
The oath of office to assume this role as Secretary of Health and Human Services. And I can't tell you what a remarkable privilege and honor it is to serve in this capacity. I am so grateful to the President of the United States for this honor of his nomination to serve as the 23rd Secretary of Health and Human Services and to lead this great department at this very, very pivotal time. And I want to thank each and every one of you here and each of those folks listening across our entire department for the remarkable work that you all do day in and day out. And I especially want to thank you today for taking a little time to come on down and listen to these remarks. You're all incredibly busy, and I know it's difficult to just drop everything and head on down, although some of you may have actually looked forward to that, right? But I appreciate you taking a little time today. And I hope that what you will see this is as the beginning of a fruitful and important conversation. Now, as you all probably know and remember, this spring the White House asked every single department in the federal government to compose a plan for optimizing the way that we serve the American people, including reorganizing aspects of our work. And so what I'd like to do today is to lay out for you how we hope that that process moves forward and unfolds here at HHS. Most important, I want to share with you how our HHS community, I believe, ought to view this as an opportunity to reimagine how we do the work that we do and how we can do it better. This department, and by extension, each and every one of you and the work that you do, has an absolutely incredible world-class reputation. And I've been able to visit every operating division and staff division in my short time here, and I've been so impressed with each and every person that I've met and the dedication that you have. You just think about the incredible, amazing work that this department does. Some of you are helping to prepare our nation and the world, literally, for the risks of pandemics and other public health emergencies. Some of you run the world's largest health care financing system. Some of you provide direct life-saving care through programs like the Indian Health Service and others. Some of you perform and support world-class cutting-edge research at NIH or elsewhere. Some of you inspect or approve groundbreaking drugs at FDA. Some help keep our food supply safe so that moms and dads know that when they buy food for their kids that they can count on it being safe. Many of you make sure that this department, an organization of 79,000 employees and a budget bigger than the economy of most nations on earth, stays running every single day. Some of you carry out important public health awareness projects, giving Americans the information that they need to be able to live healthier lives. And some of you provide crucial grants and technical assistance to communities all across our land to support Americans, especially vulnerable Americans, lead healthier and more enriching lives. It's an incredible range of work that you do, and I am incredibly proud of the work that you do and very grateful for it. And I know that you care deeply, deeply about the work that you do. I see it in the diligence that you bring here every day, and I see it in your eyes and the voices that you shared with me when I went around and visited the different divisions. And because you care, I am absolutely certain that you want us to be even better at what we do. Now, you probably know all sorts of things, large and small, that should change within your own office or your own operating division or your own staff division. On a bigger scale, I suspect that there are a few in this department who would say that Health and Human Services is as up to date as we could be or should be to oversee a rapidly changing health care landscape, to fit into a rapidly changing economy, or to serve a rapidly changing America. Reimagining HHS is a chance for us to take into account all of these changes and to transform our department in ways that will make us even better at serving the American people. It's also a chance to explore how we can do our work more effectively and more efficiently. Now, given the fiscal situation that our country faces today, the budgetary constraints that we have, we absolutely must plan ahead. We've got to think about how best to serve the American people and accomplish our mission regardless of the circumstances. And from what I've seen of this department and the talents and the expertise of those of you in this room and across this department, I have every confidence that we will be able to do just that. I'm sure that this introduction, these opening words, may have multiple questions running around in your head. So before I continue, I'd like to lay out a bit about how this effort to reimagine HHS will proceed. Our first major deadline in this process is June 30th, when we'll send a brief draft proposal to OMB. June 30th also happens to be the same day that our department's draft strategic plan will be due, and I'm really glad about this. I think this is actually fortuitous because I see these two activities, the Reimagining HHS reorganization and the draft strategic plan, as working hand in hand and complementing each other. Yesterday, I held a call with the heads of every staff and operating division to share information about how we will proceed. I laid out a bit of the structure for this process and how it will happen. We'll have an executive committee composed of both political and career leadership from the Secretary's office and key staff divisions. There'll be a steering committee which includes both political and career members from ASPE, ASFR, and ASA. Those folks have been working hard for weeks now on coming up with some of the nuts and bolts for this process. The real meat of this process moving forward will be 5 working groups that we will form, which will be divided into the major goals that this department has through our strategic plan. And those goals, as you know, are the healthcare system, the public health system, economic and social well-being, or the human services side, scientific advancement, and then management and stewardship. And there will be career staff who've dedicated years and years to this department and bring remarkable experience and expertise to the table, involved at every single level of this process. And we'll be sending a memo out about this later today or later in the week. The head of your operating division or your staff division will have more information for you over the next couple of weeks about who will be serving on these working groups and who will be your points of contact within your office for you to share ideas and ask questions and to express any concerns that you may have. And so those are the logistics that I wanted to share with you this morning. I also want to lay out the 6 principles that I would ask you to embrace for this task ahead that will make, I believe, this transformation as successful as it can possibly be. And those are engagement, empowerment, service, performance, stewardship, and sustainability. We absolutely must begin with engagement, and that means each and every one of you. Constant cooperative engagement across the department, up and down, side to side. The chain of command is going to be absolutely crucial for this to be successful. And while we have an opportunity that's before us, it's a challenging opportunity. There's no doubt about it. Plenty of past efforts at reforming our department have not been completed or not been enacted, and so there's a reason for that. Success in this endeavor isn't going to happen just because we get the right corporate buzzwords or we present elegant diagrams of the organizational charts from consultants far and wide. It's going to happen because every single person within this department, from the Secretary's office across the entire department, is willing to listen to the people above and below them in the organizational chart and to cooperate with colleagues across our agencies and divisions and persist in making change possible. One element that will occur, and I know you all have been waiting with absolutely bated breath for this, and that is the suggestion box. Some of you know this has taken 12 weeks to come about, and I'm sorry about that, but we can talk to the lawyers about that. But the suggestion box, the virtual suggestion box on the intranet goes live today. It's on the upper right-hand corner of the intranet page, the landing page, the home page. It's going to start just in the Humphrey campus here or the buildings surrounding here, and then we'll expand to the entire department. Now, I'm told that the link on the home page of the intranet that gets the most traffic is the cafeteria link, which is 3 or 4 down from the suggestion box link. But let me challenge you to give that cafeteria link a little run for its money, all right, with the suggestion box. But we need to go beyond suggestion boxes. I want you to feel that you can bring your ideas no matter how big or how small, no matter how long it's been percolating in your head, to those folks within the operating staff divisions and others who will listen and take you seriously and take your ideas seriously. And as I went around and visited, I challenged each and every one of you to view this time as a time of opportunity, this transition as a time of opportunity, to think about those things that you know will allow us to make our department run better. I know that you can make it happen because it already happens. Dedicated folks and public servants like you realize that something isn't working and you step out and you fix it. Let me give you one small example that some of you may remember that I was told about recently. Our department's public affairs manual was published in 1986. And per that manual, every single public product that was going to be made public across HHS had to go through a clearance process with ASPA. This same process was required for nearly 30 years. The approval document, which some of you know is called a 615 form, lived from the days of carbon copies to the days of YouTube. More than 1,000 products a year had to go through this process, and because of the need for central approval, it took sometimes months and months of delay and oftentimes held up projects unnecessarily. Around just a few short years ago, some folks in HHS decided that they were going to fix this system. They decided on their own. They went out and did just that, designing a new process for strategic communications and a tool that cut down the number of products that ASPA had to review from over 1,000 to 150 every single year. They chose to empower the agencies to make their own determination about whether something was newsworthy enough to require ASPA approval, which made perfect sense because that's where that expertise was. And the new system didn't just cut down on the amount of paperwork that was required and its headaches, but it also allowed for the focus of public affairs to move from being a granting approval process and office to one of helping assess effectiveness and being more forward-leaning. Now, reforming a clearance process may not sound like such a big deal, and that's partly my point. You may be sitting there thinking or listening, look, my work isn't that important. It doesn't have that much to do with life-saving activity. But your job, whatever it is, contributes to our mission as a whole, and we want to help you do it as best as you are able. And remember that what I just described to you, that ASPA reform, wasn't something that came down from the top. It wasn't something that the Secretary decided needed to be done. It percolated up from below because some folks at ASPA had a wiser idea. So in order to find more possibilities for transformation just like that, we need to be committed to the second principle, which is empowerment. The diversity, experience.
You guys, we'll take you back to that Tom Price event a little bit later in the show, but right now we have live footage outside of where President Trump will be holding his event tonight honoring veterans. It looks like there could be protesters at the scene. They have a lot of police, a lot of security there already. Let's take you to the live shots right now and see what's going on. You guys are watching this live right now on Fox News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. President Trump just landed in New York for the first time since taking office. He's expected to speak at a dinner and honoree event tonight where he will be honoring veterans at the Air and Space Museum for the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea, a critical World War II battle. President Trump will also meet with the Australia Prime Minister at the museum prior to delivering his remarks. But as you can see right now, these are the protesters outside of that event where he is expected to speak tonight. We just showed you a little bit earlier the president landing in Air Force One at JFK Airport, already in his tux, because the event was supposed to start a little bit earlier because of the health care bill event today. He stayed at the White House a little bit longer than expected. So the president left the White House around 5 o'clock on the way to Joint Base Andrews, where he took Air Force One in New York City, touching down at JFK Airport around 6 p.m. And it's the first time he's set foot in the city since he left for his inauguration on January 19th. The president had planned to make a last-minute pit stop at his longtime home and office at Trump Tower, but the latest schedule has him skipping Midtown altogether, just due to time constraints as well as protesters. President Trump delayed his arrival to the city by about 3 hours and headed from JFK Airport to the Air and Space Museum, where he's set to host the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea. You're watching live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Security is also upped all over Midtown. They have ramped up security all over the city today in anticipation of the president's visit. They've also got explosive sniffing dogs all around the area here in Midtown. Also outside Trump Tower. It's a $300,000 price tag for a day of security, though Congress has approved a $61 million price tag to reimburse New York's security costs. At least 3 protests have already been planned near Trump Tower as well as the museum where he is going to be speaking tonight, which we will also be streaming live for you in about an hour or so. Hundreds of protesters have lined up along West Side Highway from about West 43rd Street to West 46th Street. Some of them have been shouting shame at people in tuxedos who appeared to be going inside the event. A handful of Trump supporters were also at the West Side Highway. Now, in Brooklyn yesterday, people who are against President Trump were making signs all day. You're getting a live look of the Air and Space Museum, where President Trump will be speaking tonight at this event to honor veterans. One of the protesters said, quote, "I think it's important that he hears all of our voices and we stand united to fight him." During the campaign, Trump would fly thousands of miles back to New York City to sleep in his own bed, leaving the impression that he would make frequent trips home after he became president. But Trump said in an interview last week that he has avoided returning to the city because the trips are expensive and that would inconvenience New Yorkers. He said, quote, "I hate to see the New Yorkers with streets closed." He has received some criticism for spending about half of his weekends as president at his waterfront estate in Palm Beach, Florida. But we know now it's because it's a little bit easier than going to New York and shutting down all of those streets for security reasons. Again, you guys are getting this live look pretty early today. We're going to get this event in about an hour or so of President Trump making remarks at the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea aboard the USS. And you'll be watching that live here on Fox News Now.
Where should I deliver them to? The White House.
John, your camera's hot, so go in front.
You guys are getting a look of the USS Intrepid, also known as the Fighting. It's one of the 24 Essex-class aircraft carriers built during World War II for the United States Navy. She is the 4th U.S. Navy ship to bear the name. President Trump will be speaking here tonight, honoring veterans. This is his first trip to New York since taking office. You're watching live here on Fox News Now. Sorry about that, you guys. Having a little bit of an audio issue there. President Trump landed at JFK Airport just moments ago for this event. He landed a little bit later than usual in his tux. I want to play that for you guys in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. All right, you guys, we'll take you back to this event a little bit later in the show when we have President Trump speaking at this dinner event. We appreciate you watching with us live on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page as well as Fox News Now YouTube stream. We're going to go ahead and take you back to Tom Price, who was speaking at an event called Reimagine Health and Human Services. Let's hear what he has to say.
Performance, stewardship, and sustainability. We absolutely must begin with engagement, and that means each and every one of you. Constant cooperative engagement across the department, up and down, side to side. The chain of command is going to be absolutely crucial for this to be successful. And while we have an opportunity that's before us, it's a challenging opportunity, there's no doubt about it. Plenty of past efforts at reforming our department have not been completed or not been enacted, and so there's a reason for that. Success in this endeavor isn't going to happen just because we get the right corporate buzzwords or we present elegant diagrams of the organizational charts from consultants far and wide. It's going to happen because every single person within this department, from the Secretary's office across the entire department, is willing to listen to the people above and below them in the organizational chart and to cooperate with colleagues across our agencies and divisions and persist in making change possible. One element that will occur, and I know you all have been waiting with absolutely bated breath for this, and that is the suggestion box. Some of you know this has taken 12 weeks to come about, and I'm sorry about that, but we can talk to the lawyers about that. But the suggestion box, the virtual suggestion box on the intranet goes live today. It's on the upper right-hand corner of the intranet page, the landing page, the home page. It's going to start just in the Humphrey campus here or the buildings surrounding here, and then we'll expand to the entire department. Now, I'm told that the link on the home page of the intranet that gets the most traffic is the cafeteria link, which is 3 or 4 down from the suggestion box link. But let me challenge you to give that cafeteria link a little run for its money, all right, with the suggestion box. But we need to go beyond suggestion boxes. I want you to feel that you can bring your ideas no matter how big or how small, no matter how long it's been percolating in your head, to those folks within the operating staff divisions and others who will listen and take you seriously and take your ideas seriously. And as I went around and visited, I challenged each and every one of you to view this time as a time of opportunity, this transition as a time of opportunity, to think about those things that you know will allow us to make our department run better. I know that you can make it happen because it already happens. Dedicated folks and public servants like you realize that something isn't working and you step out and you fix it. Let me give you one small example that some of you may remember that I was told about recently. Our department's public affairs manual was published in 1986. And per that manual, every single public product that was going to be made public across HHS had to go through a clearance process with ASPA. This same process was required for nearly 30 years. The approval document, which some of you know is called a 615 form, lived from the days of carbon copies to the days of YouTube. More than 1,000 products a year had to go through this process, and because of the need for central approval, it took sometimes months and months of delay and oftentimes held up projects unnecessarily. Around just a few short years ago, some folks in HHS decided that they were going to fix this system. They decided on their own. They went out and did just that, designing a new process for strategic communications and a tool that cut down the number of products that ASPA had to review from over 1,000 to 150 every single year. They chose to empower the agencies to make their own determination about whether something was newsworthy enough to require ASPA approval, which made perfect sense because that's where that expertise was. And the new system didn't just cut down on the amount of paperwork that was required and its headaches, but it also allowed for the focus of public affairs to move from being a granting approval process and office to one of helping assess effectiveness and being more forward-leaning. Now, reforming a clearance process may not sound like such a big deal, and that's partly my point. You may be sitting there thinking or listening, look, my work isn't that important. It doesn't have that much to do with life-saving activity. But your job, whatever it is, contributes to our mission as a whole, and we want to help you do it as best as you are able. And remember that what I just described to you, that ASPA reform, wasn't something that came down from the top. It wasn't something that the Secretary decided needed to be done. It percolated up from below because some folks at ASPA had a wiser idea. So in order to find more possibilities for transformation just like that, we need to be committed to the second principle, which is empowerment. The diversity, experience, expertise of each division of HHS is a vital part of this process, and everyone will be empowered to help us identify where we have opportunities for improvement. And that means respecting the expertise and specialties and unique practices of all of our divisions, but also means constant cooperation across divisions, because we've got so much that we can teach each other, but also so much that we can learn from each other. In the ASPA example that I just described, the reform required cooperation across the entire department, nearly the entire department, and it wouldn't have happened without that kind of cooperation. Because so many of our divisions share missions, whether it's healthcare or public health or economic and social well-being or something else, the process we envision cannot be siloed by divisions. We've got to be talking to each other and learning from each other. It must involve working across the organizational boundaries because that's the only way that together we can serve the American people most effectively. Our third principle, service, is such a core value of everyone in this department. And as I mentioned, I feel that when I talk with you and visit with you. Next week, as it happens, is Public Service Recognition Week, a chance to mark our appreciation for people who have devoted their careers to serving the American people and the public good. And people here at HHS, whether they've got a PhD or they're a researcher or a nurse or a technician or part of the remarkable administrative professional staff, do their jobs because you want to serve the American people. And in some cases, in so doing, you serve the entire world. The focus of our service here, improving the health and safety and well-being of the American people, is a noble mission. Now, thinking about how best to serve requires serious assessments of our performance, which is the fourth principle. Let me be clear about one thing that is incredibly important as we move forward. I don't view this work as a budgetary exercise. This is about finding ways for our department to better fulfill our mission. We're not looking to achieve an arbitrary financial goal or workforce numbers. We enter this process with no preconceptions about what works and what doesn't work. And we're certainly not gunning for specific programs or agencies. Just as we ought not assess programs by how much money we spend on them, we also not assess this process by how much money we can save from them, as important as that may be. Our goal is to begin re-examining what we do every day and ask ourselves, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? How can we do it better? Could it be done better somewhere else or through some other process? These are not simple questions to answer, but you're in the very best position to be able to answer them and help us do so. The department has already made great strides in recent years in moving forward, measuring our outcomes and not just the inputs, a process that becomes easier and easier all the time through the use of technology. And we'll learn from those efforts and the best practices as we extend them into more and more of what we do. Now, getting the best performance out of our department requires great stewardship of the resources that we have, which is our fifth principle. We must be constantly asking how we can deploy the precious resources that we have in people and in treasure to the most efficient and effective use on behalf of the American people. And this will require, again, every single person here at HHS to think expansively about how we can improve the services that we deliver, the functions that we perform, and the roles that we play. And you know this already. Again, as I've talked with you, I know that you've been thinking oftentimes, day in and day out, about what processes and operations in your departments work, which ones don't, and which ones ought to be transformed. The question then is how to take these ideas that you already have and the ideas that will become out of this process and turn them into a change that is sustainable, which is our sixth principle. Every decision, whether it be part of a routine day-to-day function or part of a long-term strategic plan, can have a real impact on real people. And I want to re-emphasize that I understand that the things that we do here for a reason. Failing to understand that oftentimes trips up efforts to change. There's a reason why the processes are in place. And though we need to relook at them and see whether or not that's the best way to do things, it doesn't mean that they are inherently bad. However, let me give you a related example that many of you may be familiar with. Over multiple presidential administrations, they've taken note of the bizarre and division of food safety responsibilities across the federal government. Some of you know the punchline that's coming. And while the FDA handles most food issues, it doesn't have all of them. The Department of Agriculture covers certain kinds of foods. So while an open-faced meat sandwich falls under the agriculture purview, a regular old sandwich with another slice of bread on the top is FDA. A cheese pizza, totally under the FDA's purview. You put a little pepperoni on there, and you got to bring in the ag department. Now, sometimes I'm a pepperoni guy, and rarely am I a cheese guy. But after all of the administrations recognizing the inherent difficulty in that kind of process, it hadn't changed. It hadn't changed. The point here is just that it may be easy to point out on paper what looks like a nonsensical system, but actually improving how government does things is a lot harder. If it weren't, that would have already changed. So we have to go into this process willing to listen, willing to learn, and willing to understand. And you are stewards of this department, and you should be really proud of that as we move forward. You all will be essential in endowing what we do with the kind of sustainability that's necessary. And it's only with your help that we can reimagine HHS and the processes that will be owned by and embedded into the admirable culture of service that we have here at the department. Getting that sense of sustainability is incredibly important because we're not just going to be reimagining our department for the 21st century or a period of time. It is no exaggeration to say that some of the decisions that we make day in and day out and some of the decisions that we will make, if we do them correctly, will affect the lives of generations of Americans to come. So let me leave you with a personal request about how we approach this process, which I commit to working as hard as I can to live up to as well. That is that throughout this process, I ask that you be enthusiastic and optimistic. I ask that we be collaborative, that we work together through this process, and I ask that we be caring of each other and what we do. Reorganizing any organization, large or small, is never an easy task. I've been through it before, and it's not an easy task. Finding efficiencies isn't easy. Improving or discarding old practices is never easy. So this task will require dedication and enthusiasm. And you know that transformations don't happen quickly, and that this process will occasionally involve some tense and emotionally charged moments. But I want you to remember as we move through this process, the reason that you will be and have to be enthusiastic about it. That is the reason that you come to work every day. I've told many of you that I believe the Department of Health and Human Services is the most important department in the federal government. And it is so because we have the privilege of affecting the lives of every single American. What could be more important than that? What could be more exciting than that work? So remain enthusiastic, remain collaborative, remain caring. Those will be our watchwords and our guideposts as we move forward. And together, I know that we will be able to accomplish many great things. Let me thank you again for the work that you have done, for the work that you do, and for the work that you will do in this process. It's an incredible privilege for me to be able to work with you in this endeavor. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right, everybody, getting a live look of the Capitol building right now, pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. And coming up a little bit later, we're going to have President Trump live speaking in New York City. It's his first visit to New York since taking office. Right now, we're going to take you to a briefing from the United Nations They're discussing the outcomes of the 16th session of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Let's take you there.
After two intense weeks here in headquarters, the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues is concluding its 16th session tomorrow with the adoption of a report that includes the recommendations for member states, UN bodies, and indigenous people. The rapporteur's unedited version of the report will be available on the UN website after it is adopted, and the final report will be presented to the ECOSOC, to the Economic and Social Council, on July 2017, so in a couple of months from now. We have all enjoyed 2 weeks full of people from diverse countries around the world. More than 1,000 indigenous people's representatives attended the session. The discussions covered the main theme of the 10th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, as well as other pertinent topics for indigenous peoples, including their participation in the United Nations, the implementation of the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and issues affecting indigenous human rights defenders around the world. Today we are pleased to have here with us three speakers that are going to brief us on the outcomes of the sessions and also give us some tips of the path ahead in the indigenous issue that the Permanent Forum is dealing for the past 16 years. So we have Brian Keane, an expert member of the UN Permanent Forum and the rapporteur for the 16th session. He has been working with indigenous communities around the world for nearly 3 decades. He is co-founder of the international organization Land is Life and is currently serving as advisor for indigenous peoples' issues for the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. We also very proud to have Mai Tin Yu Mon, a Chin woman working with the Chin Human Rights Organization on indigenous people's rights in Myanmar. She's also engaged in promoting the rights of indigenous peoples globally, in particular indigenous youth. She serves as an executive committee member of the Asia Indigenous Peoples Pact. And last but not least, we have Les Malizer, also a member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. He served as the co-chair of the Australian National Congress and has extensive experience advocating for indigenous people's rights at the national and international level. In 2014, he was appointed as an advisor by the President of the General Assembly in conducting consultations on the outcome document of the World Conference on Indigenous People. So with these three speakers, I am going to give the floor to them so they can brief us, and if we have some questions from the audience, we will have to take them later. Maybe you, as the rapporteur, you want to start, as you are probably the best position to give us a general overview.
Thank you. So tomorrow wraps up this session of the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. We've had a productive...
We'll take you back to this briefing a little bit later, but it looks like we have a live shot inside the event that President Trump will be speaking at a little bit later this evening. So let's take you there.
But I love her. Yes, I love her. I'm gonna walk right up to her gate and see if I can get her straight, 'cause I want her. I'm gonna ask her, is you is or is you ain't my baby? just when you're sure of one, you'll find she's gone and made a change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby. Maybe baby's found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby true?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program is about to begin.
You're rock solid, man. You guys want to hold this angle good? Yeah, so like you said,
someday I'll look upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me. Where trouble like lemon drops away above the chimney top, that's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow skies are blue. Birds fly over the rainbow, why, tell me why can't I?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Trump, and the Prime Minister of Australia and Ms. Turnbull.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the 75th commemoration of the Battle of the Coral Sea and officially launching the first 100 years of the Mateship Campaign. I am Andrew Liveris, and it is my great privilege to welcome the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and his wife Melania, the 29th Prime Minister of Australia, Malcolm Turnbull and Lucy Turnbull, our honoured Australian and American veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea. And our many, many distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As a child born in Darwin, Northern Australia, after the war, the bombing of Darwin, with its loss of 243 lives and the possibility of a subsequent invasion, was not an abstract fear to my parents. They listened to the 5 days of battle in the Coral Sea with deep anxiety, not knowing if their homes and their lives would soon be in peril. Thanks to the heroes gathered here tonight, I was given a peaceful childhood, breathing the air of Australia in freedom. Since those fateful days, a grateful Australia has not only fought and died alongside Americans, come what may, but together we have proven what freedom, democracy, and the rule of law can produce. A century of unparalleled economic growth, space exploration, medical advances, educational exchanges, and trade and investment in excess of $1 trillion. So tonight, we honor the courage and valor of our soldiers. Thank you. Thank you. Commemorate the fallen and celebrate their victory and the values they fought and died for. Our color guard this evening is provided by the U.S. Marines of the 6th Communication Battalion from Brooklyn, New York. The Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, this is a great crowd tonight. The American and Australian national anthems shall be sung by Stephanie Leone, Morgan Ryan Botash, and Vanessa Simmons from the American Bombshells. Please rise and remain standing for the national anthems.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please welcome to the stage the chair of the board for the American Australian Association, Jennifer Nason.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jennifer Nason, Chairman of the Board of the American Australian Association, and we are just thrilled to have each of you here with us tonight to help honour and commemorate this important and historic anniversary and launch the first 100 Years of Mateship campaign. I would like to begin by introducing our special honoured guests, our Australian and American veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea. Please hold your applause till the end. Norm Tame from HMAS Australia, Gordon Johnson, Bill White, and Derek Holyoke from the HMAS Hobart, John Hancock, Wendell Thrasher, and Roger Spooner from the USS Yorktown. We are also honoured to have a distinguished veteran of the war in the Pacific, Rear Admiral Andrew Robertson, retired. To both honour these brave heroes and commemorate the sacrifice of their comrades, we are honoured to be joined by the President and First Lady of the United States of America, and the Prime Minister of Australia, Anne Lucy Turnbull. I'm also pleased to recognise the following distinguished guests, and again, I would kindly ask that you hold your applause until the end. Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, White House Chief of Staff, Reince Priebus, members of the President's family, Dennis Richardson, Secretary of the Department of Defence, Air Chief Marshal Mark Binskin, Chief of the Defence Forces, the Honourable Joe Hockey, Australia's Ambassador to the United States, former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, Admiral Harry Harris Jr., Commander Paycon, and son of a veteran of the Battle of the Coral Sea, Ambassador Gillian Bird, Ambassador Penny Korth, the Honourable Nick Minchin, Australia's Consul General to New York, Deputy Consul General for Japan, and permanent representatives to the United Nations from Singapore, Fiji, Samoa, Timor-Leste, Vanuatu, and Palau. Former US ambassadors to Australia, Mel Sembler, Jeffrey Bleish, and John Berry. Former Australian ambassadors to the United States, Michael Thorley and Andrew Peacock. Mr. Joe Sharp, Deputy Director, American Legion. Ms. Carly Brand, Deputy CEO, Soldier On. Mike Conklin, Chairman and CEO, Sentinels of Freedom. Dr. Brendan Nelson, Director of the Australian War Memorial. Kevin Sumption, Director of the Australian National Maritime Museum. Please give our distinguished guests a round of applause. Finally, I would like to recognise our amazing donors who have made tonight possible and whose support will launch tonight the American Australian Veterans Fellowship Fund. Again, I would ask you to hold your applause until the end. First, our founding partner, Wes Bush, Chairman, President and CEO of Northrop Grumman Corporation. Second, our co-partners for tonight, the Embassy of Australia and Ambassador Joe Hockey, and Qantas, who safely brought our veterans a long way to be here with us this evening. Major contributors also include Anthony Pratt, Chairman and CEO of Pratt Industries, our largest individual donor of the evening, with a tremendous gift of $700,000. Lindsay Fox, represented tonight by his daughter, the President of the Fox Family Foundation, Lisa Fox. Lindsay is the second largest donor of the evening. Lee Clifford, Chairman of the Board of Qantas, Michael Worth, Vice Chairman of the Board of Chevron, Leanne Corrett, President and CEO, Defence, Space and Security for Boeing, as well as American Australian Association tireless patrons, Andrew Liveris, Frank Lowy, Greg Norman, Jeff Bible, Dennis Hickey, CEO of America's Lend-Lease, Rupert Murdoch, Executive Chairman of News Corp and 21st Century Fox, Robert Thompson, Chief Executive of News Corp, John Rood, Lockheed Martin Corporation. And we are very grateful for the many other companies, all of our generous donors, and of course each of you for your support and time in being with us tonight. And to the very special guests of the evening, John Travolta, Becky Cole, Kelly Pickler and Amber Lawrence, thank you for being here. And finally, I would like to ask all of the members of the board of directors for the American Australian Association, my partners, to stand and be recognised tonight. It is now my great pleasure to introduce and welcome to the stage our most generous donor of the evening and a huge supporter of the association, Mr. Anthony Pratt, Executive Chairman, Pratt Industries.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, Mr. Prime Minister, Ms. Turnbull, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we pay tribute to the courageous who gave their lives for our freedom in the Battle of the Coral Sea. The United States and Australian relationship is special, and we are grateful to have been allowed to grow here. Pratt Industries is the largest Australian employer in America, having invested $2.5 billion to create 7,000 high-paying manufacturing jobs for Americans over the last 30 years. So based on what you, Mr. President, have done, and in support of your outstanding leadership, in making America the greatest place in the world to manufacture. Tonight, I'd like to pledge an additional $2 billion over the next 10 years, doubling our rate of investment to create an additional 5,000 high-paying manufacturing jobs in America, mainly in the Midwest. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. It's now my privilege to introduce our video, 100 Years of Mateship.
The United States of America and the Commonwealth of Australia, a bond that can be traced back to the battlefields of World War I. In 1918, at Le Hamel on the Western Front, 4 companies of the American Expeditionary Force fought under the command of Australian General John Monash. Le Hamel was the Americans' first offensive action of the war under the command of a foreign general, and the first time Australians and Americans had fought side by side. To honor the American troops he was leading, Monash set the date of the battle for the 4th of July, 1918.
In the battle, Americans and Australians fought together with distinction. 14 of the Americans who fought at Hamel were awarded British military decorations. The Americans and the Australians trained together before the attack, developing such a bond that Americans were heard to say that, if necessary, they would sooner change uniforms to fight with the Australians than let their new buddies down. Together, they achieved victory in just 93 minutes and helped to turn the tide of war against the Germans.
2018 marks the centenary of that battle and of the deep and enduring bond between our two countries. That battle on the Western Front was the opening chapter in a story of mateship, a quality valued by Australians as standing for loyalty, friendship, trust, and sacrifice. This partnership, based on mutual respect, cooperation, and shared values, has joined the United States and Australia as allies in every major conflict since that day in Le Hamel. We fought together again in the Second World War, when almost 1 million American service personnel passed through Australia, campaigning together on land, sea, and air to final victory in the war in the Pacific. Fighting side by side for shared beliefs, the bond was strengthened in Korea, in Vietnam, in Iraq, and Afghanistan. In every conflict where they met, Australian and American service personnel made lifelong mates.
The military alliance endures today. American and Australian armed forces work together in Iraq and Syria to combat the threat of terrorism and are working, exercising and training in each other's countries. The US Marine Corps rotation in Darwin and the large number of Australians currently working across 31 American states are dramatic examples of a relationship that was formalised in 1951 when both nations signed the ANZUS Treaty, which remains the cornerstone of Australia's national security and foreign policy. The treaty pledges each country to come to the support of the other when under attack, and on the 11th of September 2001, Australian Prime Minister John Howard invoked the treaty for the first time.
Dear Mr. President, the Australian government and people share the sense of horror experienced by your nation. You can, however, be assured of Australia's resolute solidarity with the American people at this most tragic time.
A special mateship may have been forged in war, but it has prospered and grown stronger in peace. A shared love of freedom, democracy, and diversity, a determination to improve, succeed, and innovate. These qualities have seen our countries grow together.
From our leaders to our students, for decades, Americans and Australians have crossed the ocean to each other's shores, sharing knowledge and passion. We are scientists and researchers. We work together to reach the moon and out to the stars. We are pioneers, explorers and innovators. We are artists and creators. We are sporting fans and sporting rivals. We are investors and important trading partners. The US-Australia Free Trade Agreement that came into force over 10 years ago has doubled US exports to Australia, and American investment down under has helped Australia to become one of the largest exporters into Asia.
The tourism exchange between Australia and the United States helps build a strong human bridge that makes mateship real nearly 100 years after Le Hamel. From the Western Front in France to the first steps on the moon, this mateship reflects our shared optimism and our common vision of a bright future. This mateship, forged on a battlefield 100 years ago, has built an unbreakable foundation. On that foundation, we will build the bond of friendship for the next 100 years. We are mates.
Please welcome to the stage Mr. Greg Norman.
Mr. President, you might have to give me strokes this time, okay? Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, to the Prime Minister and Mrs. Turnbull, and distinguished guests, I am both honored and humbled to open this segment of the night tonight. We are here to try and honor the amazing heroes of the Battle of the Coral Sea. I say try because nothing we do tonight can compare to their courage under fire or the victory their sweat and blood brought about. Nor can we capture the dignity and the patriotism they each have embodied over 90 years. Mr. President, Norm Tame told all of Australia last week on the cover of Mr. Murdoch's national paper, The Australian, that he hopes he has a chance to pass a message on to you. He said, "I say thanks to all the Americans for what they did for Australia in the Battle of the Coral Sea. It was more than a battle, it was a start of the alliance between our countries." And if I may say this, because of the love of both countries for over 4 decades of my life, little brother Australia has gone above and beyond what big brother America ever expected. It continually strengthening an alliance, a bond forged by common themes of freedom and democracy for not just our people, but for the world. Now to hear from some of our veterans in their own words, please watch a video assembled by the National Maritime Museum of Australia.
We saw this great armada, the Lexington, and its cruisers and destroyers. It was such a sight to see. On the 7th, Fletcher detached the Chicago, Hobart, Australia, and 3 American destroyers, sailed towards the Jomard Passage and cut off the Port Moresby invasion fleet. Japanese aircraft had sighted us, and so we had 2 very sharp air attacks, one with a dozen torpedo bombers, and that was a bit hairy. And the American aircraft coming back, and they were doing their landing loops, and they passed over our ship, and you could see bullet holes and parts of their wings, parts of their fuselage shot away. I got to know one of the young sailors on board the Salt Lake City, and then, "Oh, would you like an ice cream?" So we raced up and we had ice cream. Lots of articles about the Coral Sea. I just wonder now whether it's faded into the minds of the current generation.
We saw them coming, but we wasn't a thing in the world we could do but just go to firing on them. Our planes were meeting the other Jap planes coming to us, and they were going to bomb them. I was a first loader on a 538 gun. Well, we did lose the ship, but a lot of boys lost their lives with that. Anyway, I went and joined the submarine crew. I made 9 war patrols out of Perth, Australia. They treated us boys good. Those people did. Yeah. Only thing it was there, first time when I first got there, they held back on our beer. They wouldn't let us have too much beer. They'd put it on the counter, and when you drank that up, that was it.
And I had an interest in wireless. This is at 15 or 16. Time went by, and then I did the physicals and all that, and bit by bit I joined the Navy and became a wireless bloke. Well, normally I was stationed in the second wireless office at action stations or dawn and dusk action. In fact, I didn't even know where the Coral Sea was. The carriers were in one group, the cruisers, Australia, Hobart and Chicago, with a couple of destroyers down towards the Jobard Passage to block any warships coming in. In the end, it reflected it was absolutely important. The fact that the Japs would have sailed happily into Port Moresby, nothing to stop them. They could have bombed at will in Northern Territory, Queensland, and could have established any sort of a naval base there.
Bombing and torpedo attacks were really very significant. Australia, for example, at Chicago, were combing torpedo tracks. They weren't hit, but they were damn lucky. When the Japs virtually expended their bombs with their bombing runs, they then strafed the ships. They flew from stem to stern with their cannon and machine guns, and peppering the ships. A significant onslaught. There were 12 of their aircraft involved in the attack on us, and when they finished and they got back, only 2 of their aircraft returned to base. They were tenacious fighters, no question. Had arrived in Moresby, captured it, and got themselves established there. They're no more than 1,000 miles from our shore. The temptation for them to invade would have been irresistible in my view. If we didn't have American support, our position would be pretty precarious. We'd have an American one would come across to our ship, and we would send one of ours to their flagship or one of their senators. They lived in our mess, as same as we, or those who went to their ships, did the same. The main thing sailors used to be interested in was getting hold of American cigarettes, Chesterfield or Lucky Strikes.
I joined the Navy in October of 1941 at age 17, right out of high school. And when we left Pearl Harbor to go to the Coral Sea, we were underway at sea for 104 days, which was a record that was not broken until the Gulf War. So the Japanese launched everything they had, and they got down there and they found out it was just a tanker and a destroyer, and they sank both. And that told us that the Japanese carrier was in our vicinity. We launched fighters because there was bogies on our radar, which turned out to be Japanese, coming back from sinking the Neosho and the Sims. And it was dark, and our planes were in a landing circle, and they mistook it for their own ship, and they tried to land aboard. So we opened fire, and they were trying to invade Port Moresby in order to invade Australia. Coral Sea, Midway, and Solomon Islands showed the Japanese that they had to stop. We stopped them. After the battle, we circled around Lexington because she was exploding and people were abandoning ship. And we gathered up all of our survivors. One of our destroyers finished sinking the Lexington, put torpedoes in her. Those fellas from the Australian ships came aboard. And we entertained them and had fun and got to know one another. The Australians were just like us. They were fighters. If we had not had the Australian ships out there to bolster what we had, they'd have probably sunk us as well as the Lexington. I'm sorry I didn't get to go ashore in Australia, but the guys that did said they couldn't buy a drink. The Australians said, "Good on you, mate, belly up to the bar," and then pick up the tab. I would have enjoyed that.
Patrolling in the Coral Sea, and it got that way, was referred to it as the 40-acre paddock. When we got the news, it happened at Pearl Harbor. Bill Kyle, we were on watch together, he said they got a big navy. That's what we wanted, and they got a lot of aircraft carriers. This was the biggest fleet of American ships I saw. The Japanese came over and they attacked very hot, yes, very hot. Especially when you had your anti-flash gear on. After the battle, the 4-inch guns on the Australia were twin-mounted anti-aircraft guns, and the barrels were burned out. It was the first naval battle that was ever fought without the enemy ships sighting one another, and where we met the first Americans. And they were pretty fine sort of blokes.
Please welcome to the stage the Chairman and CEO of the Dow Chemical Company, Andrew Liveris, and the President and CEO of Defense, Space and Security for Boeing, Leanne Corrett.
I'm honored to join with Leanne in calling our heroes of the night up to the stage one by one. Let's please hold the applause until we have them all up here for you to recognize. First, Mr. Gordon Johnson. Gordon is a veteran of HMAS Hobart. He joined the Navy at 16 as a wireless telegraphist and served in the battle in that capacity. He served throughout the war in the Pacific at sea, earning the rank of petty officer. Later in life, he became CEO of Aircraft Guided Weapons and Electronics Defense Organization. He lectured in naval history, published articles on the Coral Sea. He's an honorary member of the Australian American Association and has worked on Coral Sea commemorative events in Australia for many years.
Let us please welcome Mr. Norman Tame. Norm joined the Navy at 16 and served as a submarine lookout aboard HMAS Australia during the battle. Later in the war, Norm also served as a beach commando, fighting in the unforgiving jungles of Tarakan and Borneo. Able seaman Tame is also a veteran of the Korean War, having served aboard the aircraft carrier HMAS Sydney. In 1948, Norm ventured to the Antarctic aboard the HMAS Wyatt Earp.
Mr. Derek Holyoake. Derek, who joined the Navy as a 16-year-old, was aboard the HMAS Hobart during the battle, serving as a gun leader throughout the hostilities. Derek remained with the Navy after the war and served aboard the HMAS Sydney as a leading electrical mechanic during the Korean War. He went on to become a trade training teacher for the Victorian Department of Education and now lives in Queanbeyan, where he is an amateur ham radio operator and a volunteer at the Australian War Memorial and a regular motorcycle rider around Canberra.
Let us welcome to the stage Mr. Bill White. Bill joined the Navy when he was 17 and served as a telegraph operator aboard the HMAS Hobart during the battle. After 8 years in the Navy, Bill moved to Western Australia, where he worked in carpentry and construction. After 30 years in Perth, Bill resettled in Queensland, where he managed a development and infrastructure company before retiring to the Sunshine Coast.
Mr. Roger Spooner. Roger, a veteran of the USS Yorktown, enlisted with the Navy at 18. He served aboard the Yorktown at both Coral Sea and later at Midway, when it was sunk by the Japanese torpedoes. Roger returned to the Pacific on the USS Jack as an engine room machinist and was in Japan when the war ended. He ended his naval career as a motor machinist, second class, returned to his hometown of Iron City, Georgia, where he lives today.
Let's welcome to the stage Mr. John Hancock. John joined the Navy at 17 and served aboard the USS Yorktown as a gunner and sky lookout during the battle. He was once again aboard the Yorktown in 1942 when it was sunk at the Battle of Midway. John finished the war as a first-class aircraft pilot, is a retired Navy captain, and now lives in Athens, Georgia.
Mr. Wendell Thrasher. Wendell enlisted in the Navy at 17, was a crew member aboard the USS Yorktown at both Coral Sea and Midway. After surviving the sinking of Yorktown, Wendell returned to Pearl Harbor to help repair the USS West Virginia. He finished his naval career as a seaman, first class. Wendell eventually moved back home to Lawrence County, Alabama, where he ran a small business and worked at the local paper mill until 1992.
Let's welcome to the stage Mr. Andrew Robertson. Andrew was a cadet midshipman and served aboard the MAS Australia for much of the Pacific Campaign. He was awarded the King's Medal in 1942. Andrew is also a veteran of the Korean and Vietnam Wars, ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral in the process. After a distinguished career with the Navy, both at home and at sea, Andrew retired in 1982 and has served as the Federal Vice President of the Navy League of Australia ever since.
Please now join us in recognizing these heroes of the greatest generation. So proud of you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Stay here. Stay here. Not yet. Stay here. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you will note that the table here in front is set, and yet it's empty. It's in remembrance of our fallen comrades and friends who are no longer with us. I ask you to stay standing and listen to the reading of the ode by Leanne.
They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.
Would everyone now please join me in a moment of silence for our fallen comrades? Thank you. Please take your seats.
Very good announcing too.
Well, we did our best. We are humbled by your presence. They will help you off the stage. Needing with the seats. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Honored to be on the stage with you. Thank you very much for the lovely welcome. No, I couldn't have asked for anything better. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
For your service.
I'll say something to the greatest president that ever lived, Donald Trump. Yay.
Please welcome to the stage Wes Bush, Chairman, President, and CEO of Northrop Grumman Corporation.
Good evening, everyone. Delighted to be with you to commemorate an event that was absolutely pivotal in securing the freedom of both our nations. This evening recalls and renews the friendship and mutual interests of America and Australia. That friendship is evidenced by the presidents of the leaders of our two nations and their spouses here with us this evening. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, Prime Minister, and Mrs. Turnbull, it is a pleasure and an honor for you to be here with us for this very special occasion. This event enables us to honor the courageous World War II veterans who defended our freedoms and our values during that critical battle in the Coral Sea so many years ago. We owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. I have experienced the depth of the partnership between our nations on a very personal level. My wife, Natalie, and I lived in Australia the very first year that we were married. I was a young engineer, and Natalie, just out of nursing school, worked as a nurse for the government of the Northern Territory. The friendship and our partnership between our nations was evident to us then, just as is evident here tonight. The American Australian Veteran Scholarship Fund that we launched tonight is a fitting way to honor a legacy and a future built on mateship. It is now my particular pleasure to introduce to you the Honourable Malcolm Turnbull, Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia. Prime Minister Turnbull is the 29th Prime Minister of Australia. He is a graduate of Sydney University and Oxford University, earning law degrees from both. Prime Minister Turnbull has had a distinguished career in journalism, law, merchant banking, and venture capital before being elected to the Australian House of Representatives for the seat of Wentworth in New South Wales in 2004. He has held ministerial positions for the Environment and Water Portfolio and the Communications Portfolio before becoming Prime Minister of Australia in 2015. Please join me in welcoming Prime Minister Turnbull.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President and Mrs. Trump, for your very warm family welcome to New York. Lucy and I are honoured to be here. It's always wonderful to be back in this city, and it's wonderful to meet your family, to be here with our son and our son-in-law. It has been a great evening, and thank you so much. And well done. Congratulations. It's always good to win a vote in the Congress, or the Parliament, as we call it. And I got to say, it's always reasonably satisfying to win a vote when people predict you're not going to win it too. So keep at it. It's great, and well done, Mr. President. Look, there are so many distinguished guests here tonight. I want to thank you all so much for joining us and in such a great cause. But there are none more distinguished than the veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea. From the Royal Australian Navy, Rear Admiral Andrew Robertson, Norm Tame, Gordon Johnson, Bill White, Derek Holyoake, and from the US Navy, John Hancock, Wendell Thrasher, and Roger Spooner. Gentlemen, we salute you and we thank you. And I have to say, you're all in great shape. You're all in great shape. And earlier this week in Townsville, we thanked and welcomed Cecil Wieswell, 93 years young, who served on the USS Lexington as a 17-year-old. Now, 75 years ago, the Japanese advance seemed unstoppable. Their infamous surprise attack on Pearl Harbor had sunk or disabled much of the United States Pacific Fleet, with the notable exception of the carriers. The impregnable fortress of Singapore had fallen. The Royal Navy's battleship Prince of Wales, the battle cruiser Repulse, had been sunk by Japanese bombers off the coast Malaya, HMAS Perth, USS Houston had been sunk off Java, as had the carrier USS Langley. Most of Australia's army was either fighting in the Middle East or were prisoners of the Japanese. Darwin, as Andrew reminded us, had been bombed. Indonesia then, the Dutch East Indies, was taken, as was the north coast of New Guinea and the great naval base of Rabaul. And Japan's next inexorable advance was to seize Port Moresby in New Guinea, from which it would isolate Australia, take us out of the war, to be invaded as and when it suited the convenience of the new masters of the Pacific, and in so doing deprive the United States of the forward base from which to mount its counterattack. These were dark days indeed. But then, as so often today, it was signals intelligence that cut through the darkness. From Melbourne, American and Australian code breakers revealed the Japanese plans to the Pacific Commander, Admiral Nimitz. Nimitz sent 2 carrier task forces, led by the USS Lexington and the USS Yorktown, into the Coral Sea. They were joined by another task force led by the Australian cruisers, HMAS Australia, HMAS Hobart, and the United States ship Chicago. For the first time, Australian ships were under the overall command of the United States Commander, Rear Admiral Fletcher. And within Task Force 44 itself, Australian Rear Admiral John Crace commanded American ships. Unity of purpose, unity of command, shared and collaborative signals intelligence, the Battle of the Coral Sea took to the water and to the sky the mateship that had fought and won the Battle of Hamel 99 years ago. The victory in the Coral Sea was the first setback to the Japanese in the Pacific War. The Moresby invasion force was turned back, and by sinking 1 and damaging 2 Japanese carriers, it laid the foundation for the decisive victory at Midway a month later. Churchill called this time the hinge of fate, and he was so right. The hinge of fate turned to victory for America, Australia, and our allies, but it had a high price. The aircraft carrier USS Lexington was lost, as was the destroyer USS Sims and the tanker USS Neosho. Over 600 American and Australian sailors and airmen died to secure that victory. Our nation's freedom was secured by the bravery of the men on those ships and the pilots who flew through everything the enemy and the weather could throw in their way. Now, this evening, President Trump and I have discussed the bond our great nations forged in freedom's cause. From the battlefield of Hamel nearly 100 years ago to our forces fighting side by side in the Middle East at this very moment. And as we reflect on the Battle of the Coral Sea, we are reminded of how the stability and prosperity of our region over so many decades has been secured and is secured today by the United States, a commitment to the peace and stability, the rule of law in our region, renewed by President Trump, for which we thank you, sir. Now, each of our great nations defines its national identity not by race or religion or ethnicity, as so many others do, but by a commitment to shared political values, as timeless as they are inclusive: freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Shared values, a shared destiny, fiercely competitive. We always want to win, but we know we are always more assured of winning when we are fighting together. We are confident and we trust each other. That is why the United States is the largest foreign investor in Australia, and the United States is our largest overseas investment destination, as we've heard from Anthony, about to become even larger. And this relationship is built on the work of millions of Australians and Americans, many of whom are here with us tonight. creating thousands of jobs in the USA and in Australia. Today, together, we condemn and we resist North Korea's reckless provocation. We fight together in Iraq and Afghanistan to defeat and to destroy the terrorists who threaten our way of life. From the mud of Hamel to the waters of the Coral Sea to the sands of the Middle East today, Australians and Americans stand shoulder to shoulder defending our freedoms. Recently, I travelled to Baghdad and Kabul to visit our troops and to commemorate Anzac Day. I brought with me the gratitude of our nation and the certain knowledge that we best honour the service and sacrifice of generations past by supporting the servicemen and women, the veterans and their families of today. I commend the board of the Australian American Association, Chairman Jennifer Nason, President John Berry, for their initiative in launching a new Veterans Fellowship Fund tonight, and I thank you all for being so generous. The proceeds from this evening's dinner will enable a new generation of Australian and American veterans to be recognised for their service and rewarded with the experience of earning a degree in either Australia or the United States. We thank all those Australians and Americans who served, and remember the more than 600 who died in the Battle of the Coral Sea. And to all those who serve in the United States and Australian Defence Forces, we honour you. We thank you, you and your families. With your courage and your service, you keep us free. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the Executive Chairman of News Corp and 21st Century Fox, Mr. Rupert Murdoch.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, welcome home. Mr. Prime Minister, Ms. Turnbull, welcome back. Distinguished guests, it's an honour to be with you in the presence of the brave veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea. I'm one of the few here old enough to be alive when you men fought with such courage. We're all here on this day because you were there on that day 75 years ago. And thanks to you, we still have freedom of speech, press, worship, and all the rights we cherish. We honour all who fought, especially those who lost their lives. Young Americans and Australians who gave up their potential so that future generations, all of us, realise our potential. And so it's fitting that the American-Australian Association, actually founded by my father to promote understanding between our countries, is establishing a scholarship for veterans and gratitude to those who served. Welcome to the representative of Japan. Your presence is testament not only to the healing power of time, but also to the nourishing power of democracy. These are dangerous times, and we must be, as this great carrier is called, intrepid, as to say, fearless and bold, in our resolve to advance the frontiers of freedom and the defence of our nation's shores. We must also be bold and unafraid to think differently in dealing with the challenges we face. The man I'm about to introduce believes, as I do, in challenging conventional wisdom, because conventional wisdom is often not wise at all. It's particularly significant the President announced just today that he'd be shortly visiting Saudi Arabia and Israel, two of our most important allies in a troubled region. And of course, he'll have an audience on the way home with Pope Francis. Whether it's cherishing our values and our allies or standing up to enemies, we should all be inspired by the fortitude of those who made the ultimate sacrifice for people and for principle. We all have a debt to those who died that we might inherit freedom. And importantly, all Australians have a debt to the United States. As we pay respect to our veterans and our armed forces, it's my distinct honour to introduce the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the United States, my friend Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great honor. And thank you to my very good friend, Rupert Murdoch. There's only one Rupert that we know. But for helping to keep this history alive, and he's been working on this for a long time. He loves Australia. And for the next generation, and thanks also to the legendary, talented golfer, Greg Norman. I used to think I was a great player, and then I played with Greg one time, and I said, well, I'm not going to play golf for a living. He saved me a lot of time, I'll tell you that. And thank you to everyone here tonight for helping us to honor and remember those very brave souls who answered the call of freedom. Also to Anthony Pratt, who just pledged $2 billion. And that's peanuts for Anthony, if you know Anthony. Come on, Anthony, you can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anthony. That's beautiful. It's really a special privilege to be back on the Intrepid and to address both American and Australian heroes. Melania and I are thrilled to be joined by a very, very special Prime Minister and his wonderful wife, Lucy, who I've just gotten to know. And, you know, they said we had a rough phone call. We really didn't have a rough phone call, did we? Everyone's talking about this phone call. The media was saying, what do you think about the phone call? You didn't really hang up. No, we had actually a very nice call, right? Good. Now the record is straight. All of those people back there. Thank goodness. It's true. We had a very nice phone call. A little testy. Got a little bit testy, but that's okay. We've had a very good relationship, and I'm very proud of the relationship. Thank you very much, Malcolm. The Prime Minister and I have just finished a productive discussion about the interests of our two countries. Together, we discussed crucial issues ranging from national security to trade, to immigration and enhanced economic cooperation. We reaffirmed the tremendous friendship between the United States and Australia and the vital importance of our security and our alliance. The armed forces of our two nations are operating side by side almost every day, fighting to defeat ISIS and the scourge of terrorism. And we will eradicate terrorism. To every man and woman who has served America and Australia in uniform, two proud nations salute you, believe me. There is no better place to remember the importance of military readiness than this ship. It was laid down just 1 week before the tragic and the tragedy of Pearl Harbor and helped secure freedom in its hour of need. I was proud to share the news that this week my administration reached a historic deal with Congress to end the devastating cuts to the United States military. I don't know what they were thinking when they started cutting, but we've got it all coming back in big league, believe me. It's coming back fast, ordering lots of planes, lots of ships, lots of jobs, too, by the way. We will add more than $25 billion for national defense in a short period of time, and we will ensure that our service members have the equipment, tools, training, and resources that they need and that they so richly deserve. But security also requires friends that you can truly count on. That is why I was pleased to meet with Prime Minister Turnbull, and why I'm so glad to be here with you tonight. And we had a great meeting just a little while ago. I want to thank the American-Australian Association for hosting this event, which I've been contributing to, by the way, for years through Rupert. Every year, he'd send me this letter, could you please give money? I say, what do I have to do with that, Rupert? And I just keep sending him money, and now I realize that was money well spent. That's great. Right, Rupert? For years, I've been doing my thing for Rupert. And for its decades of work to strengthen the ties between our two countries. They've done a great job. America and Australia are old friends and really natural partners. And with your help, we will remain so for a very, very long time to come. Our two nations were born as the rebellious children of the same parent. It's a very interesting statement. I've heard that before, too, about people. And for nearly a century, Americans and Australians have fought together, bled together, and died together as brothers and sisters. Since the First World War, when Australians led Americans in the Battle of the Hummel, our brave warriors have fought shoulder to shoulder in every major conflict together. Their righteous cause has always been the same: the safety of our citizens and the survival of our freedom. From the beaches of Normandy, a vicious, vicious fight, to the jungles of Vietnam and the desert landscapes of the Middle East, with lots of progress, believe it or not, after all these years, is being made. Americans have had no better friends than the Australians. I mean that. We are proudly and profoundly grateful for Australia's contributions in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and their help in the fight against terrorism following the terrible attacks of September 11th. On behalf of the United States, I thank the Australian people tonight. Believe me, I have so many friends here from this country, and we love Australia, all of us. We really love Australia. Thank you very much. I know there are many active duty service personnel from both nations with us in the audience, and I want to express our gratitude to each and every one of you. We are privileged to be joined by many amazing veterans from our two countries as well, and from so many different conflicts. There are so many conflicts that we fought on and worked on together, and by the way, in all cases, succeeded on. It's nice to win. It's nice to win. And we've won a lot, haven't we, Mr. Prime Minister? We've won a lot. We're going to keep it going, by the way. You've given your love and loyalty to your nations, and tonight a room of grateful patriots says thank you. We are especially honored by the presence tonight of 7 World War II veterans, and we've been talking about them all night, but I should mention their name once again, perhaps for the final time tonight, or we can keep mentioning them because they're worth it. And their names again: John Hancock, Derek Holyoke, Gordon Johnson, Norm Tame, Wendell Thrasher, Roger Spooner, and Bill White. Great, great people. Great. These men stood at the breach in the battle to save civilization, and their sacrifice kept us free. Exactly 75 years ago this week, these men saw that historic battle with their own eyes. And we've also covered that very, very vicious, violent battle. But this is a little bit of a different description. But the end result was the same. We won. We won. They saw enemy planes flying toward them by the dozen. They saw the flames erupt into the air. And they saw the true cost of war in the faces of the heroes that never returned. On this special gathering, on this special night, we remember the courage of these men and every man, Australian and American, who fought in the Battle of the Coral Sea. The count of the dead goes on, and the number of wounded do not even begin to describe the toughness of the fight and their incredible sacrifice. But perhaps in the story of just one man, we can hope to get a small glimpse of its measure. It is the story of Lieutenant Jack Powers, a Navy flyer. He grew up just miles from here in a modest apartment in Washington Heights, right up the road. He then went on to the United States Naval Academy, incredible place. There, his roommate said of Jack, never trust him to respect conventionalities, because he wasn't a conventional person, to put it mildly. He's a hilarious rebel and his own man. You'll like him and really like him a lot. But you know what? He's just a different kind of a guy. In other words, he was a New Yorker. By the attack on Pearl Harbor, Jack had already served 6 years in the Navy. In the 6 months that followed, the Allies suffered many defeats and many, many casualties. Japan captured footholds all across the Pacific and now was closing, and really fast, closing in on Australia. In May 1942, the invading fleet moved on. Port Moresby, the vital base just a few hundred miles from Australian shores. It was there off the coast that American and Australian ships met the enemy in the Coral Sea. On the morning of May 7th, Jack Powers launched his dauntless dive bomber from the depth and deck of the Yorktown. He was some flyer, I can tell you that, some great flyer. Soon, he dived straight at an enemy carrier and dropped his bomb so low, he was almost caught in the blast, and he was badly hurt. But he escaped, and the carrier sank. That night on the Yorktown, Jack urged the other pilots to take the same risk. He said, that's the way you do it. That's the way you win. That's the way you sink them. Whatever the cost, even if it costs you your lives, That's the way you sink the ship. The next morning, he pressed his point again. Remember, he said, the folks back home are counting on us. I'm going to get a hit if I have to lay it down right next to that flight deck. In their courage, they turned the tide of the Pacific War. They had tremendous success. They were knocking out ship after ship. That day, Jack flew his plane to another carrier, straight into a hail of oncoming lead and fire, to land a devastating blow on its deck. Seconds later, the colossal blast, the one Jack was talking about and saying we have to take the risk, engulfed his plane, and Jack was gone. He was dead. He was brave, but what a job he did. Sometime before Jack died, he sent a wire home to his father in New York. It read, "Dear Dad, 1,000 miles away doesn't make any difference. Your bad son is thinking of you, hoping that he is worthy of being called a chip off the old block." His father was a tough cookie also. Now it is we who are thinking of Jack and all those brave souls who fought alongside of him with that incredible form of attack, and especially those who found their final resting place beneath the waters where they waged that greatest of battles. They lost their lives in the fires of war, but gained immortality through their sacrifice. And now, 75 years later, we hope that we are worthy of their deeds in the beautiful, beautiful Coral Sea. We hope to be worthy of the sacrifices made by every service member who has fought in our name, past and present. The men who fought the Second World War saw terrible things, horrible things, deathly things, but they also witnessed spectacular valor and bravery. And from the wreckage of that horrible war, they rebuilt their nations and launched civilization to new heights. They knew that together, free people can achieve extraordinary things, and that one hero can make all of the difference in the world. In those Pacific waters, we forged iron bonds between our two countries. Few peoples in the world share ties in history, affection, and culture like the Americans and the Australians. Few, believe me. Those ties were sealed with the blood of our fathers and grandfathers, and those same ties are now the priceless heritage we celebrate so beautifully tonight. So with love for our two nations, with pride in our shared history, and with faith in Almighty God, we renew our old friendship, and we pledge our lasting partnership in the search for prosperity and everlasting peace. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. I'm honored that you're here. I'm honored that Mrs. Turnbull is here. And I'm honored that everybody in this room is with us to realize what a great, great relationship our two nations have together. God bless you. God bless our fallen heroes. God bless the Australian people. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
please welcome to the stage Vice Chairman of the Board for Chevron, Michael Worth.
Mr. President, I'm sure I speak for everyone here when I say it's a great honor to hear the story of one brave and tough New Yorker from another brave and tough New Yorker. Now we'll transition to the entertainment portion of our celebration this evening. On behalf of Chevron, I want to thank the Australian-American Association for inviting us to participate in the celebration of a century of mateship between our two countries. I'm especially honored to join Prime Minister Turnbull and President Trump and our other distinguished guests as we pay tribute to the heroes who demonstrated our mateship during one of the most difficult periods in our history, the Second World War. It's humbling to be among these remarkable veterans here tonight who defended our democracies during the Battle of the Coral Sea. Gentlemen, because of you and those who fought alongside you, we are able to live in peace. Chevron is proud to be one of Australia's largest foreign investors at greater than $50 billion. And even more proud, we were with our troops during these conflicts in World War II. During the war, we retooled our two California refineries to produce 100-octane jet fuel for fighter planes, bunker fuels for the Allied naval fleet, and a specially developed lubricant for submarine fins that left no slick on the water and made our submarines more difficult to detect. All of us at Chevron are very proud of our contributions to the war effort, our mateship, and the economic partnership we've had with Australia dating back to 1918, when our first operations were incorporated in New South Wales nearly 100 years ago. So to commemorate this very special relationship, I'm delighted to introduce Australia's own Amber Lawrence, the Female Artist of the Year at the Country Music Channel Awards and People's Choice Award winner. Amber has also received an Australian Day Bronze Achievement Award for her contributions to war veterans and their families. Tonight, she will perform a song she composed especially for our American and Australian veterans in celebration of 100 years of mateship. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Amber Lawrence.
It reads like a story played on the silver screen. Time after time, young bull runs back on it to carry out the wounded boys he barely met. On Mount Tambu, red, white, and blue, a precedent set to look out for your friends and look out for your mates, and trust in the arms of that 100-year handshake forged in the trenches of World War I. The Aussies and the Yanks, a friendship well done, and we celebrate the history that makes a 100-year handshake. Now rewind to 1969, Apollo 11, moon landing, space flight from the wide Australian plains. A picture is being to show the world one small step one giant leap. Look out for your friends, look out for your mates, and trust in the arms of that 100-year handshake. Forged in the trenches of World War I, the Aussies and the Yanks, a friendship well done, and we celebrate the history that makes a 100-year handshake. And the thousands of women who put their hearts on the line as heroes became husbands and they became war brides, and their children are bonded by the blood of friendship, trust, pride, and love. Friendship, trust, pride, and love. So look out for your friends, and look out for your mates, and trust the arms of that 100-year handshake. Forged in the trenches of World War I, the Aussies and the Yanks, a friendship well done, and we celebrate the history that makes. We celebrate the future that awaits, a 100-year handshake, a 100-year handshake. It reads like a story played on the silver screen. Time after time, Leslie Allen runs back on in. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the chairman of the board of Qantas Airlines, Lee Clifford.
Thanks, Amber. I thought that was fantastic. Let me say what an honour it is to be in the presence of these brave veterans. It's truly an honour for all of us, and I'm particularly moved. Now, Qantas is proud to be a partner of tonight's event and to have helped our veterans reach New York for such a special occasions. All Australians owe a debt to the men who served in the Battle of the Coral Sea, and it's right that we honour their immense contribution today. For Qantas, the Second World War is part of our 100-year history. During the conflict in the Pacific, the entire Qantas workforce was mobilised for the war effort. Our engineers maintained the Australian and US air fleets in Brisbane, a lot of them Boeings as they do now. I thought that might draw a bit of applause. Our aircraft evacuated civilians across Southeast Asia, and our crews supported the fighting in Papua New Guinea. As we know today, the victory in the Coral Sea wasn't just a turning point of the war, it began a unique friendship between our two countries, including the massive expansion of air travel. That too has been a special part of the history of Qantas. Today we carry thousands of Australians and Americans across the Pacific each week, helping to build and strengthen our relationship for the future. Over the coming days, many of our crew will be wearing the Australian coat of arms on their uniform, and all our employees will be taking the time to remember the heroes of the Coral Sea. Now it's my privilege to hand over to you a great friend of Qantas and Australia, so please welcome to the stage John Travolta.
I am beside myself. I've heard of dinner gifts, I've heard of party favors, but $2 billion for me? How am I going to spend it? How much does Qantas cost? I am very honored and pleased to be here. I thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, for allowing me to tell you this story. 1942 began as the darkest year of the war for both America and Australia. The Empire of Japan was undefeated. Pearl Harbor had been bombed, Darwin too. Southeast Asia had fallen. More than 100,000 Allied troops had been made prisoners of war. And now, Australia itself was at risk. At this perilous hour, the United States responded in full, long before any treaty existed between us. US and Australian ships joined forces, and the Battle of the Coral Sea began on 4th of May. 4 days of fierce fighting followed. The Allies lost 543 servicemen. The Empire of Japan lost 1,074. And these things happened during these fateful days. 3 things. Japan suffered its first defeat, and the threat to Australia was turned back. Second, the victory of the Coral Sea enabled subsequent victories for naval air power, especially at Midway. And third, and most importantly, the bond of friendship was sealed between our people. Of all America's allies, only one has fought side by side with us in every major military engagement, and that's Australia. May we always remember and honor the heroes of the Battle of the Coral Sea, both the brave men present here and those no longer with us. Thank you.
The National Maritime Museum of Australia proudly presents a short video about the Battle of the Coral Sea.
This program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii by air, President Roosevelt has just announced.
Propelled into war, American and Australian forces marshal, forging an alliance determined to halt the Empire's relentless advance through the Pacific.
Above is the drone of enemy aircraft. Brings the anti-aircraft guns into instant action.
The devastating bombing of Darwin suggests an invasion is imminent. When American codebreakers in Melbourne intercept Japanese planned attack on Port Moresby, these fears are magnified. If successful, the invasion will be a direct threat to vital communication and supply lines between Australia and the United States. Japan's Vice Admiral Inoue orders an attack on the island of Tulagi, firing the opening salvo in a battle which changes naval warfare forever. The Battle of the Coral Sea is the first naval engagement to use aircraft as the main weapon when neither side's ships sight each other. As a formidable Japanese armada powers towards New Guinea, American forces destroy the new Japanese seaplane base on Tulagi. Meanwhile, US Navy Task Force 17, under the command of Rear Admiral Fletcher, launches planes from Yorktown and Lexington to scour the sea for the enemy fleet. Over the next few days, the Japanese send out their own search planes, both squadrons all but ignoring each other in their hunt for bigger game. In an audacious move, Admiral Fletcher splits off a task force of Australian and American cruisers under the command of Admiral Crace, with 2 destroyers in support, intent on guarding Jomard Passage, the gateway to Port Moresby. No sooner have they arrived than Japanese dive bombers attack the Allied ships, and Crace gives the order to take up anti-aircraft formation and perform evasive manoeuvres. Japanese bombers dive relentlessly from the sky, singling out the desperately zigzagging heavy cruiser Australia for bombardment, which it miraculously survives. Japanese aircrew mistake cruisers for battleships, and believing Task Force 17.3 presents an insurmountable obstacle, Admiral Inoue calls off the Port Moresby invasion, signalling the first Allied win of the battle. To the east, on the same morning, Vice Admiral Takagi learns American torpedo and dive bombers are approaching fast and scrambles his Zero fighters. By the time Yorktown's dive bombers arrive, its torpedo bombers have attacked, and Takagi knows the Shorehawk is doomed. The order is given to abandon ship, and 631 men die when the Shorehawk sinks in 4 minutes.
Scratch one flat top. Chambers to carriers. Scratch one flat top.
Determined to strike back, Takagi sends out a wave of dive bombers from Shokaku to attack the American destroyers Sims and oiler Neosho. In the ensuing battle, Sims sinks. The Neosho is heavily damaged, and 357 American lives are lost. On the final day, the battle reaches fever pitch as both fleets launch simultaneous attacks. While 4 hours apart by sea, they are just 20 minutes apart by air, dramatically accelerating how quickly this battle unfolds. Lexington's radar picks up incoming Japanese aircraft, and Fletcher scrambles Wildcat fighters in response. As the combatants trade blows, Yorktown's dive bombers attack Shokaku. Despite frantically maneuvering, Shokaku is severely damaged, forcing Takagi to withdraw the carrier from the battle. Japanese torpedo bombers attack Lexington in a pincer movement, and a torpedo rips through the port aviation gasoline tanks. This starts a ticking time bomb as fuel vapor begins leaking through the ship. A second torpedo ruptures the water feed to the bow, severely reducing Lexington's firefighting capacity. A third wave of Shokaku dive bombers attack, and a 250-kilogram bomb tears through 4 decks of Yorktown, killing 43 men and injuring 23. Returning to their carriers, Japanese and American planes cross paths, and 2 senior Japanese pilots die in a fierce aerial dogfight. Aircraft are still landing on Lexington when sparks from an electric motor ignite the gasoline fumes, which have spread throughout the ship. Unaware Lexington is crippled, Takagi informs Admiral Inoue that he does not have enough airworthy planes to continue the fight. More devastating explosions on the doomed Lexington start uncontrollable fires, and Fletcher gives the order to abandon ship, then withdraws American forces from the battle. The invasion of Port Moresby is thwarted. Australia is safe, and for the first time, Japan's advance through the Pacific is stopped. The alliance of American and Australian forces tempered in battle now has the measure of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has smashed its aura of invincibility. 1942 was the crucial year in the Pacific War. The year that began with the aftermath of Pearl Harbor, the fall of Singapore, and the devastation of Darwin ended with Allied victories at Coral Sea, Midway, and Guadalcanal. Though many dark days still lay before them, the Allies maintained the offensive until the end.
Please welcome to the stage the son of a veteran who fought on the USS Lexington at the Coral Sea, and now our head of all of America's armed forces in the Pacific, the commander of PACOM, Admiral Harry Harris.
Good evening, folks. Let's give it up one more time for the American and Australian veterans of the Battle of the Coral Sea. And if you got any left, for the American bombshells who sang such a great rendition of our national anthems earlier this evening. So it's indeed an honor for me to be here, Mr. President and Mr. Prime Minister. I'm happy to report to you that Air Chief Marshal Benskin and I had a terrific consultation earlier today where we reaffirmed the strength of the U.S.-Australia military mateship, and candidly, our biggest hurdle was whether to spell defense with a C or an S, and I think we were able to work it out. So let me acknowledge, of course, my Commander-in-Chief, President Trump and Mrs. Trump, a true friend of the United States, Prime Minister Turnbull and Mrs. Turnbull, current and former ambassadors and all members of our diplomatic and consular corps, especially Ambassador Joe Hockey and John Barry, fellow flag and general officers and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled to be here among so many American patriots and Australian allies to commemorate this, the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea. Ambassador Barry asked me to talk about my dad, so I am very familiar with this important piece of world history because my father was a sailor during this legendary battle. He was a motor machinist mate like Mr. Hancock, and he served aboard the aircraft carrier USS Lexington, or Lady Lex, as she was known to her crew. Now, it's often said that the members of the greatest generation were reluctant to talk about their war experiences, but not my dad. From my earliest memories to the day he died, that's all he talked about. In retrospect, I'm surprised that he didn't name me Lex. So you see, Dad would describe these same sea stories over and over again as if telling it for the first time. He was very proud of his small part in this pivotal battle, where war reigned from airplanes launched from distant aircraft carriers that never saw one another. A battle where two nations still reeling from attacks at Pearl Harbor and Darwin halted what seemed to be an unstoppable Imperial Japanese force. At Coral Sea, the Lady Lex fought hard, but her wounds from torpedo hits and the ensuing fires were mortal. Although he saw many of his shipmates killed, fortunately, of course, my dad survived. Even with a perspective that comes from 39 years of wearing this uniform, I still can't imagine what my dad and his shipmates went through that day in May in 1942. So as we reflect tonight on the Battle of the Coral Sea and why it still resonates 75 years later, I think it's fitting that we do so in New York City and aboard the U.S. This ship's story begins where Lexington's ends. Intrepid served with distinction throughout the Pacific Theater, another in a long gray line of ships that have proudly flown Old Glory in combat, sent to defend America and our allies like Australia. Fearless and bold and courageous, heroic. These words define Intrepid. It's a legendary name in our Navy because it captures America's character, just as it epitomizes the national spirit of Australia. Intrepid describes not only those who fought at Coral Sea, but also the strategic partnership forged in fire between the United States and Australia, an alliance that has stood together in World War II, in Korea, in Vietnam, in the Cold War, in the Gulf War, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq, and now in our global fight against ISIS. And also in our unified message to North Korea that we will not tolerate reckless, dangerous, nuclear-tipped threats. Ladies and gentlemen, today this ship serves America as a living monument to industry, to liberty, and to freedom. And that's appropriate considering the New York skyline around us, the Empire State Building over here, the Statue of Liberty and the Freedom Tower behind me, and like our heroes who responded to the tragedy on 9/11, this ship represents the power, the glory, and the resolve of our nation. Unlike old soldiers and even old sailors, great ships neither die nor fade away. They live forever in the hearts and minds of those who sailed aboard them, fought, sweated, and bled on their decks, and in the memories of the families and loved ones who died in their service. Like Gettysburg, like Gallipoli, like Ground Zero, Intrepid is hallowed ground. If you listen carefully, you can almost hear her speaking to us. Listen and hear the massive blast where a kamikaze went right through the flight deck right over there, exploding in the hangar bay. Listen and hear the warriors who fought on these decks, on the ships at Coral Sea, and during all the battles of World War II. Most, including my dad, are no longer with us, but we can still hear their stories. For their spirits move amongst us tonight, reminding us that America's and Australia's hard-earned victories and freedoms are worth the risk of harm to our very selves, that these are ideals worth the fight. So tonight, take comfort in knowing that the sentinel spirits who linger in this proud hangar bay and on ships like Lady Lex at the bottom of the Coral Sea, on HMAS Perth in the bottom of the Sunda Strait, these spirits continue to stand the watch as guardian angels of our freedoms. So I'll conclude with this. Today's America and U.S. and Australian alliance, today's Australian and U.S. alliance has assumed liberty's mantle, passed down from the Coral Sea in an unbroken chain, watch to watch for 75 years. Just as Australia and the United States stood together against tyranny and oppression in the 20th century, the world expects no less in the 21st. May God bless New York, may God bless our Australian allies, and may God bless the United States of America, which will forever be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very special treat. As a Tennessee boy, I like to say that I enjoy both kinds of music, country and Western. For an Australian country singer, it doesn't get much more Western than New York City. So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce to you tonight not only a country music superstar, but someone who's been a great supporter of the Australian Defence Force. From her 2006 hit Poster Girl on the Wrong Side of the World to her 2015 gut-wrencher Broken Soldiers, this is a woman whose words have inspired audiences on both sides of the Pacific, particularly those who wear the cloths of their nations. Folks, let's give it up for Adelaide's own Miss Becky Cole.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honour to be here. I have on several occasions been around the world entertaining Aussie troops, and while I've been doing that, I've met some amazing American mates as well. And I'd like to sing a song that I wrote after I visited the Middle East for the first time. You won't listen to my songs anymore. You ripped my poster off the wall. 'Cause I'm the singer that went to the war. You see no good in me at all. Pardon me if I believe I haven't got it wrong. And before you turn your back on me, I'll sing you one more song.
'cause I shook hands with a digger on the wrong side of the world, with a wife at home who holds her breath and brand new baby girl. And the digger fights for freedom in a job that must be done. And I let go of his hand, so proud to be Australian. And if unlike me you feel no pride at all, then go ahead and take me off your wall, 'cause I prefer to be a poster girl on the wrong side of the world. And I'm just the girl who sings the crazy songs, not qualified to sit and judge. I've been right and I know I've been wrong, but I'm for peace and I'm for love. And I admire the burning fire that causes you to fight. I only wish the wrong side of the world had the same right. 'Cause I listened to the wisdom of the Aussie brigadier. He spoke of widows and of orphans and the need to dry their tears. And he leads the fight for freedom in a job that must be done. And I've never been more proud to say that I'm Australian. And if unlike me you feel no pride at all, then go ahead and take me off your wall, 'cause I prefer to be a poster girl on the wrong side of the world. And maybe I'm naive to think we all could get along, but sir, I read your words and all I ask is hear my song. I shook hands with a digger on the wrong side of the world, with a wife at home who holds her breath and brand new baby girl. And the digger fights for freedom in a job that must be done. And I let go of his hand, so proud to be Australian. And if unlike me you feel no pride at all, then go ahead and take me off your wall, 'cause I prefer to be a poster girl on the wrong side of the world. I'm so proud to be a poster girl on the wrong side of the world. God bless the veterans, eh? I would love to introduce two lovely friends from Australia, my friend Amber Lawrence and my fiancée, Libby O'Donovan. Here's a song about mateship. He's a drover drifting over western plains. He's a city lad from Sydney or LA. They're in the trenches at Flanders or Iwo Jima firing line. A willing band of ordinary men. He's all of them. He's one of us. Stars and stripes and Southern Cross. Side by side, we say with pride, he is all of them. He is one of us. Oh, 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 oh. He's a pilot on a midnight bombing raid. He's a seaman braving raging wind and waves. She's a nurse in Vietnam on the front line, Kyrgyzstan. Sons and daughters rising to the call. She's all of them. She's one of us. Stars and stripes and Southern Cross. Side say with pride, she is all of them. She is one of us. Oh, 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 oh. Spirit of our soldiers, proud and strong. The spirit of our heroes will live on and on and on. He's all of them. He's one of us. Stars and stripes and Southern Cross. Side by side, we say with pride, he is all of them. He is one of us. Oh, 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 oh. Side by side, we say with pride, he is all of them. She is all of them. They are one of us. They are one of us.
Please welcome to the stage Ambassador of Australia, Joe Hockey, and President of the American Australian Association, John Berry.
This is the final speech of the night. And we're going to move on to the next victories of the war. A few short weeks after the Coral Sea, some of the very same veterans from Australia here tonight escorted my father and the 1st United States Marine Corps Division to a successful landing on Guadalcanal, where those young Marines held on to that rocky atoll against all odds, unreinforced and unsupplied for 6 months.
At the same time, Australia itself was under attack, with Japanese submarines off Sydney Harbour and repeating bombing of Darwin in the north of Australia. And many Australians, like my dad, were fighting the war in the Middle East, so the presence of our American mates in the Pacific was reassuring.
When the 1st U.S. Marine Division was finally relieved after 6 months of battle, they were sent to the oasis of Australia. My dad told me that when he left Guadalcanal,